The video gets a round of applause. I better get a round. No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Shift. This is our 4th year. Fantastic. We had to close registration this year for the first time, which is fantastic. Great to see. We're building momentum, and obviously everyone's very interested about what's going on around the environment. I'm Rob Charlton, Chief Exec of Space Group, and I get the great job of introducing today. Every year I start off with pictures of floods and fires, but my take is, look, you guys all know that we've got a climate challenge in the world. No charts, but I had to put this one in. So this is just a demonstrate chart, but this is incredible. You can probably work it out for yourself. This year we've gone above the 1.5, and interesting, this is when we started Shift. So we have still got a challenge, but there is a lot of positive things to talk about, and I want to start off with the positives, and I'm sure throughout the day you're going to hear about the challenges, but there is loads of positive progress in our sector, and it's gone from being a niche specialist area to where now the whole idea in our industry around carbon reduction is a big deal, and clients are asking for it. It's not greenwash, and it's great to see. We are seeing sector momentum. The RIBA did a recent survey, and there are hundreds of people now engaging in this. Nearly 70% of architectural practices are now understanding embodied carbon. 60% are measuring operational carbon. Whole life carbon wasn't even, a few years ago, wasn't even something we talked about. And then Part Z, hopefully, we'll see some momentum. It's got industry backing. We've got a long way to go, but the fact we've even got a document is fantastic. Fabric first design is something we're talking about. Heat pumps in residential properties is now increasing. Solar PV is growing across the country. It's very cost effective. And then embodied carbon, you'll hear more about embodied carbon throughout the day, but as I said, certainly clients weren't aware of embodied carbon a few years ago, and now we're talking about and understanding what good embodied carbon is per square metre against what is less so. We've got engineers looking at timber, different timber ideas. We've got some great work done in concrete, which is where all the, and steel. So we're understanding that. And then in relation to projects, I've just picked 2, but there are many. I've picked one, which is a space one. So, it's our conference, so I can do that. But this, if you don't know this building, this is the Paradise Building in London. It's by Bywater, a developer. It's the first timber frame commercial building in London. Chairman of Bywater is Richard from, I forgot his second name, Richard Walker, from Iceland. He's a chairman of Iceland. He's passionate about the environment, so he's put his money where his mouth is. This is an amazing building. If you get a chance, have a look. It only opened this year. And then to more mainstream, this is a client, the DFE, who are passionate about low carbon, not at operation. This is a zero carbon school. This is what they call CF21, which is the Construction Framework 21. They're very much focused on operational carbon and zero carbon. Now, the new framework's coming out, CF25, which comes out in December, will be agreed in December. They're really focused on operational carbon. So a building like this probably would have been about 850 kilograms per square metre of embodied carbon. The DFE new framework is asking for 550. And that's a client who's saying, I want a zero carbon building and I want one that's got 550 kilograms of CO2. And interestingly, we are bidding this with several partners, and we've achieved the 550. And actually, it wasn't that difficult. When we looked at it, we thought, how do you get from 850 to 550? It wasn't that difficult. There's a cost associated, but again, not massive. And when your client is interested in that. So again, we'll hear about a lot of the broader global issues, but in relation to buildings, why does all of this matter? Reduced carbon is about reduced running costs. That's why the DFE are interested in it. Good sustainability is good design. If you look at the Paradise Building, it's an amazing building. And tenants, funders and insurers are increasingly asking for this. And if you look at the Paradise Building, they're using what they call green leases. So they're saying to people, if you're buying into this building, you have to buy into our entire thinking about the environment, and it's working and people are interested. So where we're at now, the climate emergency is real, we know that, but our response as an industry has been positive. There's still a long way to go, but in the 4 years since we started doing this, we've seen massive progress in the UK. We've got better information about our buildings. We still need more. We've got better tools to help us do that, and you might hear a little bit more about that from Catherine. And we've got better design methods. But the biggest thing for me, as a Generation X old-timer, I think the new generation, Generation Zs, are far more able and prone to drive these things forward and far more vocal. And I think that, for me, is the biggest potential to take that forward. So we do make progress when we share, and that's what today is about sharing thinking, sharing ideas, and we need to do more of that. When we celebrate, we should celebrate success, and there are more carbon buildings that are winning awards, which is great. And then also demonstrating to clients the value of going down this route. And we've proven it's not massively expensive. Clients want it. There's opportunities. You can reduce costs. And there are clients out there that are going that way. So it's great. There's a lot to be positive about. You're going to be exhausted by the end of the day because we've got some great speakers. We're going to cover a huge amount of ground. But there is a lot to be positive about, as well as all the challenges we face. And obviously, from the President of the United States, it's clearly not a hoax. This is real. So we are designing the future today. And that's what we're all involved in. All of those of us who are designing buildings on a day-to-day basis, we are making massive commitments to these buildings around for 60 years. So we've got a huge responsibility. So with that, enjoy the show. I shall hand over to our wonderful Chris Hines, who's looked after us for the last 4 years and does a fantastic job. He's got a long day ahead and a hard day. And I'll leave Chris to give you his story, and we're going to hear more from Chris. So with that, I shall hand over to Chris, and we're looking forward to a fantastic day.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Fourth year, delighted to be back up again. So very quickly, I'm just going to do housekeeping. So fire alarms, no test planned. If you do hear a fire alarm, we leave immediately via the nearest signed emergency exit. I think there's one there. We go out there and follow shift event stuff. It is being filmed today, so if you don't want to be filmed or photographed, if you could let people know. The organisers, Katie and a couple of others around. And then the order of today, so a short talk by myself for about 25 minutes. Then we've got Clover, amazing. I'm really looking forward to this. So Clover Hogan, who's going to talk to us. Then we've got a coffee break, so we'll have some Q&A after Clover's talk as well. And then after coffee, we'll have Gareth Kane, a strategic advisor, Gillian Hardy from Arups, who I haven't yet met. And then we're going to have a panel about action by design, how policy can accelerate change. Then we'll be joined by Rory from Architects Climate Action Network, which again, it's going to be great. Then lunch, and lunch is always amazing here. It really is a lovely, lovely lunch. And then we'll come back. We've got Andy Pagg after lunch, eco-adventurer and award-winning journalist. And then Catherine Sinclair from the Space Group. And then another coffee. And then we'll be joined by Barbara from Natural Building, who was just, so interesting, just perceptions that we have built in of why we can't do. We had a brilliant speakers meal last night. And then we'll be joined by Neil, who again was with us, who's a professor of energy innovation at Northumbria, and Morgan Lewis, director at Material Index. One last panel, and then that'll wrap with some drinks afterwards. So that's 1 minute late, and I'm off. So I'm going to do a very kind of quick, slight recap of surface against sewage and what we did back in the 1990s, and then look at some of the broader issues facing, challenges facing us. And I'm going to try and kind of build in time and how kind of old we are. You know, here I am, 63 years old now, can't believe that's happened. But the opening slide, this again is a picture of my gran and granddad. This is taken 102 years ago. William had come back quite recently from serving in the trenches in World War I. But the real reason I got that, if you showed them the world in which we live now, kind of the transportation methods that we use to get here, our phones, stroke computers that we carry around in our pockets, it would completely blow their minds. And what we need to think about is that if we were dropped 100 years into the future, and from now 102 years, the technologies in the world will blow our minds. So that's that kind of hope. And how do we make sure that that is a world where we live in harmony with the planet and with each other? Always like to drop in this brilliant quote from Alice Walker, campaigner and author. Activism is the rent I pay for living on the planet. And boy, oh boy, our rent is absolutely due. I'm going to talk about intelligent activism, so that's taking that principle of activism and how do you actually go out and win. So this is the story of Surfers Against Sewage through the 90s. Our aim, always know your aim. Our aim was just to be able to enjoy this wonderful thing that it is, you know, good for physical and mental well-being. This is low tide Porthtowan. I've got a House of Parliament Select Committee at home that says Mr. Hines brought to our attention the case of Porthtowan, known by the locals as Porth Tampon because of the dreadful state that it was in. And the reason that it was in that dreadful state was that there was a problem. And this comes to politicians very quickly. Quote Margaret Thatcher in 1989, she stated on BBC Nature, and I quote, "All sewage is treated before discharge." That was a downright lie when she said that. The reality was 400 million gallons of completely crude sewage being discharged around our coastal waters every single day. From Newquay to Newcastle, Brighton to Blackpool, what you flushed down the toilet went straight into the sea. This is Cambourne, part of the largest conurbation in Cornwall. 2.5 million gallons of completely crude sewage flowing up towards Porthtowan. That isn't a made-up picture. Sorry if that's making anybody feel a little bit squeamish. That was just the state of our rock pools. And the tourist industry and the government and everybody, they just told us to go away and shut up because we're a bunch of surfers and it's all fine, really. The industry, and this is about change and how you can change a big industry. The water industry wanted to build long sea outfalls. And so big, this is a very male-dominated, you know, almost never saw a female in those kind of rooms at that time. Big pump and dump mentality, big pipes, big pumps, discharge it further out to sea. And that was because they were trying to deal with these things, fecal coliforms. They just focused on the test, even though the tests weren't any good. So an absence of these, which would kind of disperse and dilute if you put them out of a long sea outfall, didn't mean that hepatitis or enteroviruses or other things had actually died off. So we had to find an alternative. And we looked high and low for a solution. And we found on the island of Jersey, they put in this thing called ultraviolet light treatment. So one of these new technologies, and again, these new things that will come through in the next 100 years. And I wrote some evidence on behalf of SAS to a House of Lords Select Committee, and they asked me to come up to London. So I went up to London, put my suit and tie on, and went and sat in front of the lords and ladies, and they said, "How confident are you in this tech, this UV?" My response was, based on the bacterial count in Jersey's outfall pipe compared to the bacterial count on the beaches that we were bathing on, I would feel 50 times safer sticking my head up Jersey's outfall pipe. Went back to Cornwall. A week after that, we got a phone call at the office from the Island of Jersey's tourist board who said, "This would make brilliant marketing material for us." And this is their outfall pipe. And about an hour before this picture was taken, the water was up to there, and we had Sky, BBC, ITV, Press Association, Reuters, etc. And I jumped off the end of the outfall, turned around, paddled as hard as I could, and I duck dived into the mouth of 100,000 people's sewage. And I got that far up the pipe before I was blown back out by the force of it, but I stand by what I said. Looked, tasted, and smelt cleaner than the beaches that we were bathing on. And it was £9 million cheaper than building the long sea outfall. So long sea outfall, 11 million, UV, 2 million. So like this is that popping of that myth that it's always more expensive to do the right thing. We then had to persuade water companies to change. Dŵr Cymru Welsh Water, they were the first water company. They phoned us up, they sent us a fax saying, we're going to apply UV, we're going to abandon long sea outfalls, UV disinfection for all of our discharges, because we think that it's the right thing to do. So this was a massive thing happening, and we cut the ribbon for Criccieth in North Wales. It's Surfers Against Sewage's name on that brass plaque. So that was our solution. How do you drive these things up the public agenda? Running around the country with wetsuits, gas masks, and a 10-foot inflatable turd will get you front page of national media coverage. And this appeared on front page of The Guardian and lots of other media. And if you drive things up the public agenda, you also drive them up the political agenda. And, you know, this is our house. And we need to make that change happen. We have as much right for the version of the world that we want to live in to be heard and legislated for in that House as anybody else. We first went to the Houses of Parliament within 10 months of forming. We didn't know what we were doing. We just phoned up and said, can we come? And the brilliant Sergeant at Arms said, yeah, you want to book a debating room? And I said, will we? And he said, well, yeah, you're going to pull politicians. And we did. The day we got there, we pulled the Secretary of State for the Environment. We pulled the opposition spokesman as well. And the Secretary of State, David Trippier at the time, he announced a £2 million spend on research into the health effects of bathing in sewage-contaminated seawater. So even though we didn't know what we were doing, the very act of stepping forward triggered that kind of change. And we had Channel 4 documentary following us, loads of media, etc. So cranking up that pressure. Time, one of our members rang up in about 1992 and said, I bought this for you. And we put the phone down and went, what the hell does that mean? Because we didn't know. So again, how this time, the changes of time will kind of come through. And he said, don't worry, I'll build your website for you and do all of that kind of stuff. We had our mouths swabbed and our blood sucked. Again, this is kind of people coming in and helping. 93% of us carried the antibodies to a sewage-related virus in our bloodstreams, compared to 21%, 22% of the normal population. And I'm going to play this now. This is a little advert that was made for us by another couple of our members. They said, if you're up in London, come and see us. We make adverts for people like Beck's Beer. And I'm going to play it to you. It's 1 minute long, and then I'm going to explain to you how we deployed it. Now, we were political, but apolitical. We were of the politics of clean seas, but we knew it was a political issue. But being political, we weren't allowed to put that out on national television. Not that we could ever have afforded it. But we could put it on in cinemas. And the same company that made it for us called in favours and got it in a cinema. And if you had to choose one cinema anywhere in the country to put that on, you would definitely choose Bournemouth whilst the Conservative Party conference was on. And by doing so, you could then release it as a news story to the local media, who could then show the whole advert, which they did. And we then went right around the whole of the UK and put it on in every single TV region in a cinema and virtually showed that advert for free right around the country, no cost whatsoever. So again, how do we kind of crank up the pressure with minimum resources behind us? Another one of our members even wrote the scripts for BBC Casualty. So we went out, our story, they couldn't say our name, but our T-shirts and sweatshirts were there. 14 million people on a Saturday night, right in primetime TV. These two ladies, we judicially reviewed our local council with Sarah and Rachel. We went right up to the Royal Courts of Justice using Section 79E of the Environmental Protection Act 1990, and we set case precedent for the whole of the UK. We bought shares in every single water company. And we used to affect their share prices by being kind of asked questions and comments by Financial Times, BBC Breakfast News, Business Section, etc. So all these different ways of applying pressure. Ofwat, we went and challenged them. I mean, interesting, they're being judicially reviewed right now in the courts by River Action Group. And we even went and briefed the President of the European Parliament. And again, this is another one of Surfers Against Sewage's members, Glyn Ford MEP. Sadly, something that we can't do anymore. And you know, we can feel our country slow down with all of those environmental regulations. I even jumped over a fence once. Tony Blair he'd just become Prime Minister. And I jumped over the fence, wetsuit on, gas mask on my head. Someone lobbed the inflatable poo in behind me. And I got this close, yeah, Tony Blair. And the hand of security stopped me there and they said, that's close enough, Mr. Hines. But I was able to say, you do realise, Mr. Blair, while you're in Cornwall, if you do a poop, it's going straight in the sea. And he said, that's very interesting, Mr. Hines. I'll talk to the minister about it. And I did. But I kind of thought, I wouldn't get away with that today. I'd be banged up. I'd be arrested and put behind bars. And Greta, and this is another one of my friends. This is Deborah Hinton, OBE. She helped set up, her husband set up Comic Relief. She's amazing, Justice of the Peace, etc. She was arrested outside Truro Cathedral for protesting for Palestine action. She was then taken 100 miles away to a police station, held for like 9 hours and released at 3 o'clock in the morning. She's 80. We should be able to do this. It's our house. Talking about our house, so to conclude this part of the story, there was this massive landslide election in 97. As I said, we wouldn't have cared which way around it was. We would have campaigned just as hard. We were called in front of this select committee, and that select committee, so we gave both written and oral evidence, and they concluded that by the year 2002, all sewage should be treated at tertiary level at all times in all places. 6 months after that, they announced a £9.5 billion spend on the clean-up of the coastal, of the water environment. 5.5 of that was on the coast. And when you go around the coast of the UK today, there are no continuous discharges of sewage. I'm going to mention this. You will hear in the new year, watch out for a TV series on Channel 4, current working title, Isle of Shite. It's going to be along the lines of the Post Office versus Mr. Bates. And the story of this amazing woman, Julie, here, and the tragic death of her daughter. I, on behalf of Service Against Sewage, gave evidence at the coroner's inquest into Heather's death. I've gone right through all the paperwork, helping research that for the Channel 4 programmes, and it'll be pretty hard-hitting, I think. And the water companies, sadly, everybody took their eye off the ball, so we had that massive clean-up. Everywhere got sewage treatment works, and then everybody's taken their eye off the ball, and they've just gone, no one's watching, and they've taken their trousers down, and they're pooing in the sea again, and our rivers and everything. And, there's only 2 companies who aren't really bad, and that's kind of Wessex and Northumbrian, just squeezed over the top of this. But we need to come up with solutions. It's easy to whinge and say no. And even the kind of, and I want like a QS to do these calculations. What happens if we put in bigger pipes? How much more sewage and stormwater can we store in those kind of pipes? And that's kind of coming to the construction sector for solutions to the problems that we have. And again, we've got to stop building on all of our gardens. Both of these two are AstroTurf, and probably out the front you've got car parks and all those things. We need to absorb water and look after our water and our natural cycles. I'm just going to click through that because we all know these bits, and I think, Rob, you've covered that really well. But this is a risk analysis that comes out every year ahead of Davos. And these are our big risks, 2 years and a 10-year time frame. And the misinformation, disinformation one at the top, that's a really important one. Why do people believe Brian from Faceache rather than the experts that will be in this room? And yet we've ended up in this world where we do that. It's ridiculous. My wife's a consultant paediatrician. During COVID, a child came in and was diagnosed with diabetes, and the dad said, this is a true story, that'll be 5G that caused that, and if you think my child is taking any form of insulin from the pharmaceutical companies, you've got another thought coming. That's that kind of level of believing the conspiracy theorists and all that kind of stuff. Jonathan Porritt, piece of research, and I think he covered this when he was up here a couple of years ago. If we don't do this, if we don't get our heads around this, 3 to 6 billion people moving, 50% loss in our GDP, then we've got this, jeepers. But he's creating construction opportunities, isn't he? I bet it's going to be an eco-build. Do you think? Rob, you're not involved, are you? Okay, no. But then we have this as well. We have this guy over here. But I thought this, and who's saying this? Anti-net zero being driven by that whole reform thing. But anti-net zero will be the biggest driver of mass migration this planet's ever seen. And no one's actually just smacking him in the face with that kind of fact. We need to take this on, and we need to take on it kind of proactively, vocally, and intelligently. This is our 10-year. This was kind of the beginning of the decade, 10-year race to save the planet. Well, guess what? 5 of them have gone. Like, this is really, really urgent. And if we take out kind of weekends and everything, we've got 1,305 working days left. This is serious, serious, serious stuff. Pivotal times. These things can happen. The French Revolution. You know, if we don't change, change is going to happen to us. And we might like to think we're comfortable and this isn't going to happen. But in France, they didn't see that one coming, did they? And we do. We can make amazing rapid change happen. This is the kind of the COVID virus. And we're amazing the pace at which we developed this technology, rolled it out, made those kind of changes can happen. And we need to drive into this kind of new dawn. We need to respect facts and experts. We need to love science and engineering. The 89% Project, hands up anybody in the room who've heard of the 89% Project. Okay, so this was you can look it up, 89% Project. They surveyed 130,000 people in over 100 countries, what they thought about climate change. 89% of all people interviewed said that they thought the climate crisis was the #1 thing and their governments should do far more to address them. Yet all of those people thought they were in the minority. So the single thing we need to do is to put your hand up in the air and say, I'm one of the 89%, and change that dialogue of what is the norm. We have amazing, you know, at last there's someone who's kind of talking on a kind of a level that is engaging the population on the same level as Reform are, but hopefully with a better agenda. And again, this is kind of, you know, voting intention. But importantly, that's the kind of voting intention for everybody. But look at this one of coming through in the young people. And politics may be loud, but business is going in this direction as well. And we need to just change that perception. Politicians will always only focus on their 3 to 5 year time frame. And they've only got about 2 years in the middle before they're thinking about the next election. So we need to kind of endorse that and help drive that through. And this was one of the conversations we were having over dinner last night. And, you know, I thought I'd chuck in this quote from John Kerry. He was over here talking on the kind of anniversary of the Enlightenment. And, you know, this is, we think we got slightly stuck in this kind of Western version of the world. Whereas I went down and talked to a company called Henkel down in Dusseldorf earlier this year. And they said, well, we kind of look on the other side of the planet. And this is a quote, you know, from John Kerry. China is doing more than any other nation in the world in terms of deployment of renewables. In fact, they've deployed more renewables than all of the rest of the world put together. That's bonkers. And this country, and again, we were talking about this last night, we should have had the best wind turbine technology in the world. Second windiest nation in Europe, other than Ireland. No real industrial base there. We also have a company that make the best turbines in the world, Rolls-Royce. We had and we had all the ports to export them. We should have, like Newcastle, everywhere, we should have been the world leaders in that technology. That's not to say we can't become the world leaders in that kind of technology. And then China go and do this. You know, Elon Musk's, you know, rabbiting on about varying bits about building places that you can pull in for a rest so that while you recharge your car. And China just go, no, you don't need to. Like, you can charge a car in 5 minutes if you really want. And this kind of change in technology and the change in pace and solutions coming forward. And I know you're acutely aware of human rights issues out in China. And, you know, the tech is there. And I'll tell the story of a friend of ours, Nick. And he's kind of absolute petrol head. And I didn't take him for a drive in one of these. I took him for a drive in our little Renault Zoe. And I floored it. And he just, whoa. He was completely taken aback by that tech. Now, we've got to use that tech. We've got to find the resources for it. We've got to make these transitions properly and justly. But we can create these things. We can create a better version of the world. UV cheaper, 41% cheaper from the PV. Battery storage reduced by 93% since 2010. I'm just going to click very quickly. This is the Climate Change Challenge and REBA that I think this is what you were talking about, Rob. This is about building sustainable development goals into the process through. So REBA pulled out these these from the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and then built them into how you taking that into account. They changed them so into more appropriate terminology, and then they built them into the whole REBA stages of planning and how you go off and construct projects. So again, and I think everybody's agreed, this one up here, strategic definition, it has to be there. We have to strategically define a better planet on which to live. Intelligent clients and smart clients, you know, if you want to bid for any project with the NHS now, all contracts over £5 million, you have to have a plausible and an appropriate carbon reduction plan. You won't get the job if you can't. I had the amazing privilege of getting an honorary doctorate, second one, which is amazing, seeing I failed all my A-levels, from the University of Holloway. But two things there. One, all staff were becoming carbon literate. It was just a requirement that everybody became carbon literate. And the second thing that was amazing there was whilst I was waiting to get my honorary one, which I'd done no work for whatsoever, I saw all of these people come through and I listened to what their theses were for their masters and what they'd qualified in. And I was just in awe and full of hope because I could see the level of intelligence, the level of passion, the level of learning that was there in that room to go forwards to create that world. That's the University of Holloway. This one, and again, biodiversity, very kind of quickly, because we can sometimes get just fixated on the climate, but the kind of other horse of the apocalypse is our biodiversity crises. And this is the first place I've found in the city of Tampere that's actually done the biodiversity footprint of a city. Lang O'Rourke, so a little bit of construction. And Lang O'Rourke, so they didn't say we're going to switch to a low carbon concrete. They said we are as of now. When they made that announcement, it was from that very moment. And they asked me up in September, I went and spoke at Lang O'Rourke, to their 80-strong sustainability team. So this was the team whose job it was to go out and persuade the whole of the rest of the company to do the right thing, how to win it over clients, how to drive the kind of low carbon policies and elements through and technologies through all of their projects. This is a company I do some work with a couple of days a month. And again, this is about the intelligence coming in through our sector. So Williams are QSs and project managers and cost managers. And again, everybody thinking about their kind of climate footprint, but our blueprint for a positive impact. And this is where we are today, the space group, you know, better for people, better for places, and better for the planet. This is that wave of going forwards. And we can do brilliant, wonderful things. You know, this is a tiny data centre down in South Devon where they put the data centre next to the community swimming pool, and the water from the swimming pool is used to cool the data centre, which means that all of those community people get warm swimming water and they get the data centre cooled. Data centres should be next to schools, hospitals, all that kind of stuff. We shouldn't be wasting any of those places. And those should be decisions that we as a society make and are implemented. No ifs and no buts. And this one I had to put in another sewage-related one because I have a probably poo fixation, I think some people think. This is in Vancouver where they're sucking the heat out of the sewers, again, to heat social housing and hospitals and all that kind of stuff. It's all wasted. And I thought this one, all buildings should have a plaque that says who designed it, who the architects were, who built it, who constructed it. And I had to put polystyrene from X-Ray Specs because she did that brilliant song, The Day the World Turned Dayglow, which is one of my favourites. Last few slides. I did a talk a year ago to a load of school governors up in Wigan. And then this lot came on stage. And this lad here, he turned around to all the school governors and he went, "You just don't get it, you lot, do you?" He said, "You keep talking about green jobs." He said, "In our version of the world that we're going to live in, every single job will be green. Every single job." A little one on the National Education Park as well. I thought I'd lob this in as we're on a university. If every single education facility in the UK had a kind of nature biodiversity project, it would be equivalent at the national. It would be equivalent to a national park twice the size of Birmingham. So if you know a school or a school governor or anything like that, get on board and start helping drive that one through, climate and biodiversity. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, you know, that 89%, I think that 89% of people actually want to live in a world where we deliver all of those UN Sustainable Development Goals as well. It's not just climate. You know, I challenge anybody to say they don't agree with any of those. And it is, you know, it's 89% of 8.2 billion. So that was, I think Neil confirmed with me last night, so that's about 7.9 billion people on the planet, want to live, there's Neil, thank you, 7.9 billion people want to live on a planet that is in harmony, where we're living in harmony with the planet and all the people on it. And that's 89% of architects, of QSs and MPs. It's all of us. We're all activists to a greater or lesser degree. And I thought just last couple of bits, on this stage before, we've had, Jonathan Porritt, John Elkington, Carmel McConnell hasn't been here, but again, like an amazing activist. She was a Greenham Common lady, and then she invented the magic breakfast to deliver school food to school kids. Louis V.I. is a guy I've done some mentoring with. He's a person of colour, part Dominican, but he's done a natural history placement with BBC and has just been sponsored for a 2-year fellowship with by Brian Eno to go out there and communicate. And when he's recording music, he's paying royalties because he goes and records animals and the nature. He pays royalties through charities to the animals. That's a change of the kind of thought processes that we can do. And we've got the amazing Clover here today, and we've got the amazing Catherine. Where's Catherine's here as well. These young people coming through and making change. Last couple of slides. Every year I go out and gather my little acorns. Every year I put them in the ground. This is way bigger now. This is one I planted 43 years ago. And there's a quote. It's a Greek proverb. A society becomes great when old men plant trees under whose shade they'll never sit. And we absolutely, those who have hair my colour, we need to plant those trees now. We need to all plant those trees continuously, metaphorically. We need intelligent activism. We need to use every single tool that has been used to create this mad, crazy version of the world in which we live, and we need to use them better to create that version of the world that we want to live in. And we need to drive through. I don't know where we are on this. I'd hope that we're somewhere around here and we've got some really weird bits to do, but that we're going to push through into that world. And if we think we can't, we become too tired, then remember that a bunch of surfers with no campaigning experience, no knowledge of what we were doing whatsoever, helped turn that into that and that. Then just think what we can do. Thank you very much. Now, so this next bit, was that a nice setup? Okay, so I've known of Clover for a while, and when I heard that she was speaking today, I just went, yes, what a lovely privilege to be able to come and hear her. Clover Hogan is a climate activist and the founder of the non-profit organisation Force of Nature, and aims to transform climate anxiety into climate action. She's done and met some amazing people, including the late Jane Goodall, Vandana Shiva, and has even interviewed the 14th Dalai Lama. I mean, wow, what an amazing career. What are you going to be like when you get to my age? Like, bonkers. She's kind of got this whole kind of way, and I'm going to largely leave her, but just to say that she's been in some amazing boardrooms and meetings and things, and I'm just going to leave you to tell your story, because I think you'll do it better than I will. Please welcome to the stage Clover Hogan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that opening. I don't even need a coffee now. I feel so energized, so buzzed. So I'm going to share a few thoughts, feelings about the built environment. And I'm going to start by talking about where we are in this moment. I'm going to seal the exits because some of it might be a little bit depressing, but I promise I'll pick you up again. And then we're going to segue to a Q&A. So if any questions do kind of percolate or come up, please hold them. And I'd love to have a discussion at the end and a discussion during the break as well, if folks stick around. So my first question for you all is, when you hear the term climate change, what comes to mind? What images surface for you? You might think of melting glaciers or stranded polar bears. Or perhaps you have an image that's a little bit closer to home. Maybe you have been affected by flooding. Perhaps you have friends or family abroad who have been affected by wildfires or drought. Or maybe you think of the causes. Maybe you imagine smokestacks or cars, planes, and ships. Well, the reason we're here today is because there's one sector driving more emissions than every engine on the road, every engine in the sea, or even in the sky. Who knows what I'm talking about? Of course, I'm talking about the built environment. So globally, the construction, running, and demolition of buildings is responsible for about 40% of annual emissions, about half of all resource use, and about a third of all waste. And it's estimated that by 2060, the world will have built an additional 241 billion square meters of floor space. That's equivalent to building a New York City every single month. Mind-boggling, right? So the built environment is a huge, yet very often overlooked part of the climate conversation. And it's especially important when we think about the future and when we think about the growth of this sector and how it aligns with our climate commitments. Now, when I was 16, I was fortunate enough to attend COP21 in Paris, the global meeting on climate. And of course, the 2015 Paris Agreement set out the 1.5 degree threshold, which, let's be clear, is a threshold, a deadly one at that, and not a target, as some people have spoken to. Now, scientists warned that if we went beyond this threshold, we would reach a series of climate tipping points. And a tipping point is essentially a point of no return for the planet. Now, to avoid this, we would need to halve global emissions by the year 2030 and reach net zero between 2050 and 2060. So how do you guys think we're tracking? Not great. So last year, for the first time in human history, we crossed that 1.5 degree threshold. And as of last month, the planet reached the first catastrophic climate tipping point. Scientists have established that unless global heating is rapidly reduced to 1.2 degrees, warm water coral reefs will become virtually extinct. Now, a quarter of all marine life is dependent on these reefs, as are hundreds of millions of people. Scientists have warned that the world is also on the brink of reaching other tipping points, including the collapse of major ocean currents, the dieback of the Amazon, and the loss of ice sheets. Now, at this point, you may be wanting to run out of the room, and I don't blame you. But I say all of this not because I enjoy being a Debbie Downer, although my friends and family might suggest otherwise, but because even though we are in an emergency, very few people are acting like it. There is a collective amnesia in response to climate change. Because while the facts have never been more absolute, and while evidence of climate breakdown is appearing all around us, most people, let's be honest, across industries are still sleepwalking. Now, oftentimes, that's because those of us who do live in a bubble of relative climate privilege think of climate change as something that's happening out there, something that's not going to affect us or the people we love. But if we zoom in, the climate crisis is already happening here in the UK. And the latest people to sound the alarm aren't scientists, but insurers. They're warning that more homes in England, Scotland, and Wales will face devastating floods, and that some towns may have to be completely abandoned due to climate breakdown. Take the town of Tenbury Wells. It's a market town in Worcestershire, and it's become the first country in the UK where its public buildings are no longer insurable. Tenbury Wells has historically suffered damaging floods about once every 10 years, but in the past 6 years, they've experienced 4 of these devastating floods. So when we talk about the built environment in the UK, we can't just focus on emissions, but our resilience in the face of climate breakdown that we will already see, that we are already experiencing and will continue to see. So, with that somewhat sobering reality check, let's talk about what we need to do. From my perspective, there are two key questions that shape our conversations today. And they are, how do we rapidly decarbonize the built environment? And critically, how do we not just design for sustainability, but for resilience? So let's start with that first question. Within the UK, 80% of buildings that exist today will be occupied in the year 2050. And so that means that unlike countries like China and India, less of our focus is on what we build next, and more of our focus is on what we rebuild and what we renew. And people who are much more expert than myself have laid out plans for just how we do this. So the first thing we need to do is embrace a retrofit revolution. Now, the UK has some of the oldest and least energy efficient buildings in all of Europe, from leaky homes to drafty classrooms. We need to prioritize warm and efficient buildings that cost less to heat and give more back to the people who live inside of them. That means a national retrofit mission focused on energy efficiency and insulation, prioritizing homes that are already in fuel poverty, as well as public buildings, and creating thousands of retrofit jobs and entrepreneurships. To the point made earlier, empowering this generation now to access those green jobs or simply those jobs of the future. And the good news is there are plenty of really, really exciting projects that are already underway. So in London, Waltham Forest Council embarked on a really ambitious project. It was a comprehensive retrofit of 40 flats, which were part of a social housing block. And following the retrofit, the council's energy costs dropped by a whopping £17,000 per year, as well as 60% less energy used. Emissions were also reduced by about 74.5 tonnes of carbon dioxide. Now, this project is part of the council's wider climate action plan, which if you look into it is incredibly intersectional and holistic. So that includes everything from repurposing car parks to create affordable housing and green space for the community, as well as increasing access to sustainable transport for everyone. What this example shows us is that when councils invest in people and in places, everybody wins. Lower costs, lower emissions, and greater well-being for communities. But of course, these gains can only go so far for as long as we're still tied to the fossil fuel economy. Which takes us to our second focus area, clean heat and power. Our energy system today is still wired for the past, dependent on gas boilers and fossil fuels that lock us into rising bills and rising emissions. That's why we need clean energy. Specifically, we need to phase out gas boilers and expand access to heat pumps and district heating. We need to accelerate rooftop solar as well as local energy generation, right? Decentralized, community-owned power. Isn't that an exciting thought? And we need to ensure that our buildings are smart, connected, and also energy flexible. Now, Nesta has created an amazing resource, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, called Clean Heat Neighbourhoods. And it highlights area-based approaches across the UK which aim to transition multiple homes at once. Now, one featured example is from Kenza Heat Pumps, who delivered a world first in their Heat the Streets program in Cornwall. So they installed networked ground source heat pumps beneath multiple terraced streets, delivering major reductions in heating and hot water bills, as well as an 82% reduction in carbon emissions. And this project is unique and especially exciting because while there are a growing number of low carbon projects within blocks of flats and social housing, this scheme really focused on the neighbourhood as a whole and the need for these shared collective energy systems. So we have the technology to cut emissions at scale. The next frontier is also tackling the waste built into the construction of buildings and public space. And that takes us to our third and final focus, which is, of course, circularity. I'm not going to get into it for time, but this is a an eagle-eye photo from where I went to school in the Indonesian jungle in Bali, where circularity was really embraced in every part of how we learnt and studied and connected as a community. But I'm not going to take us down that scenic garden path. You can ask me about it in the break. So earlier this year, the Environment Secretary, Steve Reed, said that we need to end Britain's throwaway society. And those words are great, but of course we need those words to now become action. Across the country, we need to, as certain cities have already done, mandate life cycle carbon reporting and minimum reuse targets for all major construction projects. We need to incentivize adaptive reuse over demolition, and we need to build a national marketplace for reused or upcycled materials. On the policy side, the UK should adopt a nationwide circular construction code. And cities, as I mentioned, are already leading the way. So as was shared earlier, in London, major developments are required to now deliver whole life carbon assessments. And Leeds has also become a leader in this area. So has anyone here heard of the Greenhouse Project in Leeds? No one? Or are you being shy? Are you being British? So the greenhouse is an amazing retrofit of a 1938 structure and is known as one of the UK's pioneering low-carbon projects. So it has used sustainable and repurposed materials from bamboo floorboards all the way to recycled tires for carpet underlay, as well as reclaimed railway sleepers for planters inside and outside of the building. Its roof is fitted with solar panels and wind turbines. So you can see some of the planters here. So we've talked about retrofit, clean energy, and of course circularity. But the next question is, understanding the timescales and pressures that we're up against, how do we accelerate this transition? Most obviously, we need to make it a whole lot easier to do the right and responsible thing. The case studies that I've mentioned are brilliant examples of leaders in this space, and yet they are still outliers. And that's because currently the system does not incentivize best practice. So we need, through policy more than anything, to focus on the guardrails and also the incentives that make it that much easier to build sustainably. Now, one positive move from the UK government has been the Future Homes Standard. Set to be introduced this year, it will require that new builds have these low carbon heating systems, such as heat pumps instead of gas boilers, and improved fabric efficiency through better insulation and also triple glazing. Yeah, as we've touched on today, we can't afford to just focus on new builds. We need to focus on the existing building stock that we have today. One of Labour's campaign promises was that they would ensure homes in the private rented sector met minimum energy standards by the year 2030. Yet the details of how this will be enacted are still very much up in the air. The government's Great British Insulation Scheme is an important step. But critics have highlighted that currently it is too slow and too complex and poorly delivered. So one report states that at current rates, the insulation upgrades needed would take 300 years to reach all of the homes in need. Time that we cannot afford. The scheme also focuses on single measures. For example, a single loft or a single cavity wall rather than holistic solutions and approaches. So we need to, as in the people in this room and beyond, all of the people that we influence, we need to advocate for much more ambitious policies that centre people and that treat this emergency with the urgency that it demands. So, we've started to look at decarbonisation, but as you may recall, there was a second question, and that was how do we not only design for sustainability, but how do we also design for resilience? So when we think about the built environment, it's easy to think in terms of bricks, steel, and concrete. But our cities and neighbourhoods aren't just collections of buildings, they are social blueprints. How we build dictates how we move, how we connect, and also as a society what we place value on. And in an age of escalating climate shocks, from heat waves through to floods. The design of our buildings, of our neighborhoods, will determine whether our communities are capable of withstanding that disruption or whether they fracture beneath it. For much of the 20th century, urban planning prioritized car dependency. And unfortunately, that meant that we designed a lot of isolation into our infrastructure. The aspiration for this century cannot be more roads, it must be more connection. A resilient community is one where housing, energy, food, and mobility are designed to reinforce one another. One where public spaces absorb heat and floodwaters, but also are spaces to host conversations and a diversity of cultures. Where every roof is an opportunity for energy generation or food growing. And we can already see glimpses of this transition around the world. One often cited case study is, of course, Copenhagen, where cycling infrastructure has made clean mobility the default, cutting emissions while improving public health. Singapore's green roofs and vertical gardens cool the city, improve the air quality, and create shared green space in one of the densest urban areas in the world. In Medellin, Colombia, cable cars, libraries, and parks were introduced into formerly marginalized hillside communities. And these additions transformed areas that were once seen as zones of exclusion into engines of social and economic life. Again, uplifting communities from the grassroots. And to take an example from here in the UK, Sheffield's Grey to Green initiative transformed a 1.3 kilometre stretch of former dual carriageway into this vibrant green corridor that you see here and that you saw in my title slide as well. So the city integrated drainage systems, tree planting, wildflower meadows, and generous pedestrian and cycle paths. In addition, this project, of course, reduces the risk of flooding in the area while also improving biodiversity and everyday people's lives, supporting the sustainable travel. Beyond these individual case studies, there are genuinely so many reasons for hope. For one, in spite of the frankly terrifying geopolitical upheaval that we're seeing around the world, the clean energy transition is well underway, whether Trump wants to stop it or not. In the first half of this year, renewable energy overtook coal as the top source of electricity globally. Don't remember seeing that one in the headlines, do you? Now, the cost of solar has dropped a whopping 90%. And here in the UK, in 2021, renewables generated about 27% of our energy on the grid. Just 3 years on, they made up 37%. 10% increase, that's massive. Officially surpassing fossil fuels as of this year. This year, solar panel installations in the UK also hit 1.73 million, which is a 6.8% increase on last year. So it's not just linear increase, it is genuinely an exponential curve. With that being said, of course, we need to dial up the speed and the scale because we need this transition to happen faster than may seem realistic or to some may even seem possible. What and how we build is one part of that equation, but of course, people are the other. Not only do we need to invest in training and upskilling, education, but we need people to see themselves in this transition. And of course, that includes every single person in this room. Now, the title of today's event is Shift. And when I've spoken to folks in this sector, I've observed that there are 3 key mindset shifts that we need to embrace to accelerate this transition. The first is from seeing sustainability as a constraint to realizing that this is a tremendous opportunity. Now, unfortunately, a lot of sustainability communications has framed this issue in the negative, right? And through the lens of scarcity. Eat less meat, don't go on your fun Spain holiday each summer, don't eat the beef burger. It's a lot of no and don't and negative, right? We need to reframe this to just how much better our communities can be and how much better we can feel when we center sustainability, not at the cost of people, but alongside communities. Within this industry, imagine if instead of seeing sustainability as a frustrating, bureaucratic tick-boxing exercise, which I'm sure it feels like sometimes, what if we saw sustainability as the greatest design brief in all of human history? What if we saw it as an invitation to rethink, to redesign, excuse me, and to rebuild in ways that are more beautiful, that are more efficient, and critically, that are also more just and equitable? The second shift we need to embrace is that we can only, or that we must prioritize the short term, to we must adopt a long-term vision. For decades longer than I've been on this planet, our systems and structures have prioritized immediacy, quarterly profits, short-term electoral cycles, and today, in the age of social media, instant gratification. But the challenges we face demand long-term thinking, not in years, but as you shared, in generations. Every building we construct will outlive us. That's the hope. The energy it consumes, the communities it serves, the materials we choose, these decisions will shape lives, people that we won't even meet. So how might we design differently if we anchored our decisions with legacy in mind? And finally, our third mindset shift is from someone else will fix it to I can make a difference. Now, I see this first story in pretty much every room that I walk into. I remember the first time I met the CEO of a Fortune 50 company, and I was sat in the boardroom. This is someone who controls multi-billion-dollar budgets, employs tens of thousands of people. And I remember the CEO said to me, "But what do you expect me to do about it?" Right? So if we escalate that across every person in this room and beyond, if we think someone else will fix it, or it's not up to me, or even I don't have the expertise, maybe I don't have the skills or the influence, of course we're not going to solve these problems. But the world has only ever been changed by people who have the courage and sometimes the audacity and even naivety to say, I can be a person who does something. And critically, to realize that that burden, as it may sometimes feel, is not one that we shoulder alone. We can only create real change by realizing our sphere of influence, but critically hold hands with other people to push for collaborative change. What this means within the sector. So architects can shape briefs and materials. Developers can redefine success beyond short-term profit. Policymakers can embed some of the incentives that we talked about that actually reward best practice. And of course, every single one of us in this room, we are not consumers, we are citizens. And we have a responsibility to take power back into our own hands and to be active citizens when it comes to defending our democracy, which is currently under threat by some very nefarious forces. No one else is going to do it. That is on us. So we need to collaborate and join hands across industries and also across ideologies to create the conditions for change. And the final thing I want to share here is that it is so important to know your personal why. The reason I do this work is going to be really different from the reason you do this work or you do this work. Of course, there is a moral imperative when it comes to the climate crisis, to the vast tapestry of life that we share this planet with and intimately depend on, through to the most vulnerable to climate change and also the next generation. I know many of you in this room will have children. there is a moral imperative to the young people who have done the least to cause this problem but will inherit its worst consequences, and there is an obligation to future generations as well. But there are 100 other reasons to act. For one, the climate crisis, as I shared, poses the biggest design and innovation challenge the world has ever seen. Another reason, because working on climate means improving your local neighborhood and bettering people's lives. Or even, you might be financially motivated, and you can recognize that investing in sustainability today, in spite of some of the upfront costs, will save us down the line. So you might be a dreamer. Or you might like to imagine cities as living ecosystems powered by clean energy and designed for resilience. Or perhaps you want to have a legacy. Who doesn't? Whatever your reason, action today has never been more urgent. And this movement needs each and every one of you. We need people who are prepared to take risks. And within the context of a status quo that often tries to numb us to what's happening, to switch us off or distract us, we also need people who are willing to sit in discomfort. Because to sit in that discomfort is to show up with bravery and courage, like the courage of your friend who chose to get arrested, the hundreds of people who have gotten arrested in defense of a free Palestine, but also for the climate. That is the kind of courage that this moment demands. And perhaps you don't want to get yourself arrested, and that's okay. But find out what courage means to you in your life. Is it speaking out when no one else wants to? Is it feeling like the lone voice in a room? Is it having challenging conversations at the dinner table? Is it pushing an uphill battle no matter how difficult it often feels? What does courage look like to you, and how do you connect it into a why that is bigger than yourself, that is bigger than any one of us in this room? We need people who are prepared to be bold and to imagine how we might do things differently, to not just ask why is the system and the status quo the way that it is, but what if we did things differently? And not just when it's easy, but especially when it is hard. Because the future ultimately belongs to those who are ready and willing to build differently. Thank you.
Thank you, Chloe. That was amazing. Any questions out there? Stunned into silence. Yep. Yep.
It was very interesting when you. It was very interesting when you talk about retrofitting as a challenge, because you mentioned the scale of things that need to happen in the next years. And I think I work myself in that space. And one of the biggest challenges that we face also is the immediate necessity of so many people that need to work on that space that don't necessarily exist. So how do we apply that, or how do we engage with that from an education standpoint? Because we need time that we don't necessarily have. So how do you think about that?
Yeah, such a great question. So I would probably approach this from, because your question kind of alludes to like, how do we make it popular? How do we create this momentum? And from my view, a large part of that is the kind of messaging and the storytelling. And I think one of our faults, and I own this as someone who's been in sustainability and climate comms for over 10 years, is that we've allowed the conversation to be something that feels abstract, intangible, and very divorced from people's lives. And the reason why, populist figures like Nigel Farage are getting so much momentum is because he is speaking to everyday people suffering. So rather than saying to someone who's struggling to put food on the table and struggling to heat their home, rather than saying, oh, and you need to care about this other thing for the purpose of climate or the purpose of sustainability, it's adding a mental burden that that person simply can't bear. And so focusing on how do we make it as accessible as possible. And this is where it needs to be hand in hand with the policy piece as well. But how do we respond to people's direct suffering and help them realize that these solutions or these shifts are going to immediately improve their lives? And so there are some exciting initiatives, I'm sure you know better than I do, in terms of creating loan schemes that help to offset the cost of retrofitting in the UK and kind of bear the burden of that upfront cost. And so helping people understand what is available. One of the biggest criticisms of the current retrofit scheme is that it's really confusing. So people trying to retrofit their homes who are already bought in are really unsure of what kind of steps they need to take and what it means for them and what it will actually translate to in terms of energy savings and bill savings. So helping to communicate much more simply and meet people where they are. And then I think the other piece of this, from the perspective like how do we get young people excited about this as well and like wanting to work in the industry, I think a lot of young people feel really deeply disillusioned about the current state of the world. We did some research at Force of Nature a couple of years ago that found that 56% of young people believe that humanity is doomed. And what that translates to is a generation that can feel quite apathetic because they're like, well, what's the point? Back to this, story that we talked about earlier. What can I do? And so one of the big focuses at Force of Nature has been helping young people understand what they bring to the table, but also understand what the pathways are for them to get into green jobs very tangibly. Like, here is how you apply for this kind of job. Here's how you meet skills gaps. And part of that project as well has been connecting young people with mentors in the industry who can help share that experience and that insight. And so connecting, yourself, you look quite young if I do say so, but, identifying young people who are coming up who can share from your own experience of how you got into this sector and what they need to do to do the same. So I think galvanizing this next generation who are coming up and also focusing on messaging that meets people where they are rather than trying to communicate on an issue that can feel really divorced from people's day-to-day struggles and also their hopes and aspirations. Thank you.
Sir. Microphone's coming. Sorry, I should have said, please wait for microphones. If you could say who you are as well, it's really helpful for the people watching online.
Sure, Ian Johnson from Haskoning. You've both talked about short-term thinking, particularly on governments. So how do we now make the shift to longer-term governments that is cross-party supported, given the current polar opposites in the political parties in the UK as well as globally?
That's a great question. I'm happy to share, and then if you want to add.
Okay, you go first, Clover.
So as I said, I think we're becoming, our attention spans are getting shorter and shorter. And I think that's kind of reinforced by social media and the immediacy of social media. But we also see how our politics is so incredibly reactive. And so we need to, again, back to the kind of storytelling piece, help people get out of this kind of reactivity to understand the long-term nature of the solutions that we need. And there are a number of leaders who are already leading the way on that. I think Sadiq Khan, Mayor of London, is a great example of someone who is looking 10, 20, 30 years down the future of what it means to make London a more resilient city and what kind of upfront multi-billion-dollar investments are needed to facilitate that transition. I also think, we're seeing so much kind of political tension where a lot of nefarious actors have very effectively weaponized sustainability and climate, and they've made it political when 30 years ago it simply wasn't. It was political insofar as fossil fuel companies had an agenda, but not in terms of left-right politics. And so I think that's also where we need to be quite clever to communicate policies that have the capability to cut across the kind of political binary. So they've done some really interesting studies in America, for example, where when they talk about the solutions that underpin climate action, whether it's more sustainable infrastructure, better education, focusing on rights for women and girls, they have bipartisan support. But the moment you mention the words climate change, now it's like a very deep division fractured across the middle. So that's where we need to think of more creative ways to communicate the kind of policy shifts that are needed. There is a really exciting project in Bristol, I want to say, where a community has built the largest wind turbine in the UK. And what was really interesting, a friend of mine, Matt Golding, did a bunch of journalism on this project and created a series of short videos to inspire other communities. And not once did the leaders of this project mention sustainability. It was all about how do we take back power to generate our own energy so we're not beholden to rising bills, and how do we work together as a community to actually represent everyday people rather than the billionaires or the policymakers who are in their pockets. The final thing I would say on that is that we do, what I've seen that is really exciting, whether it's the election of Mamdani in New York, not sure who else is following that news.
Yay.
I've never followed a mayoral race so closely. But he won by a really, really decent margin. And that's because he offered a different type of politics, where he said, I'm going to work in the interests of everyday working class people, people who are squeezed by a cost of living crisis and a rental crisis. And he focused on very simple, straightforward solutions that were easy to communicate. So, free buses, community-owned supermarkets, things like that, taxes on the rich. And even though he's running a climate campaign as well, climate didn't really come into the equation in terms of his messaging. And we're seeing the rise of kind of progressive populist movements around the world. So even though it hasn't been in the headlines, Nepal, communities of tens of thousands of young people took to the streets in Nepal. They forced their prime minister to resign. They then hosted a democratic election for an interim prime minister on Discord until they could host national public elections. Madagascar, Morocco, Indonesia, the Philippines have had huge people-powered movements where young people in particular are challenging their governments and forcing them to kind of be held accountable, and also embracing deliberative democracy, recognizing that democracy isn't something passive. It's not just going to the polls every 3 or 4 years. It has to be something that you integrate in the way that decisions are made in local communities and beyond. And so that's where things like citizens' assemblies are incredibly important, which have been piloted in places like Ireland, which is the reason why they were able to pass gay marriage and abortion rights for women, but also in France for things like climate citizen assemblies. So really using this moment of urgency where more and more people are willing to be radicalized to recognize that the current system is not built to recognize long-term threats or opportunities, and that's why we need to introduce new systems. And final thing I will say on this, sorry, I tend to give TED Talks instead of short answers. The final thing I wanted to say is from like a corporate governance perspective, from my own experience going into boardrooms, working with corporations, the system as it currently stands with, shareholder primacy will never be able to respond to the climate crisis. And we saw that this year, like a number of corporations who came out with these shiny pledges in the wake of COP and the 1.5 degree commitment. A number of those corporations very quickly backpedaled the moment they faced real political pressure by way of Trump being re-elected. Leaders who had shouted about their DE&I programs very quickly folded. Tech corporations who had positioned themselves as the leaders of green business shelved their climate commitments in favor of AI, which is energy guzzling and water guzzling. So we can't rely on corporations who are ultimately responsible to their shareholders and not to their stakeholders to be the leaders in this transition. And that's where regulatory and structural change is so important for things like benefit corporations, which actually shift that on its head and say, no, your responsibility as a company is to your stakeholders. And there are loads of SMEs and like small B Corps and disruptor companies who are embracing that. But that change is not going to come from the big incumbents, from my view.
I don't know that I've got anything to add, actually. It was a great TED Talk. You mentioned B Corps, which I think is great. And B Corps is this kind of community. I was with a hotel chain. They were the first hotel chain to gain B Corps accreditation, a company called Exclusive. And the boss of that, Danny Pecorelli, was just very proud. He just said, 2 years ago I spent £2 million with other B Corps. This year I spent £5 million with other B Corps. So it's that kind of building of a community of. And you don't necessarily have to be B Corps to be part of that community. There's just that kind collective of people, and we can do the same again with things like Ethical Consumer magazine. We can all use our own expenditure. Like in this room, average one of us, each one of us will probably have £2-3 million that we'll spend in our lifetimes. So there's several £100 million in this room that we can spend one way or the other. But the kind of long-term thing, which was your question, when you see things like our NHS, the threat of that, and I think just people don't really understand that. And I think NHS, good health, good education, good food, diet, all those things all actually tie into, and I think you put it brilliantly and very well, is if we have spaces that we love, where we know each other, that's safer for one. So all these things that are made to be threats, actually it's up to us to kind of say, no, if we get on with people and we have those community spaces and we grow our veg, and old people can teach you young people and young people can teach old people, and we have that exchange. But there are some things, and I would say climate, education, NHS need to be lifted out from short-termism, and we need to have kind of collective opinion of that. And maybe we can tweak around the edges a bit, but if we want to live in that world, it's like, it's ours to go and live in. I mean, and I think a growing number of people are it's dawning on them that this 2050 thing is like screaming towards them. And I'm not going to say exactly how old you'll be there, because that's a rude thing to do, but
50.
You'll be 50 at that time. So that's really tangible. And I think, I've had conversations with people where it's dawned on them that their kids are going to be, they're going, what, my kid's only going to be like 28 or something by then, and they're struggling with that. So I think that's coming at us, and it is down to us, isn't it, really? That's one of the great things about this kind of conference, is that we are here and we go back out, and we go off and do stuff. And it's going from the kind of theory and challenging these people who, when they want to short-term it. The water industry is classic for that. And Rob, maybe you can just lob in, how long is a construction project, roughly, from conception, client walking in the door and going, I've got a project, can we have a discussion, to occupation? Ballpark, 18 months?
Depends on the size of the project,
Yeah,
but it's a long time.
A long time.
It can be, the shortest, it's a couple of years. At the longest, it can be 10 years.
Okay. So by the very nature of a construction project, that's that kind of time scale that we've got to be thinking on. So, there's almost no project. And long-term investment and stability needs a long-term horizon. There was a classic moment, wasn't there, when Rishi Sunak kind of went, oh, we're going to slow down, electric vehicle rollout, etc. And that was kind of, that was generally spread across the whole thing. But then the bosses of the kind of car factories were going, well, we're not. We just built this factory, and there's like a 10-year payback, and we're going to carry on and do what you can kind of do what you want, really. And that was the slide that I put up about politics is kind of, may make a lot of noise, but actually the general trend is off in one direction.
I'd love to add one final thing to that, and then I'll zip it.
Couple more. It's okay. It's good time.
I just wanted to reference as well the Future Generations Act out of Wales, which was a tremendous show of leadership and long-term kind of decision-making. So led by Sophie Lowe, and to begin with, the Commission established that every decision made needed to take into account not just current generations but future generations. And the way that they were able to do that is by redefining what success looked like for Wales. And so they changed their definition from focusing on economic growth to focusing on prosperity. And that seemingly simple shift allowed them to take into account that vast tapestry of stakeholders and really think about what does it mean for people today to prosper, for nature to prosper, but also for young people coming 10, 20, 30 years down the line to prosper as well. So that was an amazing example of how, a commission or regulatory change can force entire industries to move as well.
And interesting, they were saying the water company there were the first company to shift and change, and they did that because they were owned by the people of Wales in their mind, and the bills were paid, and they were the Welsh Environment Agency. So it's funny, isn't it? We can just go over the other side and down a bit, and we get to a kind of an independent, free-thinking nation. Oh, sorry. One more question. Another couple of questions we got? So, yep, microphone's coming
From all sides.
from all sides. Double mic. Mike.
Hello.
Hello.
Stuart Hutchinson. I work for 13 Group, which is a large RP on Teesside. So I just
What's
like to
RP? Retail park? No? What's RP?
registered provider,
Okay.
social housing.
Okay.
So an organisation with about
Yeah.
35,000 social homes.
Right, wow.
So I'd just like to ask, really, both of you, what would be the activists' approach to spreading the budget for refurb amongst 35,000 homes? Do you go for the holistic approach, which I latched onto in your presentation, Clover, or do you try and do a bit for everybody?
Good question.
Yeah, I think it is.
I guess the activist approach would be to say, how do you scale up the budget? How do you do the impossible? How do you bring in additional investment? I think what is super compelling about these case studies is the fact that they've taken a really holistic approach, so that rather than trying to kind of be piecemeal, they can say, look at this building in its entirety and just how much it has improved kind of savings, energy, people's well-being. It feels tangible, it's exciting, it's easier to sell. So I'm probably really unqualified to give you professional advice on this, but I think from an activist perspective, it would be, how do you create more holistic kind of case studies to serve as a really inspiring kind of moonshot, North Star example of where we all collectively need to go to, and then how do you use that compelling vision to bring in more resources, more investment, so that it can be scaled across many more blocks of flats. That's what I would say.
And I think it's kind of, what do you get if you live in that community, in those homes? Your education will be better, you'll perform better at school, your health, it's the number of times you go to the doc and the burden on the NHS system. And at the moment, we haven't quite, and I know, monetize what the benefits of those are. So those are part of that overall holistic thinking. And, there's people like Dr. William Bird, who was the GP who kind of coined the phrase green gym. And he just knew that just by getting people outside and walking, and, even during a basic consultation, if you took, rather than him sit one side of a desk in a surgery, if he took the person for a walk around, they went from a 1 to a 3, just in terms of how they felt. And that then impacts on all of those other aspects. And, our NHS is burdened, our education system is burdened, etc. So I think how we bring all of those costs together and we have those proper debates and arguments, if you've got 35,000, you said.
Yeah.
So it's almost like, what are the benefits of that? So where are the QSs? And this is where we need people like QSs to talk to the medics, to talk to the education, and then run the numbers. And then run those numbers that's an activist-y kind of thing. We know the issue, and then give us the facts and the figures. And one of the amazing things that happened with SAS was that when we put our hand up and started campaigning, we had all these people come and help us, like scientific papers, engineering. All of those people came and helped because there was that kind of push forwards. And I think we've got enough of people leading it, the activists, but the activists need facts and figures and support behind them. We're going to hear today, we're going to hear later from Barbara that you can make, how many story? 12-story straw bale, we can go off and do these things. I've just had a light flashed at me, I think. Correct? Not intentionally. Oh, not intentionally, but we are. Right, okay. I was getting ready. Katie's going to hit me with the orange thing that matches my shirt if I overrun. Should we break for coffee? I think there, unless anybody's got one more burning question.
If I could just come back.
Sure, yeah.
Just on that,
and then we'll break.
Sort of thing. I'm lucky enough to be more involved in new development, so I don't have to worry so much as some of my colleagues about the 35,000, but obviously I've got a guilty conscience, especially after being here today. But we delivered what I thought was an excellent project. I wouldn't I, because I was involved. But shared communal gardens, houses like circling the wagons almost, dead rough part of Middlesbrough, regeneration, properly great. Got all the great and the good there. And I find myself saying to the chief exec, well, is this what we do? Or do we do more cheaper? What do you cut? That's where I am.
Okay.
A conversation to be continued in the coffee
Yeah.
break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I would love to just add one piece of kind of climate psychology, which I find is really interesting that I think applies. So Krista Mayer is an amazing neuroscientist from the Climate Action Lab at UCL in London. And he's studied something really interesting, which is that, okay, of course, you know, the majority now want action on climate, but how do we actually translate that to behavior change, belief change, people translating their beliefs into action? And what he's found is that no amount of kind of intellectual messaging is going to do the job. You need to create environments where people can actually experience the difference. And this is where, you know, projects like the ones we're talking about, where people actually experience what it is to be in community, what it is to, you know, harvest your own food, get your hands in the soil, what it is to, you know, have cheaper energy bills. That is how we shift people's kind of action and behavior on climate. And so I think that's also, we haven't really touched on it today, but where the arts and culture is so important as well. How do you create experiences for people? And I think the built environment and how we build really intentionally is such an important place where we can really model that and then scale it up. But I would love to continue the conversation.
Lovely. Can we have a round of applause for Clover Hogan?
Oh,
Thank you. Thank you, Clover. And we'll be back in at 11:25. Coffee out there. Lovely. Thanks very much, everybody. That was great. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Crikey. Well, if ever there was a sign of a good conference, it's the level of discussion and debate and passion in the room there. So thank you ever so much again, Clover, for that talk. I think we've fired and kind of on some nerves here. We know we need change. And I had the great pleasure of having dinner last night with our next speaker and some other people. But Gareth Kane, a strategic advisor, author and podcaster, he's been helping organisations to thrive in a low-carbon circular economy for over 25 years. So kind of some experience and skin in the game, but with clients as well from the BBC to BAE Systems and the NHS. Authored 5 books on business and sustainability and zero carbon. And facilitates the Sustainability Leadership Roundtable. But this is the bit that intrigued me. Gareth believes that sustainability is about change and change is about psychology. His approach aims to make sustainability more relevant to employees rather than expecting them to convert to environmentalism. And he's also an elected member of the Newcastle City Council for over 20 years. Please welcome to the stage, Gareth Kane.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. This is kind of the thesis of my talk. Can more local power deliver better policy? And as Chris has said, not only am I a sort of sustainability professional, I've also been a councillor for 20 years. You can see from the colours I'm wearing which party I'm aligned with, but I have to say I'm not talking about party policy. This is a non-partisan speech. This is my views only. And he also mentioned the podcast. I'm a middle-aged man. I've got a podcast. It's The Law. But I will refer back to it later on. But if you don't do anything else from this talk, please check out the podcast. Another thing about me is this is my house here. You'd probably guess I didn't take the picture. But it was built in 1895. This picture was taken, I believe, in 1910. And just to put that in a bit of context, because we talk about these times, you'll notice there's a horse and cart at the bottom of our hill, and there's a horse and cart halfway up. It's no surprise that the one at the bottom is waiting, because the guy who lived then in the house opposite mine, his job was to own an extra horse. So when you were bringing your cart along Ousburn Road here, wanted to go up Stratford Road, for those of you who know Newcastle, he would literally, for a payment, give you extra horsepower to get up the hill. So it was a completely different age. And what strikes me every time I see this photograph is all the people involved in designing, approving, building our house are dead. Their children are dead. Some of their grandchildren might still be kicking about, but really the people like me, my family, who live in houses like this are the equivalent of their great-grandchildren or great-great-grandchildren. So when we build houses or other buildings, somebody mentioned 60 years before, we're already going at 130. Our house will almost certainly be around by 2050, when we're talking about net zero by 2050, and will probably be there long before I've shuffled off this mortal coil. So that's a bit of a downer, but what gets me is an awful lot of the policy discussions at the minute, and with a government minister saying build, baby, build, is about trying to, quote, strip away, the policies that stop us building, and it concerns me. And I really hope the Future Home Standard actually comes into law, but it just always concerns me that there's a short-term pressure on politicians to strip away policies which will have implications for not just a couple of generations to come, but maybe 5 generations to come. So policy is a very, very difficult thing. And we always put these great best practice case studies. I don't know if any of you are Octopus Energy customers. Yeah, we've got a few. Absolutely amazing company. They burst on the scene from nowhere. They are not a traditional energy company. They see themselves as a data company. they've got this very clever piece of software called Kraken, which underpins everything they do. And they've started pioneering things like, if you promise not to switch on your oven at 6:30 on a Tuesday night, then they will give you free energy on a Sunday. And if you know about how the energy system works, meeting those peak demands is much more carbon intensive than meeting demand any other time of the day, because the peaker power plants are not as efficient as the if it's gas, say combined gas. Get it right. Combined cycle gas turbines. Yeah, get it that way. I mentioned the podcast. I love this episode. Emma Fletcher of Octopus came on to talk about their Zero Bills Homes project. I don't know if anybody's aware of this, but they're actually building them, but this is a concept version where they reckon with the solar panels, heat pump, and battery, that by taking the excess energy, they can supply you either directly from the solar and battery or via the grid, all your energy for the year round at £0, 0 pence per year. And when we're talking about, I don't know about you guys, but when you open the energy bill, it is a real shock. But they reckon that with technology they have today, they can do that at £0, 0 pence. So absolutely phenomenal. Obviously, and as you guys will know probably better than me, when we get to 2050, like my house, most of the houses have already been built. Now, we keep getting told you can't retrofit heat pumps to old buildings. It's another podcast guest, Alex Hilton. I brought this one forward to last Friday, so I'd be able to talk about it if any of you want to check it out, because he was further down the queue, and I brought it forward. He has a 16th century farmhouse, grade 2 listed, and he's just installed, it's actually the biggest available domestic heat pump. He's got solar in the garden, obviously can't put it on the roof. Can't touch the fabric, we're always told that's a big problem. Strangely, he's not allowed to change the Victorian radiators, which I find, because of the listing, but I find that really odd because it's 16th century, it was built before anybody knew what a radiator was. But these are all the sort of policy tangles you get involved in, but he's done it, and he's basically done a net zero house out of what you really, really, really wouldn't want to start with. So this is focused my mind on my house, because one of the things I still have is a combi gas boiler, and I want to change it. But in terms of policy, we don't really have policies to encourage much of this. Again, we see planning applications coming before the council, and they have nothing special about low carbon energy on them. In fact, a lot of policy gets in the way. This is a recent headline. They realized that you couldn't put a heat pump right up next to your property boundary, so they've had to change the law to allow you to do that. And it was the same when solar came in. If you were a pioneer and wanted to put in solar panels, you had to get planning permission. Now you don't necessarily. So a lot of policy is actually holding us back and has to be unpicked. I was at the Net Zero Northeast conference yesterday, and the same message came from that we've heard already this morning, that we can do all these things, a lot of the good things are happening, but they have to accelerate massively. So what I started thinking about for this is, how do we make policy work faster for us? Why is it so slow? So I want to take what you might think is a trivial example, but pavement parking really boils my piss. Beyond those trees is Hotspur Primary School, for those who know Newcastle. All my kids have been through Hotspur. This is their way to walk. I want children to be able to walk to school unaccompanied. How can I do that if people are driving on and off the pavement en route? I think it's 40 people every year are killed walking on pavements. You think road accidents happen when you cross the road? 40 people a year are killed while walking on pavements, and who knows how many more are injured. Now, if this was in London, this guy would get a ticket automatically. Pavement parking has been banned in London since 1974. I was 3 years old in 1974, just to put that in context. Great. So we know that policy works. So why don't we do it in Newcastle? Is because the government as yet won't allow us. So there's 78 of us councillors sit across the road there in the Civic Centre, all of us with an elected mandate. Why can't we make the decision to ban pavement parking if we want to, or not if the vote goes a different way? Why are we not allowed to do it? It's really frustrating. And it gets caught up in politics because in 2020, Boris Johnson held a consultation on extending pavement parking ban outside London with 3 options. The results of that consultation have never been published. In 2023, I put a motion to Council asking the Council to write to the then Secretary of State for Transport asking when would that consultation be published. We got a letter back, boilerplate, blah, 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 still considering, etc., etc. At that time, Rishi Sunak was launching his plan for drivers. He did not want to upset drivers at that time, as if drivers have a right to do this. So it's very frustrating. We'd hoped with the change of government things might change, but of course the current government is in a bit of a pickle, shall we say, and I think it's the same thing. They could publish this tomorrow. They don't want to do it because they don't want any more negative headlines than they already have. Now, there are solutions, of course. That's what's there now. And I like a bollard. But, you know, we're an inner city ward, and we have peppered our ward with bollards and racecourse fencing to try and keep motorists off pavements, off green spaces. It's absolutely ridiculous. If it's worked in London for 51 years, we know it works. Why can't we do it in Newcastle? And it's because everything is centralised, and we wait constantly for the pen of one person in Westminster. Somebody, when they walk out of their office, they won't see pavement parking because it's been banned there. We're waiting for that to give us locally permission. Going back to the built environment, you guys all be aware of this. We've got a national planning policy framework, and then every local authority publishes their local plan, and that can have supplemental documents and everything. I assume you're all aware that our local plan and all these documents require governmental approval before they can come into force. So there's a massive incentive not to stray too far from the NPPF so that you get it through easily. So those local plans, despite all the fine words about placemaking and creating a better place, blah, 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 all this stuff, they're basically local delivery plans for the NPPF. And I challenge people, I would love to try this, is to take the Newcastle plan, to replace all, put in Leeds or Bristol, and see how long it would take people to notice. And they probably need to get the appendices where the maps are to really go, oh, this isn't Leeds, this isn't Bristol, because they are so vanilla. We have this massively centralised system of planning. So, what's the alternative? My partner's a bit of a high-flying academic, and sometimes I get to go interesting places as a bag carrier. We went to Portland for a couple of weeks. Portland is regarded as the most sustainable city in the US, so I blagged a meeting with their sustainability manager to see what they do differently. And basically it comes down to they have massive localized power. In the US, states have a lot of power, cities have a lot of power. They can just do stuff the way they want to do it. So Portland, as well as being weird, and in a good way, it's the rainiest part of the US. So they introduced, decades ago, the kind of stormwater management policies that we have in this country now. But they were decades ahead of the game, and now everybody's able to copy them. But they could just do that on a local level without having to go to some higher authority like us. Wales has devolution. Wales is the second best place in the world for recycling domestic waste. 66% in Wales. The best performing English councils are 60%. The average is 44%. We get dictated to. The government recently brought in so-called simpler recycling rules that we have to follow, and we cannot decide locally. Wales are allowed to decide what they want to do locally, and they're at 66%. The difference is phenomenal. And one place where somebody did get something through the planning system, the Merton rule, from about 20 years ago, the London Borough of Merton introduced a rule where if you had a development over a certain size, you had to supply a certain proportion, I think it was 10% of the energy on site. Now, what that did in practice was it made you drive down the energy consumption so that 10% became feasible. This was widely adopted by other authorities because they thought, well, it works there, we can do it. And then it became national policy. So I'm right up against time. The central thesis to this is if central government loosened the grip on all this policy and devolved it out to local authorities, then we could try stuff and everybody else could plagiarize what works of their peers. So it's not every local council will stand up and say, we want more powers, we want to be able to do stuff. But you know, I hope I've illustrated that it really is ridiculous. And the places that do it are popular. I saw in the local Senedd by-election, the pundits said, Reform were going to win it because people hate the 20-mile-an-hour default speed limit that the Welsh government had brought in. Plaid Cymru was one of the supporters of the 20-mile-an-hour route. They destroyed Reform. So not only were they allowed to do a local policy and implemented it, but it has been endorsed by the public. Likewise, Sadiq Khan with the ULEZ expansion, which again we were told was going to be really unpopular and was really unpopular. He won easily in 2024, his re-election. So we've got to give people these powers, and hopefully with the devolved combined authorities, the metro mayors, hopefully they will increasingly be given powers to actually do stuff, and we can start to make stuff happen much more quickly than waiting for one person in Westminster to sign off on a piece of legislation. And that is my thesis. Thank you.
Thank you, Gareth. And we're going to have a panel in a minute, and Gareth's going to be back up on it. So our next speaker, Gillian Hardy, is the Director of ARUPS, and she's the leader of ARUPS business in Scotland, Northern Ireland, and the north of England. And I think everybody should know who ARUPS are, but they're an amazing global company, been around for a long old time, with a really good ethos that's always been right through. And she's delivered multidisciplinary designs right across the board on national and international projects. Please welcome to the stage Gillian Hardy.
Good morning, I think, still, everyone. Yeah, okay. It is an absolute pleasure and slightly intimidating to be here today to speak to you all. And I just want to thank Space Group for the very kind invitation and for bringing us all together to have these really important conversations. So yeah, my name is Gillian Hardy. I'm a director at ARUP. I'm responsible for leading our teams across Northern Ireland, Scotland and the north of England. And I also work globally and locally with our colleagues to really deliver projects that shape the built environment. So I'm just going to tell you a little tiny bit about ARUP before we get started. So we're a global collective. We've got more than 19,000 employees, engineers, advisors, technical advisors, and we work across nearly 100 offices in about 34 countries. We were founded in 1946 by Ova Arup, who actually was born here in Newcastle. And we do combine technical excellence with a deep commitment to sustainability and social value. In our Newcastle office, we've got about 300 people, and we're maybe more known for some of the iconic, if you like, projects, the Sydney Opera House, the Water Cube, the Penguin Pool, but our legacy is really deeply grounded in the northeast, and one of our most celebrated structures is actually the Kingsgate Bridge that we've personally designed. But I think what's really important to say is we are independently owned, and what this means is that our organisation is held in trust for the benefit of people and for us to invest back into the community and our employees. And that really allows us not to be beholden to shareholders, but think about our longer term impact and make decisions and innovate with that freedom. So I personally joined Arup because I wanted to be part of an organisation that didn't just talk about change, but actually did deliver it both through our projects, but also through our partnerships and through our advocacy. And today I just want to share some of those stories that hopefully give you a little bit of insight into that. So today I want to talk about bridges. So not just physical ones. This one is a bridge close to my heart. This is the Queensferry crossing in Edinburgh, which actually in itself set new sustainability standards by rethinking the bridge design and also looking at how we could relocate multimode transport onto existing Forth Road Bridge. So this actually saved 100,000 tonnes in embodied carbon. But actually what I want to talk to you about is the metaphorical bridge that connects vision to reality, and that being policy. And I want to explore what happens when that bridge potentially doesn't take us far enough and isn't enough to take us where we need to go to. So at that point, when we need to look to advocacy and activism to really push us that little bit further. So we all know we're living in volatile times, you know, political uncertainty, economic pressures, rapid technological changes, really changing our world at pace. And it is so easy to become disheartened and distracted by the sheer scale of those challenges. But if there's one thing we absolutely must not lose sight of, it's the urgent need, and I'm sure we all are in total agreement in this room to address climate change. And we really need to keep our focus, our laser focus, on fostering collaboration, on realistic and implementable solutions, and on really prioritising the long-term well-being both of our planet but also of our communities. So policy is how we transform our ambition into reality. It's the essential mechanism that takes our climate goals and translates them into planning frameworks, into investment strategies, into procurement rules, and it serves as that bridge to take our aspirations into real, tangible, measurable outcomes we can deliver. We all know in this room, you know, policy changes are aiming at net zero, are aiming at limiting global warming to within 1.5 degrees, but we also know that global pledges are really currently falling short of meeting this goal. And again, we know in the UK we're legally committed to meeting net zero target in 2050, and just like to say in Scotland in 2045. However, the ability to really deliver on these legal commitments are uncertain. We don't feel confident in that yet, whether it's through funding gaps, through infrastructure delays and skill shortages. There's really a lot of progress that we still need to make. And again, I feel I'm probably preaching to the converted, but we know climate risks can also be extremely costly. We hear from the World Economic Forum, they're highlighting that business leaders and global experts, while initially in the sort of short-term 2 years, the sort of risks that they see at the forefront of their mind are geopolitical and technological. But if we take that view a bit further out to the 10-year key risks, they're absolutely dominated by environmental risks. We also see market pressures, reputational risk, clients demanding more. We see the risk of stranded assets when people fail to take action on their existing assets. New reporting standards, we are hopeful that are coming, and also FCA rules are making climate disclosures much clearer and mandatory, ensuring that claims people make are fair and substantiated, which should help us. So this increase in transparency hopefully will get us closer, but still not where we need to be. In particular, we're seeing a lot of interest in how do we retrofit and reuse existing buildings to avoid that risk of stranded asset. This building here, this is a building called Norton Foolgate, and it's a landmark regeneration programme in London. Our client set out an ambition to create a vibrant and sustainable mixed-use development that would not only preserve the area's historic character, but would set new standards for low-carbon design in the area. So their vision was to demonstrate how retrofit and reuse can really drive meaningful climate action, combining heritage-led regeneration with cutting-edge sustainability and delivering lasting social and environmental value. So policy comes in many different forms, and each can play a unique role. There are obviously regulatory policies that we all hear a lot about, laws, government regulations. They can set standards for emissions, energy use, building codes, but this really defines the absolute minimum action that we can take. There are strategic policies that can provide direction through frameworks and action plans like net zero roadmaps or city climate strategies. They can really guide collective action. Excuse me, sorry. Sorry. So they can really guide us through meeting our ambition through clear steps to get there. There are also organisational policies, commitments set by companies, commitments set by institutions, that really can shape how the company operates and where they invest, and much more we're seeing these actually published and visible, so that can really drive that accountability in company behaviour. And there are also enabling policies where we can think about what needs to be in place to enable the vision, remove the barrier and provide support to really ensure that we can create the conditions for innovation, investment and also collaboration. So each type of policy can help guide action, decision making and really provide the structure and the momentum that we need to deliver real change. So hopefully that the need to act is clear, the drivers are clear, and there are a number of policy types that we can implement to really make that change. So I'm just going to take you through a couple of examples of projects. So firstly, I'm going to talk about organisational policy and Arup's organisational policy. So we have set ambitious targets as part of our organisational policy to be science-based net zero by 2040 and reduce our direct emissions by 90%, our indirect emissions by 35% by 2030 based on our 2019 baseline. We've also committed to doing whole life carbon assessments on all our buildings projects and sharing that data. And we also made a commitment to do no new energy commissions that involved fossil fuels. And we made these announcements at COP26 in Glasgow in 2022. So we're being very vocal about these commitments and we're expected to be held accountable to these commitments. So these goals help shape our projects, but they also shape how we operate. And this really led us to delivering this building here, which is our Leeds office, 11 and 12 Wellington Place. And this actually became the first building in the UK to achieve 5-star neighbours in operation rating, which is a benchmark for energy efficiency performance. So the building's fully electric, it's got high performance facades, efficient systems, smart controls, PV. And as a result, Wellington Place uses about 40% less than a typical UK office building, saving about 500 tonnes of CO2 compared to standard practice. And it was really our sustainability policy guiding us at every stage from design and construction, but then ongoing maintenance, ongoing management, and ensuring that the performance was measured, it was verified, and we looked at continuously improving it. So hopefully this really demonstrates how that organisational policy and practice can deliver change. So an example of a strategic policy, we were working with an investor-backed affordable housing fund. And we basically helped them look at a social housing framework that set really clear standards for quality, sustainability, and also affordability. So the policy framework ensured that social housing development are not only energy efficient, but they're also designed to address the well-being of the residents and the community and assess their connectivity to employment opportunities. And so in addition to providing an operationally net zero carbon house, it was essential to the client that all the properties had the end result of putting more money in the occupant's pocket at the end of the day. So by embedding these requirements into the planning and the procurement, the framework turned that social ambition into tangible, actionable outcomes. So one more example. This is an example of an enabling policy in Madrid. So we worked with the City Council to develop a plan called Madrid and Natural. Rather than mandating a single solution, this enabling policy provided guidance and incentives and a shared vision to look at how we could integrate nature-based solutions like green roofs, urban forests, and river restoration around the city. So this really empowered local authorities, developers, and communities to innovate, and the policies helped Madrid adapt to climate change, improve urban well-being, and foster collaboration at every level. So in each of these examples, policy has played a key role in turning that ambition into real measurable progress. However, policy can have its limits. We all know it can be slow, it can be reactive, it can be constrained by political cycles, it can be hampered by institutional inertia. And a compelling example of overcoming some of these limitations can be found in a piece of work that we did with South Auckland, and it was basically an economic master plan. So this is a rapidly growing and diverse region in the North Island of New Zealand, and traditional approaches alone weren't really sufficient to address the scale and the complexity of the economic, social and climate challenges that they were facing. So the master plan was then shaped through deep collaboration, bringing together local Maori leadership, government, the private sector and the wider community to then co-create a 30-year vision for sustainable prosperity. So rather than being held back by fragmented or slow-moving policy, this master plan demonstrates how we can integrate both economic and social planning and spatial planning, and then bring partnership to deliver that long-term vision, unlocking investment, fostering innovation, delivering outcomes that are both economically robust but also socially inclusive. And already under this framework, there are a number of major investments underway, including new research and manufacturing campuses, affordable housing and sustainable infrastructure. So hopefully this demonstrates that although sometimes policy can slow progress, if we look to have proactive engagement, robust evidence and really strong collaboration, we can empower communities and developers to deliver more ethical and resilient solutions. Another area where we came across policy limitations was our work with the Australian Capital Territory. So urban areas in ACT face risks from climate change, urban heat, flooding, environmental degradation, and living infrastructure like green roofs, urban forests often provide benefits, but progress was really being held back by slow and fragmented and outdated policy. So barriers included lengthy plan approvals, unclear standards, a lack of coordination across the agencies. But despite these challenges, we worked really hard with the stakeholders to develop a practical roadmap for change. So again, we built evidence base to demonstrate the value of the living infrastructure. We engaged with government and industry to really streamline those approvals, and we made recommendations around governance structures that really helped with continuity across those political cycles. And sometimes policy doesn't go far enough to meet the ambitions set out by our clients. This example here is Copenhagen Metro M5 line. So in this case, Copenhagen Public Transport Authority set us a challenge, not just to meet policy standards, but to create a new standard in terms of reduction of embodied carbon. So to achieve this, we went beyond compliance and we advocated for a total design approach. So we brought together the client, the maintainers, and experts across various disciplines, and we really drove the design thinking through a series of workshops and site tours. So for this advocacy of holistic cross-discipline thinking led to some innovations. Firstly, we took some inspiration from data center design by raising the equipment operating temperature, which allowed us to minimize cooling requirements and reduce plant room sizes. We rethought the way we did safety fire safety design and under platform spaces, and that made us to make much shallower stations and actually lose one floor. And as a result, we cut embodied carbon by 40% compared to the previous metro line design that we had done. And this also improved the passenger journey and construction efficiency. So hopefully this shows that by championing collaboration and setting those really challenging targets, we can go far beyond policy and deliver transformative outcomes. And sometimes policy is way too narrow and it misses the social dimension and the lived experience of communities. Going beyond policy often means challenging what's standard practice and advocating for those who may not have a voice as often in the urban planning process. So we recognise that traditional planning policies and frameworks were frequently overlooking the needs of girls and women in particular in cities, and that was leading to a reduced use in public transport and more sustainable modes of transport. So rather than just accepting these limitations, we worked closely with the United Nations Development Programme and Plan International to really advocate for change. So we produced research called Designing Cities That Work for Women. And that research really highlighted that one of the key barriers that women face was safety concerns, but also underrepresentation in that decision making. So we didn't just stop at that research. We co-designed a digital mapping tool, and we used that mapping tool with women and girls in Delhi and Lima and Madrid. And we really co-designed and helped identify what areas they felt safe in and what areas they didn't feel safe in. So by championing that gender inclusive design and engaging communities in the process, we really helped shape new guidance and standards that go beyond policy compliance. So in conclusion, so sometimes even with the best intentions, policy doesn't go far enough, and that's where we need leadership and advocacy to achieve our goals, and this is exceptionally true in the case of the climate crisis. So whilst robust policies and disclosures are absolutely vital, they must be accompanied by action, inclusive design and community-led advocacy. So the climate crisis is obviously not just an environmental one, it's a social one, and it most often affects the vulnerable first and hardest. So to truly deliver a just transition, we've got to ensure responses are not only technically sound, but equitable, inclusive and responsive to the lived realities of all communities. So whilst policy can link our vision to deliver that impact, we must deliver more than policy compliance. We've got to deliver leadership, advocacy and action. Policy can serve as that bridge between ambition and reality, but sometimes that bridge just doesn't get us where we want to go. And it requires people and people in this room, practitioners, communities, businesses, to really act beyond that bridge. So thank you so much for listening to me and look forward to the conversation.
You have to take a seat. Yeah, if you come and take a seat, Gillian. Where's Gareth? Gareth, if you could come up as well, please. And joining us as well, we've got Rory Keenan. Rory is from Architects Climate Action Network. So they're a network of individuals within architecture and related built environment professionals taking action to address the twin crises of climate and biodiversity, ecological breakdown. So we've got 40 minutes for a discussion. Has everybody got a water if they need a water here? Okay, any starters for 10? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name's Paul.
Oh, yeah, microphone.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, my name's Paul. I would describe myself as a technology realist, in that I think it's fantastic when new technology and innovation can deliver real value and benefits for society at large, or local communities, but I'm also strongly against any form of hype, usually in the name of money generation, and over-promising and under-delivering. Given the extremely poor credentials that artificial intelligence currently enjoys, and it looks to be a growing issue, I would say, how can policyholders balance the tension that must exist between encouraging the benefits and innovations that can come with genuine benefits, but also protect against the harms that some of these new technologies may cause.
A good start for 10. Thank you very much. The follow 3 questions, I'm not quite sure what they're going to be. Who wants to take that one first? Rory. Yeah, go. Lovely, thank you.
I think it's a really good question, and I think we have to recognise when we invent the ship, we also invent the shipwreck. So there is so much hype around technology, and there's so much whole carbon life assessment that's delivered when the building's finished, and you're like, that's not whole life, is it? You know, I think the scope of how we look at technology needs to be much longer, because in the world that I work in, a lot of the stuff I do is working in repair. So people deliver buildings, and then we have to come around 25 years later and find that it isn't working. And so a lot of the big technological processes that were promised at that time, innovations in technologies, facade systems, don't add up. And, you know, we were talking about some projects here that showed like big prefabricated panels, and you're kind of like, how do I come along later and fix that, you know, when everything's glued together, when everything's a single piece. I was looking at a project by a very important high-tech architect, and we were like, you know, to repair this, we need to take apart the whole facade because everything was sort of overlapped and linked. And so I think we need to be incredibly critical of building technology and what it promises. And I think everybody in this room who works on buildings should have to repair their own work, and then we'll actually begin to learn a lot more about what we actually think is sustainable. It can be great in terms of energy, it can be low embodied carbon, but if it starts falling apart after 25 years and people don't have the means to repair their own building, it's going to be pulled down. So I think it's really scrutinising what that technology promises and testing it. Coming back to your buildings, there's a great example of Norman Foster when they go back and they look at their buildings every 20 years and say, did that detail stand up, you know? I think a building's ability to be a good piece of architecture is what it does for communities, but it's also its ability to be robust and to still be there after 20, 50, 100 years.
Thank you.
I was immediately, from your question, thinking about the Gartner hype cycle, where everybody talks about things as if they're going to be amazing, and then there's a bit of a reckoning, and they fall into it. Is it the valley of despair? It ends up, I'm not sure if before you get a more realistic view, and I suspect we're about to see that for AI. It's like social media. Social media was wonderful when it was all free, and then as soon as they started monetizing it, it started going wrong. We're seeing some of the consequences. You know, it's wonderful. You can get ChatGPT to write your university essay for you or whatever else. But I think when they start to say, okay, we've built this, we're going to build this data center, how we're going to get some money out of it, I think that's going to change the equation. And I was just listening to something on the news. I don't pretend to understand the markets, that there are signs that a lot of investors are starting to sort of cool down their approach to AI because they feel it is being overhyped. And so I'm not sure AI is going to be this great problem that we all think it is. It will be a problem, but I don't think it will be. And of course, innovation within the AI thing, there was the Chinese version, which had a much lower carbon footprint, came out a couple of months ago. So costs, again, will start, once the economics kick in, people will be trying to do AI cheaper, and that will mean lower energy as well.
And water, we heard earlier.
Yeah, I can't claim to be an expert in AI at all, but I did recently attend a panel discussion, and the head of technology from Hong Kong Bank was there, and he was particularly talking about AI. I think some of the key takeaways for me was we absolutely can't ignore the power of AI to unlock some of our really knotty challenges, and do a lot of the more mundane tasks so that we can really focus on the innovation and pushing things on. But but also everything we know about how things work at the moment in terms of policy can't apply to AI. It's continually evolving. The people who are driving it forward aren't regulated in the same way. But again, what stuck in my mind was what he says to his children is focus on being a human being and an engaging human being. That is the biggest skill I could teach you to have right now. So I think, we're still going to need that storytelling, we're still going to need that engagement, we're still going to need to convince people through discussion and talking and conversing. We're not all going to be sitting in the corner while AI solves all these problems.
Okay. And Clover mentioned the water, so we need kind of the energy bit. So thank you for that mentioning that. But we have those kind of two massive takes, and yet no one out there. There's a brilliant little series on BBC called The Digital Human, where they were talking about that and just how we don't even know actually how to use it. It's going to come at us. And the example they used was if you wanted a recipe for salmon pasta, the easiest way to find that, one, is to pick up the cookbook that's probably sitting there somewhere in your house. Second would be to Google it, and you'll come up with either BBC Food or Jamie Oliver. But if you AI it, it'll go out there and trawl everything and come back to you with exactly the same answer of either Jamie Oliver's or BBC Food. But we'll have had 200 times the energy footprint. So at the moment, it's coming at us, and we're not kind of really asking those kind of questions. Next question. Does that answer you? Thank you. One up the back there. Microphone's coming to you, back row. I've got a hell of a good light. That one's really bad.
Yeah.
The one at the back there.
Thank you, Marek Bidwell, environmental consultant. Very interesting talks about sort of making change locally. And I'm very much in favour of that localism agenda. I'm a member of the Electoral Reform Society for that reason. And I just wondered from the panellists' point of view, if we had greater local decision making in a city like Newcastle, which is a good example because it's a sort of older city with a large built environment stock, what would sort of be your vision for what could happen? What would be your sort of top three built or green environment changes that could make a city like Newcastle more sustainable in the future?
Shall I start?
Yes,
Yeah.
if you want to lead on
Number one, ban pavement parking.
Okay.
But yes, there's a whole lot of other things that we could do, like what Portland do, and we could put solid requirements, for example, in the planning process that just aren't there. I was giving a talk to Durham University students last year, so I picked on planning and net zero, and I picked a planning application which on the brewery site is a big series of new builds on the other side of the city, sorry, down that way, and the section on climate in the application was just, we can't do anything, it's not possible. You're talking about a site, south sloping, there was nothing going to be overshadowing the site, there was nothing to stop them at least putting solar on the roof, and yet it didn't happen and it got through planning. And personally, I would like to see things like that tighten up, but again, we are completely dependent on what Westminster says that we can do here in Newcastle. And we could do lots of little things, but other authorities, like what Merton did, and they were definitely swimming against the tide. They did something different, and everybody thought, oh, that worked, and copied it. And that's what we should really see. And this sort of local decision-making, letting people try things. Some of it will work, some of it will fail, but we can all copy the stuff that works.
Yeah, I think two things on my mind. One, I get terribly sad when we are building more and more and more new stuff when there's amazing existing stock that we could be doing more with that lies empty and is just falling into disrepair. So something around really driving that thinking about how do we regenerate the city centre and make sure that all those existing buildings are utilised before we start looking at build new. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I think, starting to mandate maybe some of these policies around, as I was mentioning, neighbours in operation. So we know quite often we design buildings that have all the best intentions, but when it comes to construction and when it comes to actually how the buildings are maintained and operated, they don't align with that set out ambition. I used to work in Australia. In the CBD in Melbourne, it is mandatory to declare your neighbours rating in all central offices over a certain footprint. We've just seen in London, they've now mandated within the City of London, new builds have to be achieving 5-star in operation, and refurbishments need to be achieving 4.5-star in operation. If these things are working in London, okay, it's a different rental market, it's a different price point, but there might be a lower standard we could initially set our goals on to really drive that accountability in terms of how those buildings are operating.
Rory?
As somebody who works with existing buildings and mostly listed buildings, guys like Historic England are coming around to more sustainable technologies. We have photovoltaic panels on King's College in Cambridge, you know, like you can't see them. That's okay, you know. Yeah. So I think there is a spirit of change. I think that the historic environment, the best building is the building that's already there. We need to get better at maintaining them and repairing them. And a lot of that has got to do with skills. You know, we have lots of building stock where we no longer have the people with the skills to be able to repair them. And if we lose that, then a lot of that building stock becomes unrepairable, unusable, you know. So part of it is about how we operate these things, but also how we maintain the skills to repair them again and again, you know, over centuries, over longer times. I think, just come back to your question about what would I do in councils for sustainability, I want to use an example of the Phoebe Tickle and the moral imagination activists in Camden. So in 2002, they came in to the council and they were looking for inefficiencies. They're like, you know, you have lots of demands and things that you need to give to the community, but, you know, budgets are tough, you know. And so by doing these series of workshops, yeah, I'll give you an example. They had to build a park, plant some trees, and they were buying the trees from Wales. They were getting local contractors, and it got really expensive, you know. But by getting these councillors in the room and sort of saying, like, "What are you doing?" and like, "Let's break out of my kind of worldview," they're like, "Well, we've got trees in the council already, and you know, we could get old people and young people to come and plant them together rather than paying for contractors." You know what I mean? So, you know, getting those synergies into councils and sort of saying, no, actually, let's find opportunities where we can make all of these things come together. Because I think if we all sort of sit like that, we can miss a lot of the good stuff that's directly in front of us, you know.
So I'm just going to ask a question. Has anybody said the word love yet this morning? There's an exhibition in the Hatton Gallery, is it, next door, about, and the word love, it's on my phone there, the photo of it, but it says love. And I guess it's in your way, like if you can promote a love of Newcastle, and I know from Rob and lots of other people, there's like a fierce love of where you are. And then that allows you to then think about the building. So in a way, if your policy and that word, we kind of shy away from all too often, I think. Thoughts on that and how important that is to love like our old buildings, and you can think then extending that the skill, if you wanted to love Newcastle and you understood that getting a job and skilling up and training to do something that allows you to love the city and contribute to the city where you are, that feels like a thing. If you can go on that, Rory, I'm going to look up what this quote is from the exhibition.
I think, you know, ACAN is a volunteer organisation. You know, we spend our own free time doing this stuff because we think it's important. We've had people talk about, you know, we need more finance to do this stuff. We've also had a slide today that says GDP is going to collapse by 50%. So who's paying for it? You know. So I think a notion of care in the built environment is really completely vital to everything we're going to do. I think, you know, you choose love. I would choose something like mutual aid. How, you know, other parts of the environment can like look after each other, care for each other. Colonies of ants that are stronger together, that type of thing. And I think, you know, getting into that spirit of the built environment is something that we care for. That we all. It's not mine. It's going to end up in the future with somebody else. That notion of custodianship and mutual aid, I think, is the culture that we need to sort of build and return to.
Julia?
Yeah, and I think the other word that's sort of rolling around in my head is that pride.
Okay.
Pride of the city and pride of the community, and what that can really foster in people and drive in people to go further. But then I think as well, like when I think about love, I immediately think about my family, as is very natural. And I do think we maybe not often enough talk about what we're leaving for them, and what we're leaving for future generations. We're often bogged down in what we can afford today and what policy is today and what we're trying to achieve today. But yeah, I think that provocation of thinking about love, not just getting a bit, not just love for the built environment, but actually love for future generations, personally really drives me to do better.
Okay, thank you. Gareth?
Yeah, I was going to say the same, because we all love our children most of the time. But I deliberately couched, you know, arguments about pavement parking in terms of what about children? And when people come back to me and say, not everybody can walk, not everybody can cycle, I always say, not everybody can drive a car. How does my 16-year-old or how does my 13-year-old get around the city? Because they can't drive. So I unashamedly use that sort of emotional call, because it is about not just whether or not the government can get some growth in the economy over the next 2 years. It's what and I used the picture of my house for a very good reason. What are our children collectively, what are their children going to be left with because of the decisions we make today? So it is, when you're come up against cynics, it's a powerful, and I'm not being cynical in my own way. It's an absolute genuine thing to do, but it's a very good button to press. It works with most people.
So the title of the exhibition is by Uta Kogelsberger, Some Kind of Love, Actions and Reactions to Living on a Damaged Planet. So that's on next door. And we've been talking about kind of how long. So I live on an abandoned copper mine slag heap, where there's been a copper mines for 250 years. And I've got photographs of it in 1860, and there isn't one single tree or anything on the entire landscape. And those trees that I put in, that's kind of, you know, now there's a whole ecosystem, and it's going, and it's shedding leaves, and on it goes. And like you were saying about bringing the trees in, it's so, like, we should have that in all our schools, that we're growing the trees for our cities. And because again, then, like, I love my oak tree in the garden, and there's now jays nicking the acorns from it and going and sticking in, and on it goes. So
it's funny, everybody wants to have trees, everybody wants to have green spaces and cities and things like this, but also nature doesn't want the humans in those parts of the forest. It's like, please stop disturbing us. We need to build trees and then leave them alone for those, you know, regenerations and species and things that require them. You know, I think it's always great to have, you know, the kids running in the play park with a fountain in the back, but they're, you know, building trees, we need variety. We need to be specific about where we build them. Who are they for? Are they for humans, or are they for everything else? You know.
No, it's a very good point. Yes, part of the hill I don't even go on.
Not right, no.
I just let it go. I planted trees there 25 years ago and don't go there now. I may occasionally wander a little down just to check, but most of the time I just don't go. It's wild, and that's a privilege to be able to do that and own that piece of land. But any other questions? Let's have our next questions. We got do you mind, one here, and then we'll come over here to Andy. Oh, and we got one here because the microphone's right with you, sir. If you can say who you are and name and.
Hi, I'm Alex from Place Changes. It was great to see Canberra mentioned by Gillian. I'm actually from Canberra.
Okay.
And Melbourne as well. I've lived in Melbourne before.
I've been there.
Canberra's interesting, very top-down, very thorough, very, as you said, slow planning system. So interested to hear what you have to say, but I know Gareth and Rory will have opinions as well. My question is, if England had the best possible planning system that it could, which existing planning system in the world would it most resemble? Or what's the one lesson we could learn from somewhere else in the world to do planning better here?
Ooh, good question. Who wants to start on that one?
I think, sorry, I think I'm hesitating because I don't think anywhere has got it. That sounds really sad. I don't think anywhere has got it perfect. And yeah, I've not worked everywhere, but in a number of countries that I have worked, we always need to be going beyond that planning policy. It's never good enough, as I think I said in one of my sections. It's the minimum you're allowed to do by law. It's the lowest bar you're allowed to hit. So that doesn't really answer your question, but I can't hold up a single place as a beacon of they've got it totally right. Sorry, that's a bit of a negative answer.
I was going to argue you should pick and choose from the best, because different people, I think, as Julian says, do things better. So one of my favourite examples, I've never been to Curitiba in Brazil, but their planning system for the city, they put in a public transport system, or it was developed, and then they've shaped the city around the public transport system rather than trying to tweak the public transport system to fit the city. So in the design codes, the closer you are to one of their major transport hubs, the larger the building you're allowed to build. And that naturally moves both where people live and where people work or where people shop to those transport hubs, which makes public transport much more viable. And, you know, I was on the Manchester tram, which I really love, a couple of weeks ago. And the weird thing is it deviates completely around the university. And you just think you've got this massive source and destination for people traveling every day, and the tram system misses it out. So I think things like that, and obviously that will work in some cities, it mightn't work in others. But again, going back to my thesis, that we should be able to pick and choose rather than government in Westminster deciding what everybody has to do, apart from bizarrely London, where they have a lot more flexibility.
Yeah, I guess I'm bizarrely London in that a lot of the work that I've done has been in the not Westminster but Westminster County Council, and they've been really good at using technology, AI, and really breaking down what the sort of definitions of delivering a sustainable building is. And the planning policy has moved from being, you know, we'll give you permission for this building once you've done the sort of carbon assessment, to the way that they're looking at it is we'll build a model, early stages, and we'll give that permission. That will move forward, and that'll be permission again. So, and then we'll audit it again at the end, and sort of like, you know, trying to rather say like, oh well, you know, embodied carbon is this, and ticked off at a very stage, go for it, you know. Sort of thinking, no, we need, if we're going to give these permissions, we really need to sort of follow it through the process. And so your submission becomes a model that you have to, that they host and is externally audited, and it follows the building process, you know, until completion, you know. And I have sort of visions where that model would then be kind of, like a, you know, a custodian would be passed on to the next clients and the other people, and say, look, you know, are we maintaining, is this permission, you know, intergenerational, you know? And I think it's that level of vision of, you know, people who make planning law, you know, to think like that, and less of this sort of tick box kind of type of thing. Yeah, probably a very London-centric answer, I'm afraid.
So someone said continuous improvement earlier. That can, you know, review. So any kind of cycle of kind of continuous improvement has that, isn't it? Like policy, we don't know any of it. yet, really. We know some things, but we're going to need to keep reviewing this as we go forward over the next 100 years and off. Do you want to say?
So, yeah, just building on my rubbish answer that I gave.
Oh, no. I don't think it's rubbish.
One thing I think that does really help in policy is that declaration of the reality of what is happening. And I think where that works really well in Australia is through that competition, very competitive nation, I would say. And then that mandatory need to declare, the energy efficiency of the building. So the policy is just to declare the fact, but that has really driven the market to respond to that competition because, we've got like global airlines as an example looking at only staying in hotels that meet a certain star rating, or just within the market, tenants looking at higher performing buildings and operations. So I think there's something around policy driving, that transparency on what's actually happening that can then drive that sort of competition to improve as well.
Okay, lovely. Next question here, and then we're going to come to you, Andy, over there. So we've got a microphone here, Katie, please.
Ian Johnson from Asconing. I was also at the North East Net Zero Conference yesterday where the Mayor of the Combined Authority talked about a just transition towards net zero. And yet today we hear about how local policy, local authorities are quite constrained. So firstly, what's the point then of having a combined authority in the North East or any other region? And if there is a point, how does the combined authority help drive the policy and the change to net zero?
Who wants that one?
Well, I would argue as I said at the end of my talk, the combined authority is hopefully a step in the right direction. It's sort of a reheating of the North East Assembly that we had when I was first elected, and we had a regional spatial strategy, and I got the Merton Rule put in it, which I thought was an achievement, but then it became national policy anyway. But it gave a level of power at that time. Now, the only regional spatial strategy left in England, I believe, is again London, where Sadiq Khan has far more levers to pull. So what my hope is, as a big believer in devolution as you get, is that all these combined authorities get more powers and then copy off each other best practice. So if Andy Burnham succeeds in what he's trying to do with the buses in Manchester, then the North East could say, well, he's tried it, let's learn from him, let's do it. So I would flip it around and say, hopefully it's a move in the right direction.
Anybody got other thoughts?
And maybe in some ways back to that competition point again, in terms of what are those combined authorities delivering. I'm going to try and not mention the actual example, but a combined authority not too far from here, when we first engaged with them around a new sort of landmark building that they wanted to build, their ambition was to have the biggest. That was it, the tallest. There was this real, we want to put ourselves on the map, and we want to have the tallest building between X and Y. I won't say where, but that is our ambition, because we're going to put ourselves on the map and we're going to be well known. Now, we had a really good discussion with them about why, not only from a carbon point of view and also from a flexibility point of view, from a post-COVID point of view, from a reputational point of view, that might not be the best ambition. And that actually they could look at being the most sustainable building outside of X and Y. So again, through that discussion, it was really appealing to that ego, to be frank. And through that discussion, the building design actually completely changed. So there might be those levers that we can pull as well in terms of that competition between the various combined authorities that perhaps will help drive some of that ambition as well.
Rory?
I think maybe picking up on your point about that notion of competition, I think there still needs to be a space for the power to resist, or sort of, an activism aspect of bits of policy. things like in ACAN will, there'll be drafts of policy will come out, and people will review it and say, I don't think they've got that right, and we'll feed back into that. I think there needs to be, you can have a local government. I still think there needs to be a notion of a way to resist or push back, because we get lots of examples of, let's use an example, Seven Sisters Tottenham, in Tottenham, there's a fantastic community of South American traders, and like the local council is like, well, let's develop this into, affordable housing, blah, 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 blah. And those guys are like, no, we're here. And what we do is we provide that community, These guys, they're selling small wares. They're not using lots of energy, but they provide lots of, legal guidance. They help somebody go and find a lawyer, or, for people that don't maybe have great English in that space. So that community is so special. And they employed groups of architects to pull apart the sort of the viability plans of the council, and sort of say, no, this doesn't add up, and we're not just going to take this lying down, And so I think there needs to be that aspect of planning policy that I think that we used to have in this country, but maybe it was less so. Maybe we're less engaged with it in some way. So I think that's quite vital in planning, actually, that we have the ability to hold accountable some of these policies that get put forward, or at least given an opportunity to review or see it, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Do you think so, and then come to Andy, but do you think when, people tend to react against stuff, so most people will object against a planning application, but do people, the general public, feel that they have, and this is one you were talking about, how to engage gender, etc. Yeah. Do you think it's seen as a citizens' thing, and should we teach it in the education system to contribute to the positive vision? Are there enough opportunities within policy for people to contribute, and do they think that they can? Gillian, do you want to start with that one?
Yeah.
And then we'll come to you, Andy.
I think not.
Okay.
Not that the opportunity is not there, but the engagement. I think it's a bit of a sad thing to see, but I think people generally are less community-minded and much more self-interested than perhaps they've been in the past.
I think the community's there too.
No, absolutely. I'm broad generalisation. And I think in schools there's absolutely opportunity there. I mean, I think teachers have got obviously an incredible amount on their plate, but I do think there are some, basics that we could be teaching our children, and really engaging them in the conversation, and showing them they should actually care and be passionate about it. I think there's absolutely space there, and I think, opportunities may be there, engagement I think less so potentially than in the past. Broad generalisation.
I represent half the Ousbourne Valley, and if you're here northeast based will know which is sort of our trendiest area, I think, in Newcastle. Very hipster, very full, and it's an ex-industrial site. It's one of several places that claim to be the true source of the Industrial Revolution. That when it went into decline, artists moved in, opened studios, and then most of the quayside, and where we were eating last night, is sort of Heseltine era regeneration, which was knock everything down, build stuff up, which I'm not, at least he was doing something for cities, but it is very bland, and we've never really had communities grow in those places. Whereas the Ousbourne Valley, and this is way before my time, I can't take any credit for this, a number of those artists got together and said, we don't want the quayside turning the corner into the Ousbourne Valley and just becoming bland and no community. And they have fought that battle for decades. And there's an organisation called the Ousbourne Trust that was set up to try and create an urban village, work, live, play, which is what we called 15-minute city back in the day, and it's a much better title because the Tinfoil Hat Brigade can't start ranting about it, which I could go into that for a long time. but it's actually working, and it's taken decades, but you can see it now. And anybody here from the Northeast will know about the Eastbourne Valley, and it's a great place to go out in the evening. It's a great place to take the kids to go and do things during the day. And that sort of happened almost despite the planning system, but it took this small number of very dedicated people to set the ball rolling, and various people since then have picked up that ball and run with it a bit further, and everybody has bought into that vision that we don't want huge blocks of bland flats and nothing else. We want it, and the typical piazzas that they have architects' pictures. Sorry, I'm risking this in this audience, with people striding across. It is a genuine community-led, quirky, messy place that everybody loves. And if you're from out of the city and you do get a chance, then go and check it out.
Lovely. Andy, over here, question, and then we'll stop for lunch.
Hi, I'm Andy Pagg. I'm an outsider to the industry, and I wonder, Gareth, if you could explain to me how you've described this sort of tension between national and local policy making. Not in any way as a sort of gotcha question, but how, in your sort of uber decentralized utopia, how do you manage national priorities? I'm thinking, for example, but you'll have better ideas of the sort of NIMBYism that comes around wind farms, or the net zero goals that have to be applied throughout. Rolling your eyes. And I wonder, from Gillian and Rory's perspective, is it actually quite useful to have this kind of homogeneity across the country? Does it allow you to approach projects without a sort of, starting from step one? And is it useful to have kind of two doorways that you can go through for your advocacy on a national and a local level?
I think you exaggerated what I was saying slightly, but of course there's always going to be nationally important infrastructure, and there are rules and regulations about that, and there have been tensions. We've got this massive grid upgrade happening across the country. If we bury the power lines to move power from where it's generated, largely north down to where it's consumed, then if we bury those cables, it's going to cost a huge amount more than if they go on pylons. And, hand on heart, every local council has to play the NIMBY card a little bit. That's part of the rules of the game. But I think national government does have to look at those national issues. But I still don't understand, and I'll go back to it again, why 78 of us in the Civic Centre chamber cannot vote to ban pavement parking if it's already been proved to work in another part of the country. So there are different levels, of course. But what I'm saying is we should give local authorities the ability to experiment and try new things and innovate, and then you will get planning systems changing more quickly.
Gillian and then Rory, and short ones, please, and then we'll go to lunch.
So to build on that, I think absolutely need both. We need the ability to innovate at a local level, but we absolutely need that national policy to set those, as I said, absolute minimum standards. I think in our work, yes, it really does. We need both of those policies, but also we feel we can have that bigger influence if we can really push for advocacy at a national level that wouldn't be as coordinated and impactful potentially if you were taking a separate approach to every separate combined authority to try and push for that change multiple times.
Thank you. Rory?
It's a funny one. I think since, the sort of 2014, rebellion, the environmental protest of those years, that was full of an awful lot of energy, and everything was going to change. But I think that movement is much more intelligent now, and now that you have much more people, but with more niche topics that want to influence very particular pieces of legislation. Climate and Nature Bill, the 0 Hour, or Shade the UK, and they're really quite pinpointing where to operate, because the big energy sometimes is necessary, but you need to kind of get practical pretty quickly to begin to modify those bits. Which is interesting because then, you know, I also end up working with like Historic England, who are very, you know, are, you know, list it, don't touch it, you know, that type of thing. So, you know, in some ways, I think it has to be a sort of a dance of both. You know, you need to be able to have a very large machine that kind of that keeps the overall ship on the road, but you also need the ability to, you say, sort of swap and change bits of it quite radically. So, at some bit parts. Does it sound completely radical at some point to say that maybe don't intervene sometimes? We always feel we need a new building here, or we need to modify this, but actually sometimes it's kind of okay to leave things as they are, like the example you used, or sort of repeated terrible repairs that I see on buildings, old buildings again and again. You know, sometimes I think the built environment, a bit like dentistry, you know, you go to an architect and like, oh, you need a whole new set of teeth, and you're like, no, just be careful with me, you know. So I think sometimes you know, let's change everything at once is sometimes a bit too destructive. But I think, you know, you need that duality, you know.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Time for lunch, but can we be back at 25 to 2? Big round of applause for our panellists. Thank you. That was great. Thank you very much. So 2 kind of developments over lunch. One, I've been given a bottle of red wine for something that I did from Kate, so for Sunderland University. Yep, so that. And then secondly, I've been engaged as a mentor for this young man who's comes from Sudan, and like post-war, when that's all sorted out, which it will be, we're going to kind of do some talking about how we kind of help build the infrastructure. So if anybody else wants to help mentor people, do it. It's one of my greatest joys is to mentor a couple of people. Louis, who I mentioned earlier. So mentoring is something that we spoke about legacies and things, but you know, passing on the skills that we develop in our lives is a really important thing because we're not always going to be here. So passing on that and that baton and that learning is a really important thing. Anyway, into the afternoon session, and wasn't it a great lunch, by the way? Quick round of applause for the caterers. Woo-hoo! That was great. We now have Andy Pegg, eco-adventurer and award-winning freelance journalist, and I'm going to let him tell his story, really. But what a story. You just read this bio here and you just go, what? But the bit that really interested me was experimenting with wild and alternative forms of travel, from driving a chocolate-powered lorry to Timbuktu and organising the Greece to Greece car rally. He was able to get closer to understanding what sustainability really means and what it takes to achieve it. He's won lots of awards for his documentaries, a Royal Television Society Award, and done BBC Panorama and Radio 4, etc. Please welcome to the stage Andy Pegg.
The stage here. Thank you very much. So I rescued this school bus from the scrapyard, and I ripped out the insides and turned it into a travelling home using stuff I found out of skips. And then I changed the engine so it would run on used cooking oil, and I travelled all the way around the world scavenging used cooking oil from the bins of restaurants. And this is in Death Valley, which is why 100 feet below sea level. That's an ex-girlfriend, less said about that the better, but that's me. So I'm Andy Pegg. Yes, I'm a journalist by trade. I'm a engineer by training. I've also been a paragliding instructor and a second-hand car dealer. And a friend of mine with an MBA says I should say that I have had a portfolio career. I can't bring myself to use that sort of management speak, but there you go. And as a result of this expedition, I often get described as an environmentalist, which is a term that doesn't sit very nicely with me because it kind of describes a beardy tree hugger. Oh, God, here we go. This guy's going to talk for half an hour about how we should unplug our phone chargers. That's really not me. This, incidentally, is on a trip I did from London to Cape Town. This is in the border between Namibia and Angola, the Etosha Valley. These are quiver trees, and there's something about the way the seeds are carried. They grow very far from any other quiver trees, and they're on this kind of savanna plateau. And so they do. If there's a tree that looks like it needs a hug, it's a quiver tree. So I have hugged trees, but I'm really not the tree hugger guy. I'm the petrol diesel engine guy. At least that's what I like to think. So in my 20s, I started buying used MOT failed cars in Germany, where they're very, very cheap because they weren't too expensive to repair, filling them with stuff like truck tires, old motorbike, there's fridges and generator pumps, all stuff that was broken and needed repair but wasn't economically viable. And I would drive them down through Europe and across the Sahara Desert to West Africa, and there I would give some stuff away, sell some other stuff, and basically that would pay for the adventure and the journey. So kind of like an international rag and bone man, I guess. And I like to post-rationalize this as sustainable in that I was recycling loads of stuff. But it was a great way to travel. I did about 15, 20 trips across the Sahara Desert, different routes through the Sahara Desert. And in all sorts of vehicles as well. So this is another trip from London to Cape Town in a 25-year-old Land Cruiser. We got sponsored by Toyota to sort of show how wonderful these old cars are. And this is in Gabon. So what's happening here is there's a logging road, and this mud, super, super slippy. You kind of stand on it, and it builds up around your shoes, and you end up you're on skates. And this truck has rolled off into the side of the road, and that truck has rolled off into the other side of the road. And I love this photograph because it reminds me why I like overland travel so much. when you jump on a plane and go to somewhere that's really different and foreign, you step off and you feel other. You feel this is different from where I am. It's interesting to see, but it's not really connected with me. And isn't it interesting to see how different the other part of the world is? When you travel overland, you set off from Croydon, and pretty soon you're in Dover. That's a bit weird, but okay. And then you're in France. That's a bit weird, but it's okay. And all these steps, next thing you know, you're crossing into Morocco, and then you're in Mauritania. And all these little steps at a time, you kind of sense the change in the language, in the food, in the landscapes, and the culture. But you get a sense of how it's connected to you back in Croydon. So you, rather than that sort of othering experience, you get to somewhere where you're driving through a logging road, and it kind of makes sense, and you're thinking, this is my world, this is my planet, I'm part of this, and I know how circuitously, but nonetheless how connected I am to it. So that's why I've always loved overland trips. Obviously, when you drive around the place in big trucks like this, to sort of, understand the world. At the same time, you're having quite a significant carbon footprint of that. Now, this is in the early 2000s when the idea of carbon footprints was a bit of a niche idea. It's not something I'd really heard of. But it did occur to me that I really want to try and do something a bit more sustainable, something that makes a bit more sense. And sustainable is a great term. We've used it a lot today, but what is that? Does anyone have a good definition of what sustainability is? Does anyone have or what does it mean to you? Anyone want to chime in? Now, come on, we're talking about sustainability. The whole day we're talking about sustainability. You've got to have some idea. Anyone? Enough for all forever. Say again? Enough for all forever. Enough for all. That's really good, actually, yeah. A lot of the times people kind of narrow down on sort of carbon or biodiversity, or, it can tend to be, you can end up quite niche. This is the best definition I've found. This is the UN definition. Meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So it's pretty much what you were saying. Well done. And I like this definition there's a couple of words in there that sort of really chime. The first thing is it talks about needs rather than wants. I think it's really important to think about sustainability in terms of this is a kind of minimal service level agreement. This is the basis of what we need to do. But it also talks about meeting the needs of the present. And I think a big challenge that the Green Movement has had over the last 20 years is that it's been presented as, I'm going to make your life miserable now because of the future. And this definition really kind of puts that on its head and puts a bit of balance into that equation. So we'll kind of return to this idea, I think, over the next 20, 30 minutes. And my journey to be sustainable, I'm sort of talking about these sort of sustainable journeys, but also my personal journey in trying to understand and be sustainable. It started in Mali. This is 2005. This is a village on, Mali is I think it's the second largest country in Africa. It's mostly desert. It's got one road, tarmac road, or it did have at the time, barely wider than one vehicle, that goes across the whole country from east to west. It's about 1,000 kilometers. And these buses run, from one side to the other, and they stop in these villages, and all the ladies from the villages run out, and they're selling bags of water or they're selling yams, and so these buses are the kind of economic lifeblood of these towns. That's how they get their products out and their money in. Now, when I was here in 2005, crude oil had just hit $100 a barrel. Unprecedented, never happened before. And as a result, the price of the diesel that these trucks were running on had gone sky high. And as a result, they put their tickets up. And as a result, there were few people on the bus. And as a result, these ladies in this village in the middle of nowhere weren't selling their yams, weren't selling their water, and they were feeling the pinch. And it really struck me like this is such a kind of abstract concept, the price of crude oil. And here I am in a village in Africa, and it's having a very material impact. And I started to think, I was pondering all this as I was sitting cross-legged like a yogi on the bonnet of my four-wheel drive. I started to think, well, what's my part in that equation, the supply and demand curve? Well, I'm sitting here, I'm guzzling diesel, so I'm part of that supply. Is there a way of doing these trips without using fossil diesel? So my first interest in sustainability was more to do with the sort of social justice aspect of it rather than the carbon footprint. But pretty soon I kind of read up and I learned about this stuff called biodiesel. Now, biodiesel is this supposedly miraculous stuff where rather than releasing carbon into the atmosphere, what it does is it gets diesel made from vegetable oils, and those vegetable oils, while they've been growing, absorb carbon out of the atmosphere. And then when you burn that diesel, you put that same carbon back into the atmosphere. So you're recycling carbon that's already in the atmosphere, as opposed to fossil fuel. You dig it out of the ground, those carbon atoms have been there for millions of years, and you're adding that to the atmosphere. So that's the theory behind biodiesel. In practice, actually, there are a load of problems when you start to do it on a commercial scale, because the cheap way of growing those oil crops is to cut down rainforests, and that's hugely counterproductive. So there are issues with biodiesel, but actually when you make your biodiesel out of waste cooking oil that's been used for cooking and is now going to landfill, then that's actually a really good thing, A, to do with the waste, and B, in terms of saving fossil fuels. So I went back to the UK after this trip, and I got in touch with some companies that were making this biodiesel stuff. Sounded amazing. And I persuaded one of them to give me 2,000 litres, and I said, I'm going to drive to Timbuktu if you give me the fuel. And they were working on a project with a chocolate company, and they'd been given 4,000 tons. 4 tons, not 4,000 tons. 4 tons of waste chocolate. Who knew there was such a thing as waste chocolate? But this is stuff that had been contaminated or gone beyond a certain date or something. And chocolate is like an oil, basically, but it's a fat. But that's the same as an oil. It's just solid at room temperature. So you can do the same thing that you can with a vegetable oil in terms of turning it into biodiesel. You can do that with chocolate as well. The process is a little bit more complicated, a little bit less efficient. But it was a great in a way, it was a great publicity stunt because, hey, you're going to drive to Timbuktu in a chocolate-powered lorry. I mean, come on, it's pretty cool. So in keeping with my history of always having terrible cars, I thought, okay, well, I know the road to Timbuktu. I've been there before. I've been there a few times. If you ever get the chance to go to Timbuktu, don't waste your time. It's a long way away, and it's not that nice. But don't spoil the romance, Andy. Anyway, so I kind of knew the road, and actually, you'd be surprised, from here to Timbuktu is almost all tarmac, apart from about 200 kilometres, and those last 200 kilometres are proper Lawrence of Arabia desert, driving through sand dunes. So I thought, okay, well, I need to carry the fuel, so I'm going to need a truck, and I found this truck in Preston. Preston is a mecca for terrible vehicles, I went and saw the guy, and he said, well, actually, I already sold it to someone on eBay, but they came and took a look at it, and they didn't want it, so you can have it for 500 quid. Fantastic. I went and got the brakes fixed and the steering, and then as far as I was concerned, it was good enough to go. Thankfully, didn't get pulled over. And then I thought, I'm going to need a four-wheel drive, though, to do the last section of the rolling sand. So here's the 2,000 litres of fuel that was going to get us all the way to Timbuktu. This is the news team from Sky that came out. So it was a pretty big deal at the time. And I put the four-wheel drive on, and I was looking at it, and I thought, I think I can get a second car on there. So this one was in a scrapyard. This one was being sold by the police because it had been used to ram a post office. So I managed to cram them all on and hanging way over the back there. By the time we got to Timbuktu, this beam here was just completely bent and almost dragging on the ground. So a little bit overloaded. And we set off to Timbuktu. What could possibly go wrong with my friend John? So it was the December time, and we're thinking, no problem, we'll go to Sahara. It was beginning of December. We're going to the Sahara, get my shorts, T-shirt, it's going to be red hot. And we set off driving through Europe, a little bit cold. We get to the Pyrenees, going over the Pyrenees, down to Spain to get the ferry to Morocco. And it gets really, really cold, and the truck starts conking out. And we're like, what the hell's this? And we change the filters, and okay, we start running again, and it goes for a bit longer, and it conks out again. Okay, well, we know it can't be the filters. And we tried all sorts of things. And in the end, we looked at the filter. This was 2 days in the mountains in T-shirts, sleeping in the cab, so we weren't thinking that straight. In the end, we checked the filters again, and what was happening is that the fuel was turning sort of pretty much back into chocolate. It wasn't runny enough to actually go through the filters. So we fixed that, managed to get out of the Pyrenees into the warmer weather, and off we went. So we're already a few days late. And the next challenge we got to the port of Tangiers. We arrived into Morocco. And we pull up, and the customs officer says, "Wait a minute, what on earth is this? And what's in the containers?" And we said, "Well, it's a new type of fuel. It's going to save the world. We're eco-heroes. You've got to let us through." And he said, "Okay, well, if you want to bring 2,000 litres of fuel into the country, this is how much import duty you have to pay." And we're like, "Oh no, well, when I say fuel, it's not really fuel. It's waste. It's a waste product." And he said, "Well, you can't bring rubbish from Europe into our country, and we don't know that you're going to just dump it somewhere, so that's absolutely forbidden. Well, no, I say waste, it's actually chocolate, right? I've got to tell you, by the time this stuff's been through the process of turning it into biodiesel, it tastes like emulsion paint. It doesn't look or smell anything like chocolate at all. So we were there for this. This whole conversation took a week. So this is my co-driver, John, or as to his friends, Grumpy John. And we're basically we set up camp in the port of Tangiers. And in the corner here, you can see this is actually my hammock strung between ours and the truck next door. We were that comfortable there. Eventually, what happened is in front of the customs officer says, "I'll prove to you it's chocolate." And I took a swig of this stuff, and I got to tell you, horrible. And they let us through, and great, that's brilliant. So we drove down through Morocco. By now we're a week late, and we got to the border with Mauritania, and exactly the same story. But this time, I thought, rather than me drink the fuel, I'll ask the customs officer to drink the fuel. And again, that worked, and we got through, and we made it all the way to Timbuktu. These are the minarets of Timbuktu. It is actually a very beautiful town. It is. There's a lot of turmoil there at the moment. There's Al-Qaeda, the Algerian version of Al-Qaeda. Anyway, it's a sad story. But it's interesting. It's a very insular town, so it does have a very kind of island mentality, and they don't really like strangers or foreigners, but at the same time, they've got this kind of uncomfortable relationship with tourists, or they did have, not so much anymore. Yeah, it is actually quite a unique place to visit. John there looking, is actually wearing a Tuareg headscarf. He's not been brain injured or anything like that. He's just trying to fit in with the locals. Okay, so we managed to do this first sort of eco trip adventure. It was an experiment, really. You know, is it possible to drive? We had some consultants that looked at everything, and they figured out that if we just stayed at home and carried on with our day jobs, we'd have actually emitted more carbon than having done this journey. So this, in a way, this trip was carbon negative, the first ever carbon negative expedition. It's kind of, at the time, I was quite excited about that. I think that sort of carbon calculation, sometimes it can be a little bit manipulated, and it's not always as clear cut. But hey, listen, it's a credit, I'm going to take it. However, carrying all this fuel with you, not particularly practical, not particularly useful way to travel. So I came up with this other idea. I got 10 cars together, all of them with diesel engines, and this time, rather than turn the oil into diesel, we converted the engines so that they could accept the oil straight away. It's a finicky process where you heat it up so it's nice and viscous, and then it runs through the engines. Rudolf Diesel, when he designed the diesel engine, it was actually designed to run on peanut oil for peanut farmers to run pumps to irrigate their fields. So this is not like this, we were inventing anything. We're actually going back 100 years. So we had all these cars, different friends and people we knew and people we didn't know that converted their car. We had 10 cars that all got together, and I set the challenge of, right, we're going to go from London all the way to Athens, and you're only allowed to fill up from the bins of restaurants and fast food joints that we find along the way. And I called it the Greece to Greece Rally. See what I did? Yeah. And so we set off, and this is behind the back of the Ace Cafe in London on the North Circular. It's where they used to film Fifth Gear. It's kind of like every weekend there's people there with motorbikes. And it's a real petrol head place, and they do good burgers and chips. And round the back, actually, there's this beautiful bin of oil. I'd been there the week before. I explained what we were doing. I said, don't throw your oil away. We'll come and take it. And so here we are around the back. And what's great about this photograph, there's me and my favourite trainers, and this filthy, filthy bin. What's great is that there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the person taking the picture, 6 of us gathered round this bin of oil, and none of us had a clue, like, well, how are we going to get it out and into the car? Because you can't pick it up, it's really heavy and filthy and sticky and smelly. So one guy had a bit of hose, another guy had a pump, and someone had some socks to filter it through. And it's really important, this is a serious top tip, it's really important with something like that, you don't shake the can because it's got a nice sediment, especially in the summer when it's warm, so all the water's at the bottom. If you shake it, it mixes up, so you've got to be really gentle with the bins. And so between us, we kind of figured out how to do this, and we spent the next 10 days on the road, stopping in campsites together every evening, people going off in different directions, and then all meeting up. And some people are like, I couldn't find any oil today. Oh, don't worry, I've got another 20 litres, and oh, that's great, that'll get me through the next day. And by the end, we made it to Greece. You can see there's a temple in the background, so I really did make it, that's the proof. And all 10 cars made it without just basically running on the junk they found in restaurant bins. And we even got invited to the British ambassador's residence, which is very nice. He gave us all a bottle of very nice Greek oil, which didn't go in the fuel tank. And I joked on my blog, oh, we're all going to get Ferrero Rocher, and he read it, a bit embarrassing, but he ran out and bought some Ferrero Rocher and presented it to me. So it was during that trip, towards the end of that trip, when we're heading down through Albania, and there's a sign that said Athens, something like Athens, 400 kilometers to go, and I did the maths on the how much we had in the back in the jerry cans, how much was in the tank. I thought, we've got enough, that's it, we don't have to go rooting through any more bins, we've done it, we've got enough fuel, we're going to get there. And that same road sign said Istanbul, also 400 kilometers off in this direction. And I started daydreaming as I was driving along. Istanbul, you know, that's where the Bosphorus separates Europe from Asia. Instead of going to Greece, we could have driven all the way to Asia. Hey, I wonder how far across Asia you could get, maybe to India. Maybe, hey, I wonder if you could get around the world. By now we had quite a bit of experience on how to do this. And I thought, okay, I'm going to give it a try. But to do that, I need a really special vehicle, Preston, straight back to Preston. And I found this school bus. The guys were about to take it to the scrapyard, and they wanted, I can't remember what it was, like 500 quid because that's what it was worth in its weight. And I said, yeah, but to take it to the scrapyard is going to cost you 20 quid in fuel, so I'll give you 480. This is actually after I've been working on it for 3 weeks. And the guy in Preston said, I said to him, I'm going to take it down to a friend of mine in Dorset and fix it all up, and then I'm going to drive it around the world. And the guy said, oh, I don't fancy your chances. And I said, really, you don't think you'll make it around the world? He said, I don't think I'll make it to Dorset. So he made it to Dorset. I spent a week working on it. Some friends came. We fitted this massive 1,000-litre fuel tank in the boot and some centrifuges to filter the oil, some heater elements to drive the water out of the oil. It's very important to have dry oil and clean oil so that your injectors will work with it. And on the roof, I fitted some solar panels. So inside the van, this is my first experience with solar panels. I've been in love with solar panels ever since. Inside the van, I decked it all out with stuff from skips, sinks and showers, and I had a compost toilet, which was also a learning experience. Never vent the compost toilet out the side of the van, always out the roof, because otherwise anyone walking past the van. And if you park the van facing the wind. Anyway. So I set off, there I was, ready to go. Got some friends with spray cans to paint the van all up. Looked amazing. Set off, and this trip was supposed to take a year, of course. I never get anything done in time. It took me 2 years to drive around the world. One of the things I did, and still, well, not so much anymore, but one of the things I did all the way throughout this trip and since is paragliding. It's a great passion of mine. You run off a hill with a wing, a parachute shaped like a wing. And in the same way as the eagles soar in thermals, you catch those thermals as well. Sometimes you use eagles and vultures as your markers, and you can stay up in the air for ages. Now, this is going back, this is 2009. And back then, the talk of climate change, there was a lot of, well, is there really, is the climate even changing? Is it just cyclical? That whole issue hadn't really been settled in the way it is now. But flying paragliders, you're really tuned into the weather. Everywhere I went, I would stop at paragliding clubs and speak to other pilots. Where can we go flying? And they would say, well, you know what, normally this time of year, it's really good conditions, but lately it just hasn't been like that, or the other way around. And everywhere I went, I just kept hearing the same thing. The weather's doing something really weird at the moment. And that was the kind of moment for me where I started to think, okay, well, actually, I do believe that there is climate change. It does make sense to me that things are changing. And so the journey kind of took on a little extra importance for me. And with it, I kind of used the press attention that had come with it to sort of be a little bit of an activist and sort of banging on about this idea of reducing carbon footprints. At the time, it was quite a kind of novel idea, and people sort of thought, okay, yeah, well, I won't print the email and I'll unplug my phone, and I've done my bit, and that's great. And that's, you know, that's what we thought was the way to do it. I'll show you the route I took, because it's got a laser point. Yeah, brilliant. So starting from Croydon, obviously, the mecca of all international road trips, setting off through Europe and then down through the Balkans into Turkey. This is where the PowerPoint slide doesn't quite match up with the line. Through Turkey, across Iran, which is really an amazing experience, and then into Pakistan, the southern corridor of Pakistan, Baluchistan at the time. The war in Afghanistan was raging, and that southern corridor was being used by NATO troops to supply fuel, and fighters were coming over the border from Afghanistan into that Pakistani corridor and blowing up these fuel trucks. And as I was driving along, there, burnt out fuel trucks along the way. And I was really thinking, what an idiot, what am I doing here? Like, just kind of this kind of hippie bus traveling through the edge of a war zone. And Yeah, where did we get to? So then got to India. Long story, we don't have time for it today, but another time I'll tell you about why I got arrested in India for having a satellite phone and what the inside of an Indian prison's like. And then from India, shipped the truck over to Malaysia, and then I had to ship the truck a second time to get it to the US from Bangkok. So the truck went in a boat 3 times, because then also went across the Atlantic to go back. And 2 of those times I had to take a flight, so my carbon footprint kind of went out the window there a little bit. But the 3rd time I got to travel across the Atlantic on the container ship with the truck, which was an amazing experience. Now, I can see a lot of you are starting to think, hang on a minute, this is how we're going to do our next holiday, right? So I'm going to give you 3 top tips. This is where I pretend to be a management consultant telling you the skills you need to be successful in your changes at work, right? So the first thing to do is get a really long hose. This is in New Mexico. So there's a fuel stop over there, fuel pumps, and over here the bins from the restaurant. And what I learned from the Greece to Greece rally is it's really worth every penny to get a really long hose and a really nice expensive pump, and that's going to do all the work for you. And if I was a management consultant, I would say equip yourself with the right tools, yeah? Make sure you've got everything you need to be successful. This is really satisfying as well, because you're right next to a fuel station and you're getting your fuel for free, and it's kind of green fuel. And incidentally, what would happen, I had a centrifuge, so the centrifuge would clean the fuel, and you'd be left with all the kind of guck that wasn't clean enough to go in, and you just dump that in the bin of the next place you filled up in. So, you know, in terms of process, it was actually quite a clean process throughout. These days, what's happened since is that people realise that this oil is actually a valuable commodity. It can be sold to companies that make biodiesel and turned into fuel. So it started to have a price, and now actually it's kind of all locked down with contracts. So the restaurants have deals with people that come and take it away and turn it into biofuel, which is kind of sad for the hobbyists like me, but actually it's a much more efficient way of using this waste resource. So it's actually a really good thing that's kind of come, no credit to me, it's just something that evolved naturally as people got wise to the fact that, hey, you can use this waste oil to make diesel. So the second top tip I'd give you is try the impossible. So this photograph is from a street in Tehran. It's November time. Don't be fooled by my short sleeves. It's actually really, really cold. And I'd stayed with some paragliding pilots in Tehran, and they'd say, come and stay in our apartment. So I hadn't been in the truck for about a month, actually. I had a great time in Tehran. It's a lovely city if you get the chance to go. But we really had a lot of fun, and I'd sort of neglected the truck, and over the month it got colder and colder and colder, and I went to start it, and the same thing that happened to the chocolate truck happened to this. The fuel lines had all gone solid, basically, with used cooking oil. So at the time, the police were having a crackdown of satellite dishes. A lot of people in Tehran use satellite dishes to get foreign news, and then the police come around, so you've got to take that down. And there was a big pile of satellite dishes in the bin, and I bought some charcoal and started a little bonfire. And if you look back at this photograph under the van, you can see the bonfire is, well, maybe not bonfire, but the barbecue is roasting the engine to defrost it after about half an hour of me looking so nervous. Tried it, and finally the engine was warm enough that the fuel lines melted, defrosted, and I was able to start the truck up. So don't be afraid to try the impossible or the sort of the absurd if you're really in a jam. And my third and final lesson, this is from Baluchistan, is don't be afraid. So you can see the inside of the truck here. That's my bed in the background. There's my paraglider sitting on top of the bed. There was a shower, corner shower here. The compost toilet was there, an old bicycle, sink. This was a cupboard door that I turned into a shelf. This was an office table. You can see the thing for the phone lines, hole for the phone lines. This was my solar charge controller with the lines coming in, designed to look like a flux capacitor. Oh, and this guy. So this guy is a Pakistani police officer. When I was driving through Baluchistan, the Pakistani police decided this is way too dangerous. I don't know what this idiot's doing here. And so they gave me an escort. And sometimes that escort took the shape of a pickup truck with a machine gun driving out in front of me, which I could never keep up with because they would take off and I'd be pottering along. And sometimes in safer areas, it took the form of a police officer riding along with me with a Kalashnikov. And every night they would take me to police stations, which are basically old fortresses from the sort of 1800s Raj era. And that's where I'd be sort of locked in and protected overnight. And these coppers are brilliant. They're so friendly, and we had such a laugh. And there was this kind of unwritten formula, but every time I crossed the border and I thought to myself, this is the place where I'm going to get robbed or killed. That was always the country that I just had the best time and the people were the friendliest, really unexpected. So don't be afraid would be my number 3 lesson. Okay, so where are we? So there we go. After 2 years, I managed to get back to Croydon. I finished the trip around the world. Amazingly, it worked. I managed to drive around the world. I did about 35,000 kilometers. I used about 20 litres of fossil diesel to clean out fuel lines and various things, but the rest was all done with waste cooking oil that I scavenged along the way, which is quite an impressive achievement, really. At the same time, I thought, okay, look, this trip has been great for me. I've managed to do this quirky thing, but it's not really a kind of something that you can roll out. This is the paragliding takeoff above Tehran. So you see a big flat city. You can see there's this smoke haze. And the world is full of big, crowded cities with smoke and engines burning. And the thought that, waste oil is going to fix that, it can help, but it's not the panacea solution. So I managed to do this wonderful thing, which was great. But it's, I don't kid myself that I found the answer to climate change. So since then, these kind of experiments have been evolving a little bit. This is my wife, Julie, and this is us on the Belize-Mexico border on a cycling trip. So I was always the petrol guy. We cycled from the Atlantic to the Pacific across the Isthmus of Central America. I was always a petrol guy. And, there's that guy in the office that cycles into work 20 miles every day, and you think, whoa, that guy is the cycling guy. I'm not the cycling guy. Well, it turns out I could be the cycling guy. And you know what? You could all be the cycling guy if you want to. So this kind of idea of identity, this was a really great trip for me because you kind of realize you can break that preconception you have of who you are, who your tribe are, what you stand for. You kind of look at ideas and try things out and think, oh, okay, maybe that works different. Now, I can't pretend this was a really sustainable trip. We did cycle all that way, but we did actually fly to Cancun and fly back. So that kind of, again, the carbon footprint out the window. Something I really loved about cycling and the physicality, it's amazing how energized you can be by doing something that's really exhausting. It's counterintuitive, but it's really true. And when you're in a vehicle, you're always thinking about, this is kind of a bit of a weird concept maybe, you're always thinking about rates and speeds. Whereas when you're on a bicycle, you're thinking about actual physical movement, meters. And you see the world go past your wheels, and you know that every inch that goes past, it's you that's driven it. And you feel a lot more connected. That idea I talked about earlier about feeling that connection with a place when you travel overland. On a bicycle, that's even more intensified. And in Mexico, they have metaphysical road signs. Love it. Where do we go next? So I spent the last 4 years, this was just before the pandemic, and not long after that, we bought a sailboat. Again, much like, we didn't come from Preston, but much like all the vehicles I bought in Preston, it was a bit of a wreck when we got it. We spent 4 months of lockdown during the pandemic, making it seaworthy again, and then another 4 years repairing it around the world. We sailed from Greece, where we bought it, to New Zealand, where we sold it. And, excuse me, this was a kind of slightly different idea. It wasn't so much the travel, this is the idea of sustainable travel that was driving it. It was really a kind of holistic idea of, can we live off-grid? And the travel was almost a byproduct of that. So we had solar panels on the back that was running enough to run our refrigerators and our desalination unit, so we didn't ever have to tie up. As I said, we sailed all the way to New Zealand. That's Julie again. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. So while I was traveling, I did spend a lot of time thinking, okay, as an individual, what can I do to be more sustainable, cut my impact? And there's really 4 things. You've probably heard these 4 things before: cars, meat, children, and planes. So I think it's worth kind of going through these, because I think there's sort of slightly more hope in these than people normally think. So the idea of the onus being on the individuals to change their behaviour. I think hopefully what I'm going to show you will give you the sense that actually as individuals we're doing a pretty good job. So cars, first of all, here's a graph. You didn't think you were going to get graphs with me, sorry. This is the adoption of battery electric and petrol hybrid electric vehicles since 2010, 2023, and it's exponential. This stuff is taking off. The electrification of our transport system, this is worldwide, is taking off. And yes, it's small compared with the amount of diesel, but it is accelerating at a pace. I think that's
reason to be very optimistic. The second thing was meat. Here's just a graph for information, right? I'm not a vegetarian. I'd like to be a vegetarian, but I'm not. Every now and again I eat meat, but I've cut it right down. And actually, eating less meat is good. You know, every time you don't eat meat or you eat less meat is good. But look at this graph. This is for 100 grams of protein. This is the carbon footprint if you get your 100 grams from beef. Look how much it drops off, even to lamb, half as much. Come down here to eggs, a tenth. If you want some lentils, hardly anything at all, nuts in it. I think that's really interesting. And that graph has really made me change my behavior whenever there's a choice, beef or chicken. You know what, I'll just go for the chicken. It's the same. There's lots of other interests. If we had time, there's lots of other interesting things we could talk about. How dramatic the food processing industry, the food manufacturing industry, how dramatically that could change if we changed our habits, and how easy that is to do, actually. So the other thing was children. I don't have any children. I'm not going to pretend I did that for some environmental reason. But more and more people are including that idea of the environmental impact of children in their life planning decisions. And good news on this as well. We have reached peak child. 2017, the amount of children being born has started to drop. Now, the population is still growing because if you imagine a nightclub, one in, one out, people are still turning up, but they're turning up more slowly, but no one's leaving yet. So it's a bit of a weird one to get your head around. But we've reached peak child. The population's still growing, but it is going to tail off. So the children thing, we're doing well on that one as individuals. Oh, wait a second. Planes, I was going to talk about planes. So planes is a really difficult one. The idea that technology, we're going to come up with battery-operated planes. Listen, I really can't see it happening in my lifetime. The amount of energy it takes to get a plane off the ground and send it through the sky at 500 miles an hour is huge. And batteries, I can't see them ever having the density and the lightweightness to do them. So when it comes to batteries, it's going to be, rather than a technological solution, it's going to be a social solution. We're going to have to think about, as a society, how we value the use of that technology and the consequences of using it. It's really difficult. I promised I wouldn't make you feel guilty about the weekend in Barcelona. So that's as individuals. But when you think about this, a lot of these things, the individual choices we make are always in a framework, in a context of what's happening in society that we live in. Here's some other great news. Our great nation, the UK, the carbon footprint per person has been dropping. It was up around 13 in 1970s, but even in 2000 it was 10. Now it's 4. It's almost half. That's amazing. That's amazingly good news. Slightly bad news is that to reach a plateau where we're no longer warming the climate, we have to get that down to 2 tons per person. But we're on our way, and that's in large part due to the rollout of solar and wind generation in the UK. The UK is an unsung hero, especially in offshore wind, and hopefully we'll see onshore wind. I hope that we'll see onshore wind growing as well over the next 5-10 years as well. Because this stuff, do you know what? This stuff is easy to solve. Solar panels are cheaper than roof tiles. Wind technology, I don't get why people don't like looking at wind farms. I think they are beautiful. It's beautiful, graceful spinning. You look at the shape of the blades. They're just I think they're a thing of beauty. Anyway, not to everyone's taste, okay. So the idea that you can cut your carbon footprint by living in a country that produces their electricity sustainably. Let's look again at the map of that I travelled across, this time without the line. This shows, the colours here show, I'm really running out of time here. The colours here show the carbon footprint per capita, carbon footprint. So you've got Russia and the US are really big polluters. Saudi Arabia, very, very big polluter. So if you want to cut your carbon footprint, how about moving to DRC? Of course, that doesn't make sense. Has anyone been to DRC? I've been there a couple of times. The quality of life is not so great. And what's interesting about this chart is, well, those colours kind of correlate with where countries are comfortable to live in, where there is the sense of prosperity. And energy is what drives prosperity. These two things are coupled. And unfortunately, energy is coupled to CO2. So if there's a way of decoupling that, then I think that's really where the answer lies, of trying to decouple that. And as I say, we have the technology and the know-how to do it. We just have to roll it out at scale. What they're doing in China is amazing. They're rolling out 14 times the capacity of the UK's solar farms every year. And like I say, the solar panels now are just so cheap because of the mass production, cheaper than fencing. The thing that this leads me to think about is that as an individual, there are things I can do. But really, those things exist in a society, in a structure, and it's decisions made by government, by the way we are governed, by governance, that are really the answer to this. And the only way to affect that as an individual is voting, all right? So I guess that's my big message, is vote. Now, who you vote for, that's down to you. But I think increasingly the ideas and policies around sustainability are going to become an increasingly important electoral issue. At least I hope so. And I think what's happening with the Green Party at the moment is really interesting and bringing those ideas in. I often think the debate about immigration, which has really wrapped the national consciousness, if you think your quality of life is threatened by immigrants, actually a much more pressing challenge to your quality of life is, where are you going to get your energy from? Is it going to be imported, or do we have energy security? Can we generate it nationally? That's going to make your life much better than whether and create the prosperity that means you don't have to worry about schools or hospitals or whatever else, and all these arguments that are being made about immigration. So I think it's really interesting. I'm hoping the Green Party now is starting to make those debates. I think it's a really interesting direction we're going in. Anyway, so if I can persuade you at some point in the next 4 years, so when you're thinking about where you're going to put that X, that you consider these issues, because really sustainability is really about quality of life. It's really about how we make ourselves comfortable. And if you agree with that, then I think you also are an environmentalist. There you go. That's the end of I've talked too much, so I've got a tiny bit of time for questions. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you. We've got 5 minutes before we have Catherine. 5 minutes of questions. Any questions? We got one up there.
Silence.
Microphone coming to you. You can say who you are and where you're from.
Lee Anderson, Northumberland County Council.
Hi, Lee.
It was more career advice. What job did you actually have when you were trailing around the world?
So, so I trained as an engineer. I worked in a factory for a little while. Wasn't for me. Then I worked in a pub. Then I started selling cars in West Africa. Then I started playing around with video cameras, became a journalist, and got on a trainee scheme at the BBC to be a journalist. Worked a lot in investigations, became a private investigator at one point. And I was saying before that I think I'm quite lucky in that I was born in a period, the last 20, 30 years, where there's been enough prosperity where you could suddenly say, do you know what, I'm going to be a film director next week, and go off and do, I never was a film director, but whatever. You could kind of choose your career path. And the UK's always been very good at that. I've got friends in France that have a very different mentality. I trained as a surveyor, and that's what I'm going to do until the day I retire. So yeah, my portfolio career, as my friend would say.
Other questions? So I have one. Activism.
Right.
Where do you think activism is at?
So I said to you earlier, it really lifted me to see those old news cuttings that you put up before, because it reminded me when I was doing the chocolate-powered lorry, press cuttings all over the place, and it was a time when it was I don't want to say easy, but the media were hungry for stories about sustainability, and if you said, I'm doing this green thing, even if it had no credentials whatsoever, you'd have a ton of people saying, oh yeah, tell us all about it. And it was easy to get that message widespread. Unlike you, it's actually very inspiring to see your energy and talk about activism. I'm a former reformed, I don't know what the phrase would be, but I sort of worked, I was an activist for a while, but I've sort of lost my faith in it a little bit because of the way the media environment is totally different now. And I often, when I look at sort of, even good activist campaigns, I just feel we're so polarized now that they appeal to the people they already appeal to. And it's very difficult to find ways to cross over. And that's why I sort of talk in this talk a little bit about, being the bicycle guy. I didn't know I was a bicycle guy. Well, the petrol head guy can be the tree hugger guy as well. And so what I've learned, and maybe some people will take this away, is that whatever ideas you're looking at, it's very easy to get stuck in the thought, well, this is what I believe and I know I believe, and not look afresh at the options in front of you and think to yourself, I don't have to be constrained by my preconceptions of myself. I can reinvent myself. I can be the tree hugger guy or whatever, or the Nigel Farage guy. Maybe you want to be the Nigel Farage guy, I don't know. But don't dismiss it without looking at it and thinking about it. and then dismiss it. If it wants to, whatever idea you're talking about. I don't want to get sucked into that debate.
Any more quick questions? And Andy's going to run. I can't see any. Oh, we got one.
I just want to pick up on that though, because
wait, microphone.
Sorry, Katrina Appleyard from Appleshed. Just to pick up on that though, that idea about activism not necessarily being influential, I think it's actually becoming more and more and more a part of what the responsible citizen has to get their head around. And especially when we're polarised, and I don't have the solutions to how that is the most perfect way of doing it, but I feel that even, and in my generation, activism was not necessarily the most comfortable place to be, and it wasn't for the everyday Joe. You had to have it as part of your core underlying personality to decide to be that for 80% of your life, rather than it being something you did as part of your everyday. And I guess I would like to understand what you think about the idea that we can be activists, but in our everyday towards these sorts of things.
I think that's true. I think it's the quote of "Be the change." With that in mind, our next project, since we sold the boat, we're looking for an off-grid farmhouse to grow our chickens and our courgettes, and that's that's an interesting mix of ideas, which some of them are kind of from the environmentalist movement, and some of them are kind of from that libertarian. I don't want to have anything to do with the world's going to hell, and I don't want to have any. I want to insure myself against that. So it's really interesting how those kind of hippie ideas marry with those. I lived in Oregon for a while, so I'd say hippie and redneck. Those kind of ideas kind of marry in that off-grid. But yeah, I think walk the walk is absolutely right. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Big round of applause for Andy. Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you. Brilliant. Yeah. I'll find you somewhere or other. That's great. Lovely. Thank you. What an amazing day. I've met brilliant people today. Next up, we were going to have champagne, but if I bought it, it was going to be too expensive, I think, but it's going to be worth it. Catherine Sinclair is Head of Research at Space Architects. 3 years ago, you first presented here, I think. Was it 4? 3 years ago. But she's an architect, passive house designer, and Head of Research at Space Architects. And she's going to launch a special project today. So please welcome to the stage Catherine Sinclair.
So before I go into decarb, I thought I'd give you a bit more of an overview of what we've been doing with regard to the built environment. So at the moment, about 34% of carbon emissions worldwide come from the built environment. So that's over a third of emissions currently. So the UK Green Building Council, in 2023 did show that embodied carbon emissions dropped by 4% between 2018 and 2022. But we needed a 1/4 reduction to be able to stay on track to meet net zero by 2050. So I thought to put it into a bit of perspective is to do a bit of carbon comparison. So if you took a business as usual school of about 8,000 square metres, a figure from the RIBA says that it would be about, 8 million kilograms of CO2 for that school, approximately. So if we were then to take the RIBA 2030 school target, it's about half to 4.8 million. And then the LETI 2030 target of 8,000 square metre school would be about 2.4 million kilograms. So if we did a high-level comparison to driving a standard petrol car 240 times around the Earth, that would produce about 1 million kilograms. So I think this really does highlight the impact that we can have working within the built environment and how much impact we can have to reduce this. So in 2020, emissions from the building sector was decoupled from rising emissions. So the building sector was still growing, but at this point, there was no more increase in greenhouse gas emissions. So they've previously plateaued. So this is obviously great, but we need a massive decrease. So I think since the signing of the Paris Agreement in 2015, obviously it's great that this has happened, but also the sector's progress in the Global Buildings Climate Tracker has shown that CO2 emissions have still risen since 2015 by 5%. So we needed to have a 28% reduction in these 10 years instead. So obviously, again, a significant amount of progress was needed. In the past year, though, the energy intensity of the built environment or the global building sector has dropped by about 10%. So this is because the share of renewable energy use has increased by about 5%. I know this is a lot of figures, but yeah. So despite this, obviously the sector is a key kind of contributor to the climate crisis, with us contributing or consuming 32% of global energy. And then, as I said earlier, contributing to 34% of global CO2 emissions. So this is obviously due to a heavy reliance on things like materials like cement and steel, and those are responsible for 18% of global emissions, and obviously a major source of construction waste. So leading on from the 2015 Paris Agreement, this kind of goes hand in hand with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So these were also set in 2015, and there are a series of 17 goals that kind of provide a shared blueprint for peace and prosperity for people and the planet. So this is like across a significant number of countries, both developed and developing. So within the construction industry, we can obviously have a huge impact on a lot of these. So obviously not limited to, we've got number 11, sustainable cities and communities. We've got number 12, responsible consumption and production. Then obviously climate action is number 13, but not limited to this. So there has been a progress report published this year showing the progress towards these 17 sustainable development goals. So of them, only 18% of them are currently on track to be meeting their targets by 2030. And then 17% of them are making moderate progress. But I think in contrast, only 48% of them, 40% of them show insufficient progress, including 31% with marginal gains, 17% with no progress at all. And I think worst of all, 18% have regressed below their 2015 baseline. So Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, has said, with just 5 years to go to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, we do need to shift into overdrive, because I think the figures that we're meeting at the moment, it's just not enough, having had 10 years to reach this. So I thought I'd touch briefly on current regulations within the UK and what we've been doing at Space. So there's still the proposed Part Z in the building regulations. So Part Z was introduced to Parliament in 2022, but the Conservative government declined to support this. So this is showing that in the UK, we still don't have whole life carbon within regulation. So obviously regulation within the built environment would increase the decarbonisation of it, because it's starting to implement change. So a lot of local authorities as well are adopting Part Z. I think it's 42 local authorities are using it to influence their decisions. But obviously this is taking a lot of time and money away from other things, whereas if it was within regulations, then they wouldn't have to do this. So another thing that we've been looking at is the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard. So the pilot version of this was released in September 2024, and at Space we did have a pilot project involved with this, which was a great opportunity to be able to be involved with helping to review the standards, seeing how it would fit into our projects, and review kind of how we can impact it. So the UK Net Zero Carbon Building Standard, it's a standard that creates like clear and consistent guidance for the industry, and trying to define what it means for a building to be net zero carbon aligned. So the standard is based on science-based targets and does say that if the requirements are met, it aims to limit the planet's warming to 1.5 degrees, which I know we've exceeded. So obviously it would be great to have a standard within the industry that does bring this consistency, because at the moment I think it's quite unclear where we need to go. So yeah. Then another thing that we're doing at Space is we're kind of looking beyond the thought of whole life carbon as well. And we're looking at a standard called the Living Building Challenge. So it's looking at not just low carbon, but it's looking at regenerative design and increasing, looking at the health and happiness of occupants, looking at things like the materials. So for example, where you're getting your materials from, whether they have any harmful chemicals in. So we're looking at things like forever chemicals and reviewing the impact of the materials that we're using. So we're not just lowering the whole life carbon, but we're looking at it in a wider sense as well. So I think this leads us in nicely to what we've been working on at Space, which if you've been to Shift before, you'll know that we've been working towards this. So this is decarb. So this is what we've been working on for the past 2 years, and it was part of a knowledge transfer partnership with Northumbria University and Space, also involved with Innovate UK. So the idea of decarb stemmed from the fact that whole life carbon was always thought of as a specialist subject and integrated quite far on into the decision-making process. So you'd be looking at it at about stage 4. Whereas bringing something right in to be able to impact your design decisions from REBA stage 2, this is, great. So it can be used, integrated into Revit, and it's going to be fully open access as well, because we thought, why would we keep something to ourselves that would benefit the wider construction industry? So if all architects are able to use it from REBA stage 2, as it says, like good early stage design decisions can reduce whole life carbon by up to 40%. It kind of brings your awareness of every decision that you make and makes you think about, say, I don't know, an additional cantilever you're putting into your building. It makes you think about the whole life carbon impact that can have. So it's very high level, and it's always looking at things that you do at the start of every project, but just making you think about the impact of it. So it's all available to download from our website. I think you'll just need to send the decarb email address an email, but it's all about, there's a full guide, and it's kind of it's based on guidance from LETI, Passive House, the RIBA, and other bodies of research just to create this tool. So we also looked at analysing a series of projects that we did within the practice and looking at what decisions you make at an early stage and the impact that they would have on the whole life carbon. So after this, we focused on, I think it was site, window to wall ratio, building form and orientation. And this is what led us to starting to develop decarb. Also, with it being integrated into Revit, I think this was a really important part of the process, because within architecture, the works and the projects go so quickly. You want something that's easy to use and easy to integrate into your project. So this is kind of highlighting that you can start to use it from REBA stage 2, and that's the whole point of it. So it should be used as a design tool that would influence the decisions that you make and should be more of an iterative process rather than a reporting tool. Whereas a considerable amount of whole life carbon assessments and embodied carbon assessments happen considerably further on when you've got materials and a lot more information within your project. So the use of decarb, this is before any material decisions take place whatsoever, and it should be easy to use and quite simple. So it's quite interesting that designers often unknowingly set the whole life carbon of a project at the earliest stage. So the decisions at REBA Stage 2 have a huge impact on your final whole life carbon. So being able to use a design tool that doesn't specifically give you a number, but just kind of gives you an idea of the trajectory that you're going on is very important, because it's always good to start to integrate it right from the beginning of a project. So thought I'd give you a bit of an overview of some of the things that it does analyse. So you've got form factor initially. So we took two schools, similar construction types. One of them had a form factor of 1.94 and an embodied carbon value of 643 kilograms per square metre. So this was for the A1 to A5 emissions. And then the second school has a form factor of 1.79 and an embodied carbon value of 556. So this had a decrease of 13.5% in embodied carbon and a form factor decrease of 0.15. So the way you calculate form factor, it's looking at the heat loss areas of the building, so like your walls, your floor, your roof, and the gross internal area, so creating almost a ratio. So if we made these buildings have the same 8,000 square metre gross internal area, from the form factor decrease, you'd be looking at an embodied carbon decrease of about 696,000 kilograms of CO2. So I think this is a good way to start thinking about the way you're designing your buildings and reviewing your design decisions. So not only is this a way to quantify the complexity of the construction, but it will also provide a financial saving, because I think reducing the complexity of the building would obviously have a financial benefit as well. So another thing that we look at within the tool is structure. So this is looking at your concrete mixes. So it's not trying to say to you, you should specifically use this one. It's just trying to be food for thought almost, because global cement manufacturing is responsible for about 8% of the world's CO2 emissions, and in 2022 produced 1.6 billion tonnes of CO2, which is about 8% of the world's total emissions. So realistically, the best way to reduce these emissions would be to use less concrete in the first place. But if that's not possible, then it's just trying to generate discussions with structural engineers and discuss your carbon intensity of your concrete and how you can start to reduce this. So again, it's really important to start integrating this at an early stage so that it can be included within the programme. So another part of the tool is looking at the building's orientation. So again, it's very high level and just trying to make you think about the things you should be considering. So it's looking at the primary facade of the building, and it's looking at maximising winter solar gain and minimising summer overheating. But obviously, involved with this, there should be considerations for solar shading and that sort of thing. But Passive House recommends within the Northern Hemisphere, a building should be oriented within 30 degrees of due south. So it's looking at how we can start to place a building on a site and review the impact that it'll have. So a diagram from Letty does actually highlight the importance of the orientation of the primary window. So you can see on the left-hand side that by changing the building's orientation, the space heating demand of this house changed from 13 kilowatt hours per metre squared per year right over to the right-hand side to 24 kilowatt hours per metre squared per year. So just orienting your building properly can have a huge impact. Then also, you've got window to wall ratio. So like all of the other parts of the analysis, they're all different building type specific. So for each different type, you obviously have a different percentage. So optimizing window to wall ratio is crucial for balancing natural light and ventilation with heat gain and loss. So it minimizes heating and cooling loads and reduces reliance on artificial lighting. So these are things that you can just think of right at the earliest stage of your design that have such a massive impact later on. Then plan depth, this again is very high level, and it's looking at where you are in the building in comparison to your natural light kind of benefit. So obviously the deeper the plan, the less impact from natural lighting you'll have. Then this tool there is a way to summarize it so you can export it onto a sheet within Revit. So it's all fully integrated into Revit in your models, and then this can be exported. So you can then include this in your reports, show your clients that you're starting to consider this at such an early stage. And it's just making sure you can kind of document your optioneering and show the progress of the design. So as we were saying, it's available on our Space Architects website. So I think at the moment, the way to download it is if you email the decarb@spacearchitects.co.uk email address, then we'll be able to send it out to you, because even though it's open access, we really would like the feedback from it. So we're giving it away, but we just ask that we get a bit of information back from you on it as well, because then we can make it better and improve things. So hopefully the QR code works and takes you to the website, but I'll leave that up there for a couple of seconds. Yeah, so it's great to see kind of the culmination of the 2 years of the knowledge transfer partnership end in a tool that can actually be used by the industry as well. So hopefully everybody's got that. But yeah, any feedback is great. So following the knowledge transfer partnership, we've moved on in Space, so I'm now stayed at Space. And this is kind of our research strategy for the next couple of years. So a design guide's been developed looking at these 8 kind of areas, but this is highlighting where we'd like to focus on and where we'd like to kind of make improvements within the business. Yeah, that's it.
Brilliant, thanks, Catherine. Yeah, seeing all that come to fruition, and I just think just hats off as well to Space Group and the university for kind of putting that stuff together. Knowledge transfer, that's what we all need to do, I guess, in that creation, that vision of that long-term world where we want to live. So we got our last break for the afternoon. Back in half an hour, where Barbara's going to, brilliant. I had dinner last night with Barbara. It's going to be, I'm looking forward to this one. Straw bales and all of that. And then Catherine and Barbara and a couple of other people, Neil and someone else who I haven't met yet. We're going to have a last panel before we have drinks and a kind of final wrap-up. But see you in half an hour. Thanks again. Am I on? Yeah. This is the last kind of bit, the last push, but we've got a brilliant speaker and a brilliant panel coming up. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Barbara, who we had brilliant, didn't we? Wasn't it fun? It was great fun last night. But Barbara Jones is a designer, builder and trainer, as well as the founder of the School of Natural Building, the School of Natural Building, the UK's preeminent straw bale building authority. With a passion about creating affordable houses for ordinary people, using healthy and natural materials that don't compromise on quality, Barbara is a pioneer within the sustainable construction sector. She's received a Lifetime Achievement Award, a Woman of Outstanding Achievement Award, and was voted as the most inspirational woman builder by the Chartered Institute of Buildings. Please welcome Barbara Jones. Woo!
Wow, I hope I can live up to that introduction. Great, it's great to be here, folks, and it's great to be here in such brilliant company. So thanks, everyone, for that. So what I want to talk about now is one of my specialisms, because it's one of my passions, I should say, which is building with straw in all its many forms. And the title of this is Nothing New Under the Sun, because there isn't really. I mean, I've come up with a lot of new building ideas, but really they're not my ideas. They're just ones I've borrowed or nicked from other people or looking at other stuff. So that's part of the theme that I'm going to be talking about today, is open your eyes and look at what's there, because you'll find a lot of really great ideas and things that you can adapt with modern technology to use in other innovative ways, and that history repeats itself. We can make the same mistakes over and over again, and we can use old ideas in new ways. We can learn from the past, and that's what I've done in a lot of my work. And thinking about the past, the stuff I'm talking about isn't new. It's over 100 years old. It started when baling machines were invented on the plains of Nebraska. So it's not like it's suddenly come out of nowhere. It was people in housing need using what they had, using local materials and building them up into houses that could sustain them, keep them warm in winter and cool in summer. They invented insulation, but they didn't call it that. They didn't know it as we know insulation now. And they didn't have anything else to build with. So they started being built at the end of the 19th century. Some countries have really run with this. Unfortunately, the UK has not, despite my every best effort to make that happen. So, if you're not that interested in walls straw that holds the roof up on its own as its own structure, I think certainly in the past I've come up against a lot of people who just cannot cope with this idea, can't believe that it really works, but it does, obviously. Then you can go for something that has a timber frame. This is also a very old idea. It was done 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, by Monsieur Foyet, an architect who worked near Paris, who had the pioneering idea of building houses of straw for ordinary people. Have you heard that somewhere before? It's my byline. And the picture on the right is the house as it is today. And it's lime plastered, it's covered with ivy, suckering ivy, and it's lasted 100 years, and it's going to last another 100 or more years. So if you want the proof that this is a durable, long-lasting material, we've got it. So you can't tell me, oh, well, it's a new idea, it doesn't work. It does. It does. So lack of awareness is one of the barriers, is not knowing or not believing even. I've had so many people just outright not believe the things that I tell them. And I tell you, it's very undermining to have that, but it doesn't stop me. I've been described as one of the most tenacious builders in the country. I've got where I am today by arguing with everybody who stood in my way. And most of the time I've won. And the testament to that is the hundreds and hundreds of buildings that I have designed and I have helped build. They're in existence. Not many architects can say that everything that they've designed has got built, but pretty much everything I've designed has got built. So, health. Health is the biggest reason we should be using natural materials for building with, because of the nature of the qualities that natural materials bring to us. So, natural plasters and natural fibres both regulate humidity. They do it however long they exist for. They never stop. They don't get clogged up like Gore-Tex does, like I suspect all those vapor-permeable membranes will. I don't use membranes in my designs because I don't believe that they've got a 300-year life. And so I want to use things that are simple, straightforward, and have proved the test of time. And all of these materials have, and they have these qualities. So with a natural built house, then you get really good indoor air quality because there's no toxins in straw, in lime, in clay, in sheep's wool, in hemp, in wood fibre. There are no toxins in there to pollute our indoor air atmosphere. The pollutants are in the acrylic fibres of the carpet, in the foams, in the furnishings, in the vinyl, in the paints that you put on the wall. That's where the toxins are, not in natural materials that you build your house with. So you get really good air quality. You get very good ambient temperatures, so you can build warehouses that will grow mushrooms. You can build fine art stores that don't need heating and keep an ambient temperature for all the fine arts and antiques, as we did when we helped Sorders build their straw bale auction rooms near Stansted Airport. You get peace and quiet. You get really good quality of light. It's beautiful. The simplicity of it is what gives it its beauty, and the organic edges to it. And you get that ownership because you can participate by using these materials. They're easy to use. I can guarantee that every single person in this room would be able to build their own straw bale house, because I've worked with people just like you all my career, and you've proved it again and again and again. So, this building got loads of publicity in 2008 when it won the Grand Design's Eco Home of the Year award. So we were talking about lack of awareness. You can't say that people didn't get to become aware of straw bale houses, from Kevin MacLeod calling this a hobbit house. How dare he? But that's what he did, because he didn't expect it to win, but it did. It won the popular vote. So this was built over 4 years by a very inspirational woman, Rachel Shiam, in St Dogmaels in Wales, and I had the benefit of working with her for those years, helping to bring volunteers to the site, teaching training courses and doing work on the building myself. It's quite a funky house, but it got a lot of publicity. But has anybody seen it in this room? Is anyone aware of it? So lack of awareness. But we are aware of this, I think, and it's been used to propagandize against what I do for a long time. But did you know, have you forgotten what happened to the wolf in the end? He got eaten, didn't he? You don't hear that in the stories. And I suspect that the wolf worked for the brick company. So there's a lot against us, and we've got to try and create a different narrative. We've got to try and use the words that ordinary people can understand, like It'll save you money on your fuel bills. It'll make you feel happier when you go out to work in the morning and come home at night. Things like that, things that are about ordinary people, everyday things, community, and those feelings of wellness and well-being that we all want. So people think that a wolf can blow a straw bale house down. That is absolutely not true. And we've got very good engineers, some of them in this room, who can prove it, I'm sure, because engineers have been proving that for me for years. And it's not a fire risk, and it's not infested with mice. Those are the two most common questions I get. Won't it burn down? And won't it get full of mice? The answer to both is no. The tests have been done. I'm not going to go into them now, but I'll tell you where to find the data in a bit later on. And they meet every single aspect of building regulations. So another barrier is there's no commitment to mitigating the climate crisis. And it's a really big barrier. There isn't a commitment. I can't see a commitment in construction in the UK. I can see it in other countries, and it's embarrassing, because I work a lot with people in other countries. It's embarrassing to talk to them about what's happening here, because we are so far behind. We need to knock their heads together, honestly. We're being run by a whole load of numpties. They are not making the right decisions on our behalf, and we need to make them do that. So this data has been around for a long time. 25 years this data has been around, and we know which materials are best for storing carbon and for not actually being part of even the net zero equation, but the negative zero equation. We know this. You all know it. You need to implement it in your work, in your specifications. So here we've got, I work a lot with self-builders, and one of my other specialisms is designing foundations without cement. And I have to find the right engineer to work with, because a lot of engineers I've tried to work with in the past can't go this far. But Price Myers in London have got a special department that is always eager to work with me, thank goodness. But two women in their 60s made this foundation, geocell foundation, with a limecrete top and a brick plinth with lime mortar and foam glass inner skin. They did it all themselves with the help of one friend. So it's not beyond anybody's bounds, and this was done last year, but I started doing it in 2008. And the ideas have come from places like Winchester Cathedral, so old ideas, nothing new under the sun. Winchester Cathedral, did you know, part of it is built on logs, on a marsh. And I did some research on this because an engineer I was working with said, Barbara, you're just going to have to use concrete for this project. And I said, I'm not. And I found out that Winchester Cathedral had been built on logs. I didn't use logs for that project, but we did do like a road construction. So this last one, this is ideas that come from how you build roads. You can build roads over any sort of watery ground using a raft, a capillary brake raft. The Romans did it. It's an idea that's at least 2,000 years old. It's not my idea. I've just adapted it. So you can find other ideas. I love what the Romans did for us. Their engineering was brilliant. This could not be beaten, the Pantheon in Rome. It wasn't beaten for 1,500 years after it was built. Nobody could replicate such a dome. And they did it all with natural materials, because you've got to remember that before 1919, everything that was built was made of natural materials. There was no cement in construction before then, or hardly any. So, different building techniques. The straw carries the weight of the roof, load bearing. An infill or timber frame, or timber or steel or concrete frame with straw in the middle of it. Prefabricated panels, this is the future. Retrofit, where you wrap the building with natural materials, or hybrids, which is a mixture of any of those things. So it's possible to get really good air tightness without using membranes and tapes. So before Passive House was a thing, I was a real stickler on quality and good design. And we designed and helped to build these 2 pairs of council houses in North Kesteven. And we got an air change of 2.62. And that's without membranes and without tapes. So lack of political will and lack of vision by developers is another barrier. This is a really major barrier. We've been hearing about this today. It's, you know, I don't know what we have to do to get them to lead, because they're not leading. They're not leading. What they're doing, certainly the developers, is that they're just going down the same old path, and they're just not dealing with the crisis that we're in now. And we've got to find a way of changing that somehow. So we were all set to be designing far more houses for North Kesteven after we'd done these 4. But suddenly the government said, no, councils can't build their own houses anymore. Sell them off. And we all know what happened after that. So that idea that we had all those years ago has not come to fruition. This is another idea that also sadly hasn't come to fruition either. Modcell, a Bristol company that got loads of government money. I was jealous as hell, but then I'm not a man in a suit. I didn't get the money. They set up this factory, not factory-based, timber panel system for building with straw. Really good idea, but they had no business acumen. They didn't commercialise it. It has failed as a company. It has failed. Whereas this company has succeeded. They've really got good business acumen. They're based first in Lithuania, now in Slovakia as well. They've got a completely up-to-date, digitalised, computerised system for making straw and timber panels with a minimum amount of timber, 88% straw in the panels. So it's exactly the makeup of what I've been banging on about all these years, except it's made in a factory, so it's more efficient, less carbon. We can build a factory to do this in this country with the will anytime we want to. They've got the technology to do it, and they will do it when the demand goes up. So we've got to get those numpty developers on board, because honestly, they're holding us back. Slavish adherence to existing supply chains. And within this lies corruption. We know there's a massive amount of corruption in the construction industry from Grenfell. Nobody's been prosecuted, but it was really clear who was at fault. It's just that they've got more money to pay their lawyers than anybody else has. We've been setting up organisations to raise awareness and to tell everybody about good ideas and how to do things differently since 1989 with the Alliance for Environment Conscious Building, all the way through to the ASBP in 2011 and ACAN in 2019. So I've been a member of all these organisations from the very beginning. Where have we got to? Well, we did an Interreg project with 4 other European countries, and we wrote this book, The Technical Guide for Straw Building in the UK. And it contains everything you need about how to build with straw, all the technical detail, where the evidence is, what the evidence is, how to use it to get through building regs and building warrant. So there's no excuse not to use straw. And not only that, but we also wrote the EPD for straw in the UK. So the information is there. It just needs to be spread around. You just need to know about it and tell everyone else about it. And why? Because this is what they're doing in France. How embarrassing is this? I started talking about straw in the UK before France. I went to France and taught them about it. I went to Spain. I went to Germany. I went to Poland. I went to all those countries and I taught them how to work with straw. And they're all ahead of us now. France is at least 10 years ahead of us. And that is, how did this happen? It's through our lack of political will. It's through our slavish adherence to the supply chains that we've got. And it's to do with corruption in the building industry. The Netherlands as well, they've been building housing developments. When was this? 2014. 10 years ago, they were doing major things like this with straw. In Germany, major things with straw. And Germany is a very technical country, and we have far greater advantages in our building regulations than they do, and they can still do more than we can. How did this happen? Switzerland, Italy. You know, I could go on, I could show you pictures from pretty much every single country, and they're all ahead of us. So, perceived cost is a barrier. So, rammed car tyre foundations is one of my pet subjects as a cement-free option that saves a huge amount of money. This is how huge it is, from £500 to do it with volunteer labour, because you can, to 15,000 if you're going to swap it out and put cement in there. And this really came into its own when we designed and built this neighbourhood hub for Tulse Hill Trinity Church, where it was designed and has got car tyre foundations. We had to test them to get through building regs, but they tested with flying colours. And we saved them 1.1 million on this design. The foundations themselves saved £100,000. It was a deal breaker. It was the thing that said, yes, we can go ahead. So I'm going to have to speed up a bit now, but I'm nearly there. Go and see this in Tulse Hill. It's fantastic. Eco-Cacon straw panels is the future. These buildings cost less to build than other SIPS contractors do, and they're thriving. As a company, they're thriving. Other SIPS companies are going bust in the UK because they can't make it work. These panels are cheaper than anything. You can build houses with these panels cheaper than any other method that is available in the UK at the moment. And when we get economies of scale, just imagine how much that price is going to come down. So these modular systems arrive on site and they go up in 3 or 4 days. A normal 2-storey, 3-bedroom residential house, the walls go up in 3 or 4 days. That is really fast. That saves you a lot on scaffolding, on all sorts of things. And this could be our future. This is what Eco-Cacon are doing in Sweden. Sweden have a different way of looking at fire risk than we do here after Grenfell. And they are very happy to allow a 12-storey building with Eco-Cacon straw and timber panels as the outside walls. The structure in the middle is CLT timber. Look at the price. It's cheaper by at least €500 per square metre. It's cheaper than the way that they build apartment blocks at the moment. Cost is not the issue. That is, well, anyway, I don't know what that is, but it's not true. And we need to get onto building regs and say, get your act together. Because if they can do it in Sweden, we surely should be able to do it in this country. So that's all I'm going to say to you now, but that's the future. So we need to get there quick. Thank you. There's a whole load of links here if you want to find out more information about it. We're not short on information.
Brilliant. Barbara, if you'd like to come and join me up the front. And Neil and Morgan, if you'd like to come up as well, and I'll just do sorry, Catherine as well. Crikey, there's loads on this panel, it's great. So just to introduce Neil and Morgan. Neil Beattie is a Professor of Energy Innovation at Northumbria University, up the end there. 20 years of experience in working in clean tech R&D, both within the industry and academia. And then Morgan is Morgan Lewis here is Director at Material Index. He's the CEO, and they are a reclaimed material marketplace and digital audit platform. Material Index provides circular economy services such as pre-demolition audits, material passports, and material exchange. Opening questions, please. We've got one over here. Wait for the microphone to come to you.
Hi, my name's Kay Rogage. I'm from Northumbria University. I'm a computer scientist, so I don't know anything about building buildings, but I love this idea. My question's for you, Barbara, actually, of the straw buildings. And earlier on today, was it Clover, the speaker earlier, had mentioned about climate change and how it was impacting on our homes, and there was a lot of flooding as a result of climate change. How do these straw houses stand up against that kind of problem, and how resilient are they to climate change problems such as flooding?
So, first of all, they do really well because they provide us very thermally efficient skin, which will protect us from, in this country, when the summers are getting hotter, they'll keep us cool inside. And in the winter, they mean that we don't have to use a lot of electricity to heat, to keep warm. So that's the first thing. The second thing is if you combine them with foundations like car tyre foundations, ram tyres, which are pillars, or any type of pillar, it doesn't have to be car tyres if that's a step too far, then when it floods, it just goes underneath. But partly what you're worried about is what happens if the straw gets wet. So we had a house in Italy that did get flooded that much up the straw, and it was flooded for 14 hours when the river came up and went down again, and we just let it dry out, and it dried out, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. It's still there. We've had major problems of water ingress during construction when the roofers haven't covered the tops of the walls well enough and the walls have got wet. Most of the time, just let them dry out. Just hold your nerve. Don't stick a moisture meter into it because it'll freak you out. And let it dry out, and it does, especially if you've got a lime or clay plaster on it, because that draws the moisture out. So really, you don't need to worry. They behave very, very well in those conditions.
And I guess the overall thing is that they're the bit that will contribute to less flooding anyway by putting them in place, and then we don't see runaway climate crisis and all of that kind of ramifications. So they are kind of a preventative one. The next question, Rob.
Thank you. Yeah, Rob from Space Group. It was really one for Morgan. I've been on your website, and I think it's amazing what you're doing. I think it'd be great if you could just share what Material Index is about, because I think people would really benefit from understanding what your business is about.
Thank you very much for the compliment. Yeah, so the core of what we do is sell and buy reclaimed materials. It's generally kind of from large commercial buildings. We're what's known as a three-sided marketplace. So most of what we sell to design and build contractors and architects is actually sitting in a reclamation business. We have 300 reclamation businesses kind of on our platform. We also sell materials from buildings coming down to those reclamation businesses, and that's a bit more complicated. And so in order to do that, we audit those buildings prior to demolition. That's a pre-demolition audit. And basically, we've developed our own software for cataloging what's in those buildings and enabling clients to make decisions on what to retain and what to reuse. We do this on a portfolio level as well. So some of our larger clients are like Derwent London and British Land, generally large commercial real estate holders. So actually a third of our company are software engineers to help make that platform. And we license that technology generally to contractors in the UK and Australia. So the kind of the two sides of the business are reclamation marketplace and auditing technology. And yeah, that's in a nutshell. Hopefully not too confusing. Yeah, hopefully that made sense. I could probably actually, something I didn't say is just why it's important. Not everyone is aware that construction is responsible for 60% of all waste in the UK. So household waste is about 15%. And people massively overestimate how long buildings are around for. The average length of office interior we go into is about 6 years old. Average retail unit's about 3 before it's turned over. And we just generate phenomenal amounts of waste as an industry.
Shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, and so that's most of the stuff we're actually selling is actually very, very new. And there's a lot of, we definitely can't sell everything in a building, somewhere between 10 and 20% in a good building. But it left its own devices, only 2 to 5% will typically be salvaged and resold.
Whoa. So, I mean...
Whereas if you use a straw building, pretty much everything can be reused.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course it's...
And it lasts for 300 years.
And it's biodegradable, right?
Yeah.
Whereas the vast majority of products we put into buildings nowadays don't degrade.
I rest my case.
Neil, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I don't work in the built environment. Well, I mean, I was talking to Barbara about this last night, and she was arguing that solar panels are very much in the built environment. So I guess that is fair. But I'm not a sort of architect or a construction person, but by training. But on that note of waste, I think it's and Barbara's comment about the supply chains was really, really pertinent as well, because in this country by 2030 we're going to have 1 million solar photovoltaic panels as waste, and by 2050 that's going to be 100 million. That's what our research shows. So that's really new waste stream that's coming online, and those panels have got materials in them which have value to the UK really. So they have elements like silver, there's glass, there's aluminium in the frames. So recovering that waste and monetizing that value in some way, and there's a number of ways we can do it. We can repair, we can reuse, we can repower. There are lots of things we can do, but is going to be critical. And I think it plays to that supply chain comment that Barbara mentioned, because that's a real opportunity for the UK. And right now our politicians are worried about criticality. So, what materials do we need in the UK, and how easy are they to get? So, it struck me, I guess I wanted to know, Barbara, what you thought of the criticality of straw. I guess there's plenty of it, but I mean, maybe that's a wrong assumption.
There's 5 million tonnes of straw surplus to requirement produced every year in the UK. That is more than enough to build every single building we need every year, without doing anything to agricultural policy.
Whoa.
It's there. The opportunity is there. It's not like we've got to do anything else except stop pressing that button to chop it up and plough it back in. We plough it back in because there is nothing else to do with it. We don't have to.
And I guess change that perception of it, that you've come up against all these barriers all the time. Catherine, do you think you're the tool decarb, can it lead people to the building straw?
Probably not. So the thing about decarb is we were trying to do it before material decisions took place. So it's trying to be really simple in early stages. But I think the thing that we were speaking about earlier, it's a lot about policy, isn't it? So trying to bring it into your specifications with places like Department for Education is quite hard because they've got a specific series of requirements. So you probably know more about that.
Yeah, and they don't include straw because they don't know about it. I nearly swore there. They don't know about it. Why don't they? You know, that's the problem, this lack of awareness. We've got to somehow get them to see that all these good ideas, they start tiny and they grow into really big things.
And Neil, last night part of our discussion was about presenting that kind of cost-benefit analysis of doing the right thing and how we communicate that to people. So how do you think we do that? And again, then kind of thinking, and then Morgan, I want to kind of just ask you about, you know, how well you can sell that to when you're approaching a portfolio. So So Neil, if you could just
sure. So I mean, again, you know, I sort of reference this to solar photovoltaics, you know, my own field, but I guess, you know, we've seen a transition from what we call is an evolution, where we've seen, you know, good growth in that area, to what I call a revolution, where we now have exponential growth, and really we're on track for, you know, multi-terawatt expansion, you know, perhaps up to 75 terawatts to meet a population of perhaps 10 billion people by 2050. And there are real questions about how we manage that growth sustainably. But I guess, you know, to come back to your point on the kind of cost benefit, for me now, you know, this is now no longer a marginal technology where we're looking at, you know, saving a little bit of energy. This is a technology which will drive huge amounts of expansion in electrification over the next sort of 10, 20 years. I mean, even shorter timescales than that, particularly with the dawn of, you know, huge requirements for power from AI.
Okay. Morgan, I'm quite fascinated. I mean, I've got a friend who tries to get into buildings before they destroy sound systems and things like that, and he just scavenges them. And there's a light company, I can't remember what they're called, but they go in and get antique lights, and then they refurb them and sell them for a small fortune. You literally go in and into an old building and just audit it and tell them what that value is before the demolition. I mean, I know we should retrofit as well before.
Yeah, so it's both retrofit and demolition.
Yeah. So there's you're overlapping, aren't you?
Yeah, and we'll work with those kind of businesses. So, yeah, I mean, the world of kind of salvage is kind of fascinating.
Yeah.
It's actually Europe-wide, and you'll find these small businesses. Our smallest business, all it does is refit the filters and zip taps and sells them online.
Whoa!
But the biggest businesses are people like Saint-Gobain and some of the large brick reclaim merchants, which might be turning over a couple of million bricks a year, which isn't a lot in the context of the brick market, but it's a decent turnover. And we also work with original manufacturers as well, who have take-back schemes, which is common in furniture and lighting. So we have those businesses. Generally, after doing an audit, we send them information from the audit. Generally, it's a photo app, which helps quantify quantities in a building. And we say, what would you purchase these materials for? Mm-hmm. And we take that to the client, basically. The audit also fulfills a bunch of environmental reporting requirements they need, you know, European waste codes, and BREEAM credits, and the rest of it. But the core of it is saying, actually, you've got value here. Usually, just on the kind of cost-benefit analysis, usually we can give very good, even fixed costs, because we also purchase materials as a business, on the value of those goods. Obviously, some materials, there's an uplift in the reclamation cost, which is typically done by the contractor. So for something very basic, like a carpet tile, almost no uplift in cost. Obviously, when you're talking about something like bricks and steelwork, there will be an uplift in cost. We've worked with a couple of QSs in London, basically for the 60 most common materials, we can give benchmark ranges for that reclamation cost. But otherwise, you need to put it into your tender. So that's the usual workflow. And usually we work on very large buildings. So people kind of, I think people associate this with the heritage industry, which is like a lot of stuff that Barbara's been doing. You know, we've been reclaiming materials in construction for thousands of years. Generally, we're actually working on large office blocks and shopping centres and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Any other question? Next question, sir. Oh, hello. Sorry, didn't see you for the light there that was getting you before.
Hi there, Rory from ICAM, and I think this, I guess, is mostly aimed at Morgan actually, but architectural salvage used to be a really big thing. There used to be people that go into buildings and they would carefully take it apart and they would get all the good stuff out of buildings. But it's now really expensive to demolish slowly. The project should have started already. We need to demolish this fast. We basically blow them up. We take these things down so fast that we literally throw the baby out with the bathwater. I would love to see a policy where like a bin man strike, where we just say, look, we're not going to take the rubbish. You let it pile up for a while and see how people begin to think, wow, we need to. This stuff is around us now. How do we deal with it? Because we also export so much of our rubbish to other countries to go and deal with. We're like out of sight, out of mind. Put it in a dump somewhere in India or that. And we don't have to deal with it. But if we made it difficult for people to dispose of building materials so easily, it would force us to kind of confront what we would have to do with them. I wonder, would you support policies like that?
Yeah, I mean, in short, absolutely. I'd actually just say the key thing really is enforcement. So it's estimated about a third of waste in the UK is dumped illegally, and you know, actually this has huge other problems. It gets into the water and the rest of it. They're talking about jacking up the landfill tax, and that'd probably be a good thing, but that only works if actually you are enforcing illegal waste dumping. Enforcement's dropped a lot over the last decade, so that unfortunately is a big problem. But you're right, we're actually world leaders in exporting not just waste, but scrap. And yeah, we're increasingly importing more and more construction materials, and we're exporting the waste.
Neil, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, whenever you've got a functional material, you've always got, first and foremost, performance to think about. And I think that's guided so much of our thinking so far. And I think we're entering a really interesting phase whereby, we might consider compromising on some aspects of the performance or on some aspects of cost to meet some need. And I wonder if you see anything like that, Morgan, in your work. Are people prepared to pay a little bit more for reclaimed materials because of the other benefits that it brings?
Yeah, I'd say the two materials where reclaimed generally is more expensive than used is steel and brick. Generally, the vast majority of other materials, it's about a third to 2/3 cheaper. I mean, it's very analogous to your refurbished iPhone or second-hand car. Generally, it's not very old, and it's that bit cheaper. The kind of limiting factor is usually just like the number of people there is in the supply chain to repurpose those goods. Luckily, we're seeing quite a lot of growth there. Yeah.
Catherine?
Yeah. So I think we are seeing it now more with the new CF25 framework coming out with the Department for Education. So because the embodied carbon limits got lower, we were looking at what are the big hitters that we can do to reduce the embodied carbon. So I can't remember the percentage, but to replace like virgin SFS with recycled, it brought the embodied carbon down quite significantly, but the price increase was a lot lower than we expected. But because that target's there, then it actually has to be considered.
Okay. And then the cost benefit was better than you'd...
So it was still had a cost implication,
yeah,
but I don't think it was as much as they expected.
And again, economies of scale, if you did, the more you did,
yeah,
the lower it would come. In the same way, Barbara, you were saying, like if we had one of these factories, it would start to work, and then we'd start to see that kind of go out. Next question. Kate?
Quick question for Neil on the photovoltaics. If we're looking at a new waste stream coming in, how much pressure is there on the industry to work in a circular way on creating photovoltaics that can be replaced or pulled apart easily, or that whole thing? Is it even a part of the considerations at the moment?
So it is part of the consideration, and there is some pressure. Sadly, the UK is behind Europe on that front. But I think not so far behind that there isn't an opportunity to catch up or even jump ahead. And I think a lot of the liability, or some of the liability about now, sort of that circularity aspect is with the manufacturers of the solar panels. So they have to include something in the price that will go towards that recycling capability. And I think schemes like that generally are quite good. In some countries, it's a bit unclear where that liability lies. So we have to work that out. Sometimes it goes to the installers a bit more, for example, in the Netherlands. But I think that is the sort of thing we have to develop. We have to essentially develop a whole infrastructure to deal with that waste stream. And you know, we're talking to companies like Suez and Veolia about that.
Isn't there that kind of question there? We still go, it's a waste rather than it's a resource stream. Whereas if you look at the kind of used photovoltaics, they're a resource stream. And in the same way, I kind of think last time I spoke here, I put up a slide of radio rentals, and none of us used to own a television. We just used to rent them. We used to walk down the high street in Newcastle or any other town, and there'd be radio rentals and a couple of others that would. That's how we had our televisions. And if when they, at the end of their life, they'd go back, they'd take them away, they'd offer us a new one.
It's an electric vehicle now.
Yeah. But that's and that allows a greater level of circularity. And I guess that kind of way of looking at buildings as well is that. And I guess then kind of coming back, Catherine, if a building's got a long life, then the carbon's lower, which then leads back to Barbara. So we can't have all the answers here, really. Yeah. Another question? Sir?
Hi, hello. I'm Talib from Architecture and Built Environment, Northern University. I have quite a few questions, but I'll just fire 3 for now.
Okay. Great. We've got 15 minutes.
All right. Okay. I mean, specifically for Barbara and in general for everybody, how many stories can we have with natural, particularly using the straw? That's one thing. Another is...
Can you just do one question at a time?
Okay, sorry.
That'd be a lot easier.
That's one question, yeah.
So with the load-bearing structure, which doesn't have a framework, it's the straw itself, you can go to 3.5 or 4 stories without needing a framework. If you use a framework, you're infinite because it's based on the frame. So if you can design a frame that can go 20 stories, then the straw can as well.
Right.
So in Sweden, they've done 12 stories. They could do more. There isn't a limit. The limit is the framing.
Right. So it means you will have to have steel structure to if you want to go
Well, they could.
up.
They don't have to have it. That 12-story one doesn't have a steel structure.
Right.
But you could have a steel structure that might be able to take you much, much higher.
Higher, right.
Yeah.
Okay. And would concrete be seen as a natural material in your eyes?
Definitely not.
Definitely not, right,
No.
okay. Even though it's coming out of natural materials.
No, concrete has built-in obsolescence anyway, so it hasn't got a 300-year life.
Right.
Why are we using it? It creates damp. It doesn't solve it.
Right, okay. And just one more. Can the, we are talking about, okay, let me take this one then. You were mentioning corruption. So could you tell in the
Am I being recorded?
You're going out live to the world.
I can't afford a fancy lawyer.
So where does it happen? I mean, is it the...
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Part of where it happens is that construction companies have their own supply chains that they've used forever, and they use them because they drink with them down the pub, they play golf with them, and they get a box at the football at Christmas, and they get a cruise for their team. That is corruption. We all know that happens. In larger and smaller scales, that happens. And that, you've seen a lot of what was written about Grenfell. There were people telling outright lies about the testing that they were doing there. And they're not being prosecuted for it because they can afford fancy lawyers, I think.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
That's what we have to say,
Yes.
isn't it? I think that
Allegedly.
gets us off from having watched If I Got News for You, I think.
Yes.
Say allegedly.
There you go.
Yeah. But it is interesting because that same thing applied in the water sector. And the talk I did this morning, they were all locked into long-sea outfalls. And that was absolutely. And until you started to see the kind of chinks in that and the changes in, the Environment Agency started to say, okay, yeah, maybe we'll be okay with it. And the moment that changed, then suddenly the whole game changed a bit. But I can remember going to conferences with someone, and I'd be asking a question. Someone from Welsh Water, Cymru Welsh Water, was going to ask a question, and there was a good guy from the Environment Agency, and we were doing pincer movements, meeting beforehand outside in the lobby and saying, okay, I'll ask this, you ask this. and we'll make that kind of change happen. So you can see that was a classic one of that. The industry said no, and then we had to make those kind of changes slowly but surely happen. And interestingly, on the kind of whole taking away materials, like where I mentioned earlier, I live on an old abandoned copper mine, and there used to be a 3-story copper crushing engine right in front of, like literally there in front of our house. And there was another 3 of those classic Cornish engine houses. And they were kind of demolished because they would literally take down, because the big granite lintels and coins and things would be taken to the next mine. So they would automatically kind of design it that way and then take, because those were really hard, come by, hard-earned lumps of rock, and they would take them to the next mine, then build it, do that mine, and build it and go to the next mine. So these things, as you say, we've kind of got this history of rolling of materials out and things. Another question, please. Sir.
My name is Craig from JC Consultant. I'm a structural engineer. It's a question mostly aimed to Barbara, and we've recently completed a hempcrete house, and it was really just what we tend to find is a lot of the most innovative people we work with are self-builders, so probably similar to what you find yourself with the straw bale homes and timber homes and people adopting mass timber early. It was really just your thoughts on if the supply chain's been equal, the benefits between straw bale or hempcrete, and if there's a natural preference for one or the other, or if it's just to do with the infrastructure in place.
Well, I'm going to say I'd prefer straw, aren't I? But I have got my reasons, because with hempcrete, you've got to add some extra insulation to make it meet building regulations, like you do with cob. So I'm a very great fan of earth buildings as well, but they're not insulated enough. Neither are hempcrete buildings. But hempcrete is very popular, I think, because it's like mixing cement. Unfortunately, it's a boys' thing. I did say that.
Allegedly.
And the straw is much more touchy-feely. And you get loads of women wanting to build with straw and to plaster with clay, and loads of men wanting to do hempcrete. There is a gender differential. There really is, having been a teacher in these fields for a long time. And I just don't think hempcrete has a lot of the same qualities as straw. It deals with moisture, it's natural materials, it really does the job it says it will do. I wouldn't want to knock hempcrete at all. I just think straw is better because it's cheaper. It's cheaper and anybody can do it. Not everybody can do hempcrete. You've got to be quite to do that. Yeah. It's one of those things. There's some things I've come across which are good ideas, but I call them no fun. They're no fun methods because it's just the same over and over again. And it's hard, heavy work, like making earth ships out of tyres filled with cement and stuff. You know, it works, it's a great idea, but it's no fun building. Building with straw is really good fun. It really is.
And quick as well. You must see.
You can get the ground floor of a 2-story house done in 5 days with 12 people on a training course. Wow. That's how fast it is.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
You read my mind as well. I've just written down Earthship. Neil, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, it was a bit more of a kind of general point on materials more broadly. And I think one of the things that, you know, when you're thinking about environmental impact, one of the biggest things that we all think about is carbon emissions. And we've heard a lot about carbon, and also Catherine's excellent decarb tool. And I think when you look at environmental impact, that is definitely the most urgent, the most important. But there are other environmental impact categories, and you have to think about them when you're thinking about materials. So, for example, there's land use, there's water use, there's acidification. All these things are vital to sustainability. And I think, you know, it's a plea really to be aware of these, and you know, materials resource depletion is another impact, and that's the one that's probably going to be the next most important because of the economics of it and because of the supply chains. But we have to also keep an eye on those other things and not just shift burdens in our pursuit of reducing carbon dioxide emissions to other impacts.
I think alongside that, we've been looking into the Living Building Challenge, as I mentioned earlier. So that's looking into things like forever chemicals within your materials. So it's looking past just the whole life carbon, but it's looking at like what's in them, where you're sourcing them from. Like, could you source your materials for your building within 50 miles of your site, for example? And it's looking at things like that as well.
Next question. Madam there.
Yasmin Al-Bouti, WSP structural engineer. I've got a couple of questions for Barbara, please. As structural engineers, we obviously work with all sorts of materials, and we're bound to design in accordance with Eurocodes and British standards. I'm intrigued, is there a such standard for, I know you mentioned your guide, but is there a Eurocode or a British standard that could be used for design of straw buildings?
Yes and no. So I've written a manual on how to build with straw. That is used by, is it MBS? The information comes from there. I wish I could update it because some of it's not up to date yet now. So that is used. The technical guide that we wrote 3 years ago is being used. And through writing the technical guide, we've been able to verify all of our data with other European countries. So we know that what we're saying in the guide is what everybody else is saying around the world as well. So in terms of, I was having a conversation with someone else about certification, that the sort of building I've done up till now has been with the small bales, and they don't have a certification, but they do have a method of being constructed, and you can build a bad straw bale house as well as you can build a good one. But the Eco Cocoon panels have CE certification, and they're warranted, and they've tested to death. It's all transparent and available on their website, so you can see that. So that CE certification is the thing that we should be looking for, and they've got it. And it's exactly the same materials that I advocate in the small bale buildings, but it's in a manufactured panel from a factory. So it will meet all the guidelines that we need it to meet.
My other question was the 8-storey building, I think
12.
12-storey residential. How would that sit in this country with the Building Safety Act?
It won't. You can't build more than 18 metres with straw or with wood fibre at the moment. It's just plain wrong. It's just wrong thinking. They just don't understand the material. They need to go and talk to the Swedish building regs people.
Thank you.
Sir, up the back there. Sorry, Katie, you're going to all that way. Got 4 minutes, guys.
Chris Perry from UMI Business Support Organisation. I'm just interested in the panel's opinion. If we're going to see a real sea change, a tipping point in the building of more environmentally sustainable houses, is that going to have to come from policy changes, or from a shift in consumer demand, or something other than those two?
Who wants to start? Morgan?
Yeah, so I used to actually work in house building. It's not very responsive to consumer demand, actually. So essentially, you know, 4 big house builders, you get a monopoly on the land. It's all about squeezing your build costs. Actually, most people don't have a huge amount of choice when it comes to new build. And you know, you do your consumers and you might hire your architects, but actually it was a very, very unresponsive part of the industry to consumer demand. I've worked in other parts of the industry which is very much more sensitive, something like office design. So I do think with house building in particular, it's going to have to be very much government-led. I think some of these things will be shifts anyway. I mean, reclaimed materials in construction will grow regardless, because we've seen it grow. Second-hand markets have grown at 12 times the rate of new markets across every other category. I would expect natural materials will grow just because there is consumer demand for healthier products. But I think house building particularly will basically have to be very much government policy-led. That would be my view.
Yeah, I think I agree with you because it's about money for house building. It's the bottom line. They don't have a triple bottom line. It's just about how much money can you make. They're not even thinking about whether we should orient them 30 degrees to the south. They don't care. It's like, how many more can we fit in like a jigsaw into this plot of land and sell more houses? And until we can change that way of thinking, which is also about something that Arab said, Gillian said
from Arab, yeah.
this morning, because Arab is not beholden to shareholders, and neither is my organisation, SNAB. We're a not-for-profit. And it's cutting that link between shareholders and profit and houses that are people's livelihoods. Somehow we've got to find a way to do that. Council housing did it, and social housing can do it, but private development is founded on making as much money as you can for the crappest building, because it has to be crap to make a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So we're stuck. Without government intervention, we're stuck. Because, unless the only other way is to get some people living in a really well-built natural building and talk about it. Because we've done a thing in Todmorden called the Citizens' Jury, where we were asking, why are people not taking up retrofit? And the main reason why people do take it up is because someone they know is singing its praises. And that's what we have to do. We have to talk to people. We have to have community. We have to say, these are good ideas, and we have to say it everywhere we possibly can. And that will start making a change. If consumer demand, although I agree with you, you're up against the money-making capacities of big development companies.
How do you buy land as a social housing provider?
Yeah, exactly. You need the policy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can't compete, can you?
It's not so
No,
much the
you
profit
can't
motive.
compete.
It is essentially a monopoly industry, and it's heavily regulated already. It's like a natural monopoly, like the water industry. It's incredibly regulated house building, and that means that it doesn't need to be responsive to consumer demand. Like it's actually not a product-led industry. Essentially, you make your margin on getting planning permission. You get planning permission by getting your options on the land. That's where the biggest margin has been, and then it's just about squeezing build cost.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why we've got an amazing architectural industry in the UK, probably world leading. A lot of it doesn't go into house building, and when you can tell when you drive around the UK, houses, that product is not really being led by the architecture profession.
Yeah, I can remember. Was it the first one where we had Travis Perkin here with a modular house that you could choose bits, and they had sustainability, but I don't know. It would be interesting to see where that one's actually kind of gone. We got one last question.
Yeah, it's coming from me. So, Sarah Connolly from Space Group. And I was chatting to Neil last night. I was telling him about how when I leave my house, turn left and head down the road, I see sign after sign saying no solar farms on every lamppost. And I wonder how each speaker is dealing with, I think, what is often criticism in your field. There's always questions of what you could be doing more of, or what issues or errors you might face with your materials. And I just want to know how you're going to remain resilient as our current political landscape and social public opinion continues to maybe escalate against the work that you're doing.
Neil first?
Sure, yeah. So, I think that, for us in our field, you've got to keep your eye on the big picture. And the big picture for solar photovoltaics is it's an excellent tool to mitigate climate change. In terms of our discussion last night, in terms of sort of competition for, agricultural land in the UK, currently solar panels take up about 0.1% of the agricultural land in the UK. So it's not a huge issue, and the planned expansion, 10 times that, which is huge really, but in terms of watts. That would be absolutely fine. I think that there's also other positives. We talked about dual use, multifunctionality. So there's something now called agrivoltaics, which is being heavily investigated. So it's the coexistence of solar panels with crops, and in fact, the the arrangement or the setup of the solar panels being beneficial in terms of spectral match and irradiance levels to particular crops. So that can be very beneficial. There's also research which shows actually in some places biodiversity has increased around solar farms. So there's all these kind of things that are kind of really positive. But I think the one I like to keep in mind is the big picture, and this is what you must compare against fossil fuels and where we are with climate change. And there's a lot of land use also with fossil fuels. That's often forgotten. But really, in terms of what we need to do, we just do it, as they say.
Morgan?
Yeah, I think it's great that actually these topics are becoming like a huge area of political debate. I don't think it should be something which is just imposed upon the population. And the population is expected to bear the cost if there is a cost. Decarbonising the grid. In the UK has made huge advances in decarbonising the grid. It's probably not celebrated enough, but we really have made huge changes there. It looks like that has come at a real cost for people. I don't know if it has, but that's definitely the perception, right? And we can see that in our meter readings, and there's no way around that. So it's actually better to have the debate. It's better to have the debate before you make those changes. I think if people knew actually, the particular thing that I focus on, the amount of waste that the construction industry is producing, the fact that that waste, half of it gets burnt, there's a huge amount of environmental problems there, half of it ends up going into the ground, so a third of it is illegally dumped. If people actually just knew, I think there'd be a lot more pressure for change. So actually, I personally think for all environmental policies, yes, if you have more debate, there'll be more people arguing against it, but actually you need to have that debate, and we should all welcome it.
Catherine?
Yeah. So I think if we took it within architecture practice, it's good to be sharing the knowledge. So for decarb, for example, we're giving it out as an open access tool, so it means that it can be spread further than just our practice. But then it's not only sharing the knowledge with other architects, but it's ensuring your clients have the tools to make the right decisions. So it's making sure they have the knowledge to understand this sort of thing, and you can help them with that. So I think it's really important.
And Barbara?
Well, I come from, when I first started talking about straw, people just used to laugh. It's, I've taken a good share of ridicule for the things that I'm trying to do, but I'm still here. I'm still optimistic. I suffer terribly from optimism. So, like Catherine, most of what I do is freely available. I share it as much as I can with everybody. The ideas, the design ideas, and how to do things. And, the book isn't very expensive. So I just take every opportunity I can to talk about it and raise awareness about it and hope. I have to hope for the best.
Okay, a big round of applause for our panel. Catherine, Barbara, and Neil and Morgan, thank you. Which gives me the great pleasure. I'm going to hand back over to Rob, but thank you ever so much. It's a lovely day. Thank you.
Testing. Am I on? Thank you. Great. Well, I was writing notes there as you grabbed me as it was. It was quite interesting there. I think, but what was going through my mind? Well, there's a couple of great quotes there. The favourite one there was from Barbara. I think gift of optimism, I think, is a really good thing. And the timing of you just saying that as we started off, it's like I paid you to say this, but we started off about talking about optimism and progress. And I think you saying it is a gift. I think optimism, especially in these times, it is, but there's a lot to be optimistic about. And I've now, in my head, I've got this thing about being more Barbara. What about that? Let's all be more Barbara. That's going to be the thing. So it just, being passionate about something, and it is, and hopefully that's what today has been about, and the fact you've all. Sorry, I'm just. When your phone starts transcribing everything you say, and that's what mine's doing here now. So I'll share it all with you afterwards if you want to. For me, part of my role in this session is to sum everything up. Absolutely no chance, so I'm not even going to bother. Because I think today we had policy this morning, and then we had a nice story from Andy. Then we've had, obviously we had the launch of Decarb, which we're all very proud of, and then we've had a fantastic piece about materials. Just, too much in my head to go around. There's a lot to process. But another great day. It's great to see so many faces still here at the end, which is great. You know, it is a long day. So, you know, delighted that you all stayed around. But yeah, as I say, big thank you to me, from me to all of the speakers. They've been fantastic. And what I like is that we have been doing it 4 years, and it's not just been a repeat every year. This year's felt a bit different to me. There has been a bit more optimism in there, which I quite like. We've talked about some of the new things. We've talked about opportunity. I thought one of the things that came out for me was not just talking about the climate in relation to sustainability and shifting mindsets, is more about, as well about people, communities. I thought that was quite nice, and that broadens the whole discussion to another level as well. I've got other thank yous to make. Obviously, is we've got Katie. There's this blinding like sunglasses next year, Chris. There you are. So thank you, Katie. Again, great. You've looked after us. And you will be back next year, I've heard, even though your current situation, I've already checked. Katie's back next year. She's got a few bits and bobs to do in between. But she said she will be back, and I will hold her to that. And then from our side, from the space team, Catherine, fantastic. We're delighted to launch Decarb. We really want everyone to use it. We want the feedback. Also, Jade, there's been a room over there where you might have seen a load of people being dragged. All of our speakers have been getting captured as they get that door and then dragged over. So Jade's been doing a fantastic podcast today, which will be going live. And she's not a middle-aged man, which is great. I know that was something mentioned before. And then also there's been interviews of all of the speakers, which again will all be shared. And then is that time? Is that that's Barbara saying that's your time, right? Get off. Is that? Yeah. Thanks, Barbara. Yeah. 4:30. That's what we need, Katie. Be more Barbara. They what? 4:30. Rob should be finished. Well, you had bloody ages, so. No. So yeah. So I'm in the middle of me thank yous now, and I'm going to forget somebody on an hour, and I'm going to pay the price. But no. So I've said Jade, Catherine, and then last but not least, Sarah and Elliot, who basically pull this all together and have been, in the background, but do a fantastic job. This doesn't just happen overnight. I get up to see all the nice things, introduce people, which is fantastic, but the hard work goes on between now and next year. What I will say, though, as well is, yes, you've been here today. This is one day. This is an ongoing challenge, as we know. So all of this has been recorded. There's the live stream. Everything has been recorded. It'll all be chopped up into all the individual speakers. So if there's anybody you particularly want to watch again, or you missed this morning, or you want to share with a colleague, it's all on there. Not only that, on the Space Group website, every other speaker we've had over the last 4 years is on there. So it's a great resource that continues to grow. So, and the big thing for me, share it. That's the whole point of, things like sharing Decarb, that's what we're doing. We want you to share it with other people. Please tell everyone, if you've had a great time today and you found it useful, you've been inspired, share it with your colleagues, share it with people you know. Because as a Northeast person, has been said, I'm a proud Northeast person, and we've had speakers from all over the country have come to the Northeast of England. We've put a fantastic show on today with lots of different speakers, but I want every single one of those seats full. If they're not full, we've missed an opportunity. So we brought these speakers. I want to make sure everyone in the Northeast gets to see it. So I'm just going to check my notes again. So I think, we did say download Decarb. And obviously what I am realizing, some of us have got an appointment tonight with the football team, so we'll kind of hang around that long. But you're going, Barbara, aren't you, tonight? Barbara's going to the Newcastle match tonight. That's what it was. And actually, what I was going to say as well, we've got some house builder clients. Oh, no, sorry, we had some house builder clients. It's the same with in this and some construction clients. I'm just looking around as you are giving them a really hard time. And they're not all corrupt, you know. I know some that are definitely not. But yeah, so we'll see you all next year. Spread the word. We've got our Shifting Mindsets newsletter, which goes out every week. Again, it's on our Space Group LinkedIn account. There's a load of effort goes into that as well. So please connect, please engage throughout the year, and we will see you all next year. But in the meantime, before you all head off to the match, if you'd like to join us for a drink before you all head off to kind of download all of our thoughts today, we'd love to see you there. So thank you very much. Thanks for coming along. See you all next year.